Chapter 1. Entering the Ninth Division. Jiang Wenwu had never imagined that his father, a man who was often absent from home and shrouded in mystery, having divorced his mother when he was just a child, would surprise him after his passing. A letter of recommendation allowed him to inherit his father's legacy, securing a position within a government department, drawing a salary from the stadia truly fortuitous turn of fate. In this era, what other state institutions still operated under such a system, permitting a son to take over his father's role? Moreover, Jiang Wenwu had graduated from a rather inconspicuous vocational school, often facing disdain in his job search. Upon receiving this news, he found himself waking up in laughter from his dreams every night. Of course, Jiang Wenwu gleaned from the sparse notes left behind by his father that this entity, known as the Ninth Division, was not quite what he had envisioned. It appeared to be rather unconventional. As for the nature of its peculiarity, Jiang Wenwu could not quite articulate it. Nonetheless, it felt distinctly abnormal. This was the first impression he formed before setting foot there. On the day of his reporting, Jiang Wenwu discovered that the Ninth Division was indeed situated in a rather remote location, nestled within a five-story building constructed in the former Soviet style in the Old City. Upon entering, the drowsy old doorman glanced at his letter of recommendation and tossed it back at him, grumbling that Jiang Wenwu had disrupted his sleep. With a sense of astonishment, Jiang Wenwu stepped into the building, making his way directly to the third floor, heading towards the director's office. After knocking on the door, a voice that sounded quite aged responded from within. "Come in." Cautiously, Jiang Wenwu pushed the door open, and the first thing he noticed was the slender and well-proportioned silhouette of a woman. However, he refrained from lingering on the sight, promptly adopting a serious demeanor as he approached the antique desk and respectfully placed the recommendation letter down. At that moment, he caught a glimpse of the director, who appeared somewhat fearsome, a long scar extended from his brow to his lower lip. The director picked up the recommendation letter, glanced at Jiang Wenwu, and said, "You're Jiang Xian's son? Then proceed to the archives department to complete your paperwork." Jiang Wenwu accepted the letter back from the director, and as he was about to leave, he said, "Director, please continue with your work." He wiped the cold sweat from his forehead as he closed the door behind him. Upon arriving at the archives department, he found only a woman in her 40s, who looked at him with an expression of deep resentment, making Jiang Wenwu feel as if he owed her a substantial debt. After she glanced at his recommendation letter, she carelessly tossed it aside and said, "You'll be responsible for organizing the files here. Remember not to mix up the chronological order." Jiang Wenwu nodded busily and rushed over to tidy up the haphazardly scattered files. Though he was taken aback by the fact that no formal onboarding procedures were required, the Ninth Division was indeed peculiar. While he was organizing the files, the woman spoke again. "You're Jiang Xian's son? Director Liu and your father were never on good terms. They often clashed over the director's position. Since you've been assigned here by Director Liu, don't expect any promotions." Upon hearing her words, Jiang Wenwu felt a jolt of dismay. He had initially thought he had landed an easy job, only to discover that Director Liu had relegated him to this position. Anger bubbled within him, but he recognized the reality that higher officials could suppress those beneath them, especially when it involved his father's old rival. With that thought, he felt somewhat reconciled. After all, he had a stable job and a secure salary as long as he did not make any significant mistakes. Even the elderly Director Liu would be unable to thwart him. After some time, Jiang Wenwu finally managed to organize the disarrayed files. He poured himself a glass of water and sat down to drink. However, the tedium of idleness made it increasingly difficult for him to remain still. He casually pulled out a file from the nearest shelf. The file bore the label "Unresolved Case," classified as suspended, sent to the Ninth Division for processing, which piqued Jiang Wenwu's curiosity. What sort of case warranted being sent to such an apparently idle unit? As he began to peruse the contents of the file, an unsettling sensation washed over him, and he felt increasingly uneasy. At that moment, the sound of high heels echoed closer and closer. Just as Jiang Wenwu was engrossed in his reading, the sound abruptly ceased, leaving him with a sense of foreboding as he felt a presence beside him, causing him to startle and stumble back. With a startled ah, he backed into the file shelf, which toppled over, sending him crashing to the floor in a rather embarrassing predicament. Yet, amidst the chaos, he clearly saw that the person standing before him was the woman he had glimpsed in Director Liu's office earlier. Her brow furrowed slightly as she surveyed the disheveled archives room, while Jiang Wenwu awkwardly regained his footing. At that moment, her gaze fell upon the file in his hand, and she reached out to take it from him. After examining it, she instructed Jiang Wenwu, "Follow me to this location in the archives." Taken aback, Jiang Wenwu stammered, with an expression of disbelief. Even as he followed her out of the archives room, he remained perplexed. On their way to the site of the suspended case, Jiang Wenwu learned from the taciturn girl named Xia Tian that it was Director Liu who had sent her to the archives to select a case, and he had also instructed her to bring Jiang Wenwu along as assistance. Upon realizing this, Jiang Wenwu remarked, "That old man Liu is really out to get me." He felt justified in his frustration, having gleaned from the file that the case was exceedingly bizarre and far from ordinary. The file detailed a family of 5, all of whom were murdered around midnight. Yet curiously, none bore any visible wounds, their faces instead appearing pitch black. Subsequent forensic examinations revealed no signs of poisoning, and despite extensive investigations by the criminal police, no clues were ever uncovered. Ultimately, the case was classified as suspended and transferred to the 9th Division. Now, armed with his father's notes and the information from the file, Jiang Wenwu began to sense that the 9th Division dealt with matters beyond the comprehension of ordinary individuals. Xia Tian drove them to the site of the mysterious deaths, located in the suburban area, surrounded predominantly by single-family homes. Arriving at the locked courtyard of one such residence, Jiang Wenwu felt an inexplicable chill as he approached the door, which seemed to be enveloped in a murky haze. Suddenly, Xia Tian asked, "Do you have any feelings? Or have you seen anything unusual?" Jiang Wenwu was taken aback by the question, unsure of her reasoning. Yet he answered truthfully, "It feels cold, and the courtyard seems shrouded in a veil, appearing hazy." Xia Tian nodded thoughtfully, remaining silent as she approached the door, placing her hand on the already locked padlock. Jiang Wenwu interjected, "By the way, how do we get in? Do you have the key?" Just as he finished speaking, he heard a click, and the lock surprisingly opened. Though Jiang Wenwu had not seen Xia Tian manipulate it, she merely placed her hand upon it. Jiang Wenwu looked at Xia Tian, increasingly bewildered, wondering if she possessed some magical ability. At that moment, Xia Tian pushed the door open and stepped inside, prompting Jiang Wenwu to hurriedly follow. Upon entering the courtyard, he involuntarily shivered, muttering to himself, "It's really cold." As Jiang Wenwu surveyed the courtyard, pausing intermittently, Xia Tian had already entered the main house, the crime scene. As he approached the well at the edge of the courtyard, preparing to lift the lid for a closer look, he suddenly heard a loud commotion emanating from within the house. Without a moment's hesitation, he dashed toward the noise. Upon entering the main room, Jiang Wenwu found Xia Tian standing silently, while he beheld several ethereal, vaporous figures moving about the space. What was happening? Was it possible that the place was haunted? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he suddenly saw a dark mass swiftly enter the room, followed by the appearance of another vaporous figure lying on the floor. Moreover, after Jiang Wenwu counted, he found exactly 5 gaseous humanoid figures, and at that moment, these figures dissipated into thin air. Jiang Wenwu surveyed the room, but saw nothing. It was then that Xia Tian spoke. "Stop looking. Just now, I used the Xian Guang backtracking technique to observe the situation at that time." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu's mouth fell agape as he gazed at Xia Tian, who, though her complexion was slightly pale, still exuded the same confidence as before. He also noticed that Xia Tian was holding something that resembled a mirror. Chapter 2. Encountering Danger for the First Time. Seeing Jiang Wenwu staring at what she held, Xia Tian produced the mirror-like object and presented it to him. Jiang Wenwu glanced at her, then pointed to himself, indicating, "You want me to see it?" Xia Tian nodded in affirmation. As Jiang Wenwu received the object, he felt its substantial weight. It was about the size of his palm and appeared to be made of brass, weighing at least 1 kilogram. After inspecting it closely, he noticed the inscription Xian Guang on the back of the mirror. This led him to ponder that Xia Tian's earlier mention of the Xian Guang backtracking technique must be related to this mirror. After returning the object to Xia Tian, he couldn't help but inquire, "Did you just use this to create those gaseous humanoids?" Xia Tian gently nodded, saying, "This is a basic form of Xian technique. Those with greater spiritual power can perform it directly without the Xian Guang mirror. Upon finishing her explanation, Xia Tian realized that since being with Jiang Wenwu, she had become more talkative, which left her somewhat perplexed. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenwu was increasingly confused, as Xia Tian's references to spiritual power and Xian technique were entirely foreign concepts to him. However, at that moment, Xia Tian turned to attend to other matters, leaving Jiang Wenwu with no opportunity to ask further questions. He could only shake his head in resignation and resumed his search around the room. Despite their thorough examination of the main room, they found no valuable clues, prompting them to part ways and inspect the side rooms. Unfortunately, the best outcome remained fruitless. After emerging from the West Room, Jiang Wenwu questioned whether this bizarre case, which even the criminal investigation team could not solve, could possibly be resolved by this peculiar Ninth Division. Moreover, based on Xia Tian's Xian Guang backtracking technique, it seemed that the deaths of the 5 family members were not caused by a human, but rather by something else entirely. The shadowy entity that had circled the family before their demise was undeniably eerie. Just as Jiang Wenwu was contemplating the matter while walking forward, he suddenly heard a noise. He turned to see Xia Tian single-handedly lifting the heavy cover off an old well. Jiang Wenwu was taken aback, for the well was ancient, its cover a solid, heavy slab weighing at least several dozen kilograms. Yet Xia Tian appeared to exert little effort. This led him to silently admonish himself, never to provoke Xia Tian. This seemingly slender girl was certainly not as simple as she appeared. When Jiang Wenwu reached the well, Xia Tian called to him, "Come take a look." He hurried over, albeit puzzled as to why she wanted him to see. Nevertheless, he complied with her request. The moment he peered into the well, he was horrified to see numerous clawing figures struggling within, attempting to climb out. Jiang Wenwu recoiled in terror, his face paling significantly, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. Noticing his reaction, Xia Tian asked, "What did you see?" Jiang Wenwu struggled to articulate his response, finally managing to stammer, "There are many people down there." Upon hearing this, Xia Tian abruptly pulled a yellow talisman from a peculiar waist pouch and recited a few incantations. The talisman shot straight into the well. As it entered, a cacophony of anguished screams erupted from the well, followed by a surge of dark energy rushing upward. The moment the dark mist emerged, the temperature in the courtyard plummeted, and Xia Tian hastily pulled Jiang Wenwu back, but the dark energy surged towards them. As they retreated, Xia Tian produced another yellow talisman from her pouch, chanting rapidly once more, and affixed it to the advancing dark mist. At the instant the talisman made contact, countless anguished faces began to manifest within the swirling darkness, their expressions contorted in agony and soon morphing into feral snarls directed at Jiang Wenwu and Xia Tian. Just as the talisman shattered and the dark mist threatened to envelop them, a flash of azure light appeared, and in an instant, the malevolent energy dissipated like winter snow under the spring sun. As the dark mist vanished, the chilling atmosphere of the courtyard lifted, and Jiang Wenwu felt the sun overhead warming significantly. Xia Tian, though pale and slightly trembling, turned to face a tall, slender middle-aged man emerging from a direction, a smile adorning his face. "Uncle Zhong," Xia Tian exclaimed with a smile. Before Jiang Wenwu could discern the nature of the azure light, it flew back into Uncle Zhong's sleeve. On their way back to the division, Jiang Wenwu and Xia Tian learned that Zhong Huang had been shadowing them, protecting them from the shadows. Given that this was their first encounter with the 9th Division, Director Liu had expressed concern and specifically requested Zhong Huang's assistance. Zhong Huang explained the cause of the family's demise and the nature of the entity that had appeared in the well. The family's death was rooted in their own greed. The well was a feng shui well, which, like many man-made feng shui wells, had claimed countless lives over the years. Unbeknownst to the family, they believed that possessing the well would ensure their prosperity, leading them to purchase the property years prior. However, utilizing a feng shui well requires knowledge of its maintenance, otherwise it retaliates. The family likely lacked this understanding, resulting in the vengeful spirits within the well retaliating that fateful night, claiming their lives. When Zhong Huang dropped them off at the city's outskirts, he departed for other matters. As Jiang Wenwu and Xia Tian made their way back to the division, Jiang Wenwu curiously asked, "What did Uncle Zhong mean when he said your body has the phoenix's grace?" Xia Tian flushed at his question, but did not respond, instead accelerating the vehicle. Jiang Wenwu felt puzzled. He had merely posed a question, yet Xia Tian had become unexpectedly sensitive. Upon returning to the Ninth Division, Jiang Wenwu and Xia Tian met with Director Liu, who did not inquire further about the details of their encounter, but instead praised Xia Tian for her efforts, saying, "Xiao Xia did well, keep up the good work." Jiang Wenwu, standing nearby, felt a surge of indignation as he noted Director Liu's praise solely for Xia Tian, reflecting on how the director was at odds with his own father, which only deepened his resentment. Just as Jiang Wenwu was lost in thought about Director Liu, the director unexpectedly remarked, "Xiao Jiang also worked hard this time. I'll make a note of it." Taken aback, Jiang Wenwu quickly replied, "Thank you, Director Liu." Director Liu waved his hand, signaling for them to leave. Once outside his office, Xia Tian promptly parted ways with Jiang Wenwu. As he watched her retreating figure, he found himself lost in thought, ultimately breaking into a rather lecherous smile. Upon returning to the archives, Jiang Wenwu found the woman, referred to as Sister Zhou, seated with a fierce expression. Upon noticing him, she immediately glared. Feeling guilty, Jiang Wenwu hurriedly smiled. "Sister Zhou, I sincerely apologize. It was entirely my fault. You should punish me as you see fit." Sister Zhou's expression softened slightly, though her tone remained displeased as she admonished, "You can't leave a mess when you go out on duty." Jiang Wenwu promptly replied, Yes, I will definitely be more careful in the future." Sister Zhou merely nodded in acknowledgement before inquiring, "You are attending to the case concerning the murder of a family of 5, are you not? Who approached you regarding this matter?" Jiang Wenwu did not withhold any details and promptly recounted the events. Once Sister Zhou had absorbed the information, she remarked, "Ah, so was the girl Xia. However, given that she is experiencing her monthly cycle, it is likely that her spiritual energy was adversely affected during that time. Otherwise, she would not have struggled so significantly against the well-malevolence within that pit. It is quite surprising that Zhong Huang has returned. Could it be that some significant event has transpired?" Upon receiving this information from Sister Zhou, Jiang Wenwu suddenly comprehended the meaning behind Zhong Huang's earlier comment about Xia's auspicious arrival. It turned out to refer to the days that every woman experiences each month. Naturally, he was also intensely curious about the so-called well-malevolence, and just as he was about to inquire further, Sister Zhou rose to leave. Left with no other recourse, Jiang Wenwu consoled himself with the thought that he could seek answers at a later time. After nearly 3 hours had passed, he finally endured until the end of his shift. As he descended from the 5th floor of the archives department, he suddenly felt a hand rest upon his shoulder. Turning to glance, he was met with the sight of a flamboyantly made-up man who was gazing at him with an enticing smile. Moments later, a voice that sent shivers down his spine whispered in his ear, "Oh, you must be the new recruit in our 9th Division." Jiang Wenwu was taken aback by this effeminate man's demeanor, instinctively nodding in response. The effeminate man then continued, "Hello, my name is Wen Binbin. You may call me Binbin, though I assure you, I am not akin to the icy figures portrayed on television." Jiang Wenwu felt a wave of nausea rising within him, yet he forcibly suppressed it, all the while feeling a chill race across his skin, wishing fervently to extricate himself from this uncomfortable encounter. However, he soon realized that the grip on his shoulder was inescapable. This flamboyant Wen Binbin was proving to be exceedingly persistent. Chapter 3. The eccentrics of the 9th Bureau. Jiang Wenwu found himself unceremoniously dragged to a nearby bar by Wen Binbin, who insisted on playing the role of an old staff member, eager to divulge various insider secrets about the newly arrived colleagues in the Bureau. However, upon entering the bar, Jiang Wenwu was astonished to discover that this old district concealed a veritable paradise, teeming with revelry and excitement. Surrounding him were several young women who could easily grace the silver screen, each clad in revealing attire, all engaging in spirited drinking alongside him. Yet, after arriving at the bar, Jiang Wenwu lost sight of Wen Binbin, who seemed to have vanished into thin air, leaving him in a state of solitude. This absence, however, provided a fleeting sense of peace for Jiang Wenwu. Soon enough, though, He found himself retching as he beheld Wen Binbin ascend the dance stage, draped in a form-fitting ensemble, approaching a gleaming steel pole. With a microphone in hand, Wen Binbin declared, "Tonight, Binbin shall perform a sizzling dance to welcome our new colleague." Jiang Wenwu. In an instant, all eyes in the bar turned toward Jiang Wenwu, and he felt a wave of discomfort wash over him as Wen Binbin shot him sultry glances, making him squirm as if ants were crawling over his skin. On the dance stage, Wen Binbin tossed aside the microphone and began to gyrate provocatively around the pole, lost in the rhythm of the pulsating music. At that moment, Jiang Wenwu's singular desire was to flee this bewildering place. But he soon discovered an even more terrifying reality. The men and women in the bar appeared grotesque and inhuman to him. The girls lingering around him sported fluffy tails, while some of the men bore faces reminiscent of swine or had exaggerated simian features. Jiang Wenwu felt a mounting urgency to escape, yet he found himself ensnared in a throng of dancers, unable to navigate his way out. Just as the music reached its crescendo and he thought he might seize an opportunity to flee, he was suddenly flanked by two figures. One was a burly man with his shirt open, revealing a chiseled torso, while the other was a gaunt fellow resembling a skin-and-bones monkey. The two of them bundled Jiang Wenwu back onto a bar stool at the front. The muscular man, grinning widely, raised his glass and said, "I just returned to the bureau and heard about the arrival of a newcomer, only to find that Binbin has brought you here. It seems our old traditions remain intact." The scrawny man, chuckling as he patted Jiang Wenwu on the shoulder, added, "Brother, anyone who joins the bureau must experience this ritual. It's a rite of passage into our ranks. We'll consider you family from now on, and we'll stand by you through thick and thin." As Jiang Wenwu listened to their banter, he felt on the verge of a breakdown. To his shock, these two were also part of the 9th Bureau. Was there truly no one normal within its ranks? Why did everyone seem so eccentric? At that moment, when Binbin approached him, exuding charm as he playfully stroked Jiang Wenwu's chin, causing his face to flush with discomfort. The burly man took a swig of his drink and roared with laughter. To have never encountered Wen Binbin is to have wasted a lifetime of indulgence. "Brother, you've caught Binbin Asai. From now on, no one in the bureau will dare to cross you." When Binbin, feigning indignation, swatted the man playfully, prompting both he and the scrawny fellow to shudder slightly. When Binbin then turned to Jiang Wenwu, saying, "Brother, allow me to enlighten you about the bureau's inner workings, and you must pay close attention." Jiang Wenwu, now fully engaged, listened intently as Wen Binbin elaborated on the 9th Bureau's structure. Following the demise of Director Jiang Xian, Jiang Wenwu's father, the former deputy Lu Qian, had assumed leadership of the 9th Bureau. Originally, the bureau was comprised of one director and two deputies. Currently, only one deputy, Zhong Huang, whom Jiang Wenwu had met, remained, leaving one deputy position vacant. When Binbin explained that many department heads within the bureau aspired to ascend to the vacant deputy position, and the bureau itself was divided into 5 departments. Among these, the archives department was the least conspicuous and had the least hope of competing for a deputy position. Led by Zhou Hong, Jiang Wenwu's direct superior, the two most competitive departments were the Lingdong and Tedong departments, which dealt with supernatural and special incidents, respectively. The remaining 2 departments were logistics and support, which Wen Binbin did not elaborate on, as their functions were self-evident. The 9th Bureau's mandate involved addressing various issues that other agencies could not resolve, such as supernatural events or special incidents. Jiang Wenwu realized that his experiences with Xia Tian were, in fact, related to such matters, and the archives likely contained records of unresolved cases. The Bureau maintained a workforce of around 50, although some personnel were often absent for extended periods due to the nature of their work, with some even vanishing for a year or more. Wen Binbin also informed Jiang Wenwu that the 9th Bureau operated independently of other governmental departments, often requiring cooperation from them during operations. Furthermore, the Bureau was allocated a specific budget, eliminating the need for funding requests, allowing for free action within defined parameters. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu couldn't help but inquire, "You mentioned defined parameters. Are there other bureaus or departments?" Wen Binbin gazed at him with admiration, exclaiming, "Brother, you are truly astute. Previously, when I discussed this with 2 others, they never posed such questions." The burly man and the scrawny one exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. Wen Binbin, undeterred, continued, "Indeed, the 9th Bureau is the Northern Bureau, encompassing regions such as Hebei, Shaanxi, Inner Mongolia, as well as Shaanxi, Hunan, and Shandong, approximately one-third of the area. Additionally, there are other sporadic regions that overlap with other bureaus. Besides the Northern Bureau, there are another 7 major bureaus: Eastern, Southern, Western, Southeastern, Southwestern, Northeastern, and Northwestern. In addition to the Central Bureau, Jiang Wenwu felt a wave of realization wash over him. The Ninth Bureau was merely one of the Northern Bureau's branches, while 7 others existed alongside a central authority. When Binbin, clearly not done, continued, "You'll become acquainted with the other 7 bureaus and the Central Bureau in due time. For now, you've grasped the essentials of the Ninth Bureau. You'll learn more gradually. What I must highlight next is our Bureau's liaison office, which serves as a source of current information and a refuge for you in times of need." Jiang Wenwu snapped back to attention as when Binbin explained, "The bar we are in now is the Ninth Bureau's liaison office, populated by benevolent supernatural beings. Do not worry. They have sworn a blood oath. Should they violate it, they will suffer excruciating consequences." To ease Jiang Wenwu's acceptance of this startling revelation. When Binbin paused momentarily, Jiang Wenwu surveyed the bar, observing the men and women morphing from human-like to bizarre forms, confirming that when Binbin had spoken the truth. The peculiar scene he had witnessed earlier was indeed as it appeared. In the remaining time, when Binbin shared further insights about the Ninth Bureau, deepening Jiang Wenwu's understanding. However, when Jiang Wenwu inquired about his father and Xia Tian, both when Binbin and the others avoided the topic, suggesting he consult with Director Liu or Zhong Huang for answers. This left Jiang Wenwu troubled, pondering why his father and Xia Tian had become taboo subjects among them, as if discussing them were forbidden. Under the influence of inebriation, Jiang Wenwu found himself being carried back to the 9th Division by Wen Binbin and his companions. Once there, the 3 of them fled, seemingly daunted by the ominous atmosphere that enveloped the 9th Division under the cloak of night. Jiang Wenwu was oblivious to the passage of time, only awakening when the pressing urge to relieve himself stirred him from slumber. Groggily rising, he intended to seek out the restroom, but as he ventured forth, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. The corridor was far longer than that of his own home. The flickering lights within this elongated passage glimmered ominously, casting a reddish hue, while a dense fog swirled about. Muttering an expletive under his breath, Jiang Wenwu felt as though he were traversing a path of cotton, stumbling forward with uneven steps. At that moment, figures emerged ahead, tall, imposing silhouettes clad in loose-fitting white robes, their heads adorned with extraordinarily large straw hats. A chill coursed through Jiang Wenwu's body, compelling him to draw his garments tighter around himself. It was then that he noticed a door nearby, marked with the word restroom. Still not fully sober and besieged by the urgent need to relieve himself, he disregarded his apprehension and strode directly towards the peculiar figures. However, barely a few steps into his approach, a hand reached out from the shadows and yanked him inside, nearly sending him into a state of panic and completely dispelling the remnants of his intoxication. His mouth was firmly covered, preventing him from uttering a sound, and with wide eyes, he could only observe the tall, strange figures gliding through the mist, accompanied by the flickering red lights, until they vanished at the corridor's end. It was only when the hand that had drawn him into the room relinquished its grip that Jiang Wenwu noticed the cold sweat on the palm of his captor. Turning to face the shadowy figure behind him, he recognized the aging doorman of the 9th Division standing before him. After appraising Jiang Wenwu for a moment, the doorman coldly inquired, "Why are you not at home? What business do you have here?" Jiang Wenwu scratched his head, recalling that he must have been brought here after drinking too much at the bar, likely at the behest of Wen Binbin and his companions. Upon seeing Jiang Wenwu's silence, the doorman continued sternly, "Do you realize that you nearly crossed paths with a wandering spirit? Had you encountered them, I assure you, you would have been plagued by malevolent energies for the next fortnight." Jiang Wenwu, too frightened to respond, remained silent as the doorman concluded, "You should leave swiftly. The 9th Division is not safe at night." Grateful for the warning, Jiang Wenwu hurriedly thanked the doorman and dashed down the stairs. Exiting the building in a flurried in that brief span of time, he found himself drenched in cold sweat. Glancing back at the 4th floor, he noticed a diminutive figure peering out from the window. Undoubtedly the doorman. Yet soon, a shiver ran down his spine as he observed the entire row of windows on the 4th floor filled with figures of various heights and builds, watching him intently. Overcome with trepidation, Jiang Wenwu averted his gaze and hastily departed from the Ninth Division. Once on the street, he flagged down a taxi, heading home. As he traveled, the realization struck him. When Binbin and his cohorts had intended to frighten him by bringing him to the Ninth Division after getting him drunk, Jiang Wenwu silently vowed to turn the tables, determined to instill fear in Wen Binbin, along with his robust companion and the sly one, to the point of causing them to wet themselves. When Jiang Wenwu finally returned home, it was already past 2 in the morning. Fortunately, the Ninth Division operated on a standard 9-to-5 schedule, allowing him a few hours of much-needed rest. His slumber was abruptly interrupted by the blaring of his alarm. After hastily attending to his morning routine, he boarded a bus to the division, settling for soy milk and fried dough sticks for breakfast on the way. Standing at the base of the Ninth Division, Jiang Wenwu squinted up at the building bathed in morning light, the terror of the previous night having evaporated. Though the place was sparsely populated, it now exuded a sense of comfort upon entering. He glanced at the doorman, who was indeed asleep once more. He felt fortunate that the old man had been there the previous night. Otherwise, he might have faced dire consequences for his recklessness. Jiang Wenwu made his way directly to the 5th-floor archives. When the department head, Zhou Hong, had not yet arrived, he busied himself with fetching water and mopping the floor. When Zhou Hong finally appeared, her expression was notably serious as she called him over. "Wenwu," she began, "I've known your father for years, and I wish to share something that others might not tell you. Staying in the archives like this tarnishes your father's reputation and squanders the Jiang family's long-standing heritage. You ought to consider a position in the Dynamic or Special Operations Department, where your ambitions can truly flourish." Upon hearing Zhou Hong's words, Jiang Wenwu felt a pang of unease. He quickly replied, "Sister Zhou, are you saying you won't keep me here? If you won't have me, then surely no one else will. There's nothing wrong with being in the archives. I find it quite interesting," Zhou Hong sighed. "You misunderstand, and I am not trying to dismiss you. I am speaking the truth. Have you ever considered why, even in this day and age, certain jobs are passed down through generations? You must have heard some insider information about the Ninth Division during your visit to the bar. Reflect on what sets you apart from others and what unique talents you have inherited from your family." Her words struck a chord with Jiang Wenwu, awakening a realization within him. Why was he even in the Ninth Division? Was it merely because his father held a prominent position here? There was indeed something peculiar about him, a peculiarity that had only become apparent in the last 3 months. His childhood had been unremarkable, much like any other child his age. Zhou Hong scrutinized Jiang Wenwu for a moment before speaking again. "As an exception, I'll allow you to view a portion of your father's file. Remember, once you've seen it, forget it ever existed." With that, she approached a large locked cabinet and opened one of the drawers with a key, retrieving a file folder. Handing it to Jiang Wenwu, she instructed, "Read it here." After locking the door behind her, Jiang Wenwu felt a surge of anxiety as he slowly untied the folder's string and extracted 2 sheets of paper. As he read the contents, he stood frozen in place, utterly unresponsive. His father, Jiang Xian, possessed an innate talent known as Heaven's Sight, which was among 3 esteemed bloodline gifts alongside listening to spirits and understanding mysteries. Furthermore, Heaven's Sight had been a hereditary gift of the Jiang family throughout history, bestowed upon each child at birth. The file contained scant information regarding Jiang Xian but did highlight his early achievements, where his talent in Heaven's Sight had earned him considerable acclaim within the Ninth Division, where he was recognized as one of the 3 heroes. The identities of the other 2 heroes were not mentioned in the file, yet Jiang Wenwu surmised that they must be extraordinary individuals to be regarded alongside his father. Once he had carefully returned the papers to the folder, he retied the string and gently placed it back on Zhou Hong's desk. As Jiang Wenwu exited, Zhou Hong smiled at him before retreating into her office. Meanwhile, he found himself lost in thought, sitting amidst the stacks of unsolved case files, oblivious to the world around him. It wasn't until he heard a gentle cough that he snapped back to reality. Before him stood a girl in a white shirt, the hem tucked into her jeans, regarding him with curiosity. Feeling a bit awkward, Jiang Wenwu rose and asked, "Hello, is there something you need?" The girl beamed and said, "Hello, I am Lingdong Kuyang Xiao. Could you kindly assist me in locating the archive from July 2012 pertaining to Wuzadu E in Kingshugu Village? The reference number should be 003051. After she finished speaking, Jiang Wenwu hurried over to the archive shelves. After a brief search, he successfully located the document Yang Xiaoxiao had mentioned. As he handed the archive to her, She sweetly smiled and said, "Thank you." Jiang Wenwu promptly replied, "You're welcome." As Yang Xiaoxiao turned to leave, she paused at the doorway and remarked, "You must be the new Jiang Wenwu, right? This evening, our departments will be having a gathering, and I hope you can join us." After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Wenwu responded, "Sure, how should I find you all?" Yang Xiaoxiao replied while walking out, "Wait for my notification." After watching her depart, Jiang Wenwu mused that he had finally encountered a rational person at the Ninth Bureau. Otherwise, he would have seriously questioned whether he was working in a mental institution. The morning swiftly passed, and after enjoying a 2-hour lunch break, Jiang Wenwu had just begun his monotonous work when he suddenly heard hurried footsteps approaching from outside. As he stood up, a portly stranger entered, panting as he spoke to Zhou Hong beside him. "Director Zhou, you explain it to him." Zhou Hong turned to Jiang Wenwu and stated solemnly, "Jiang Wenwu, you are now a temporary reassignee to Lingdong-ku. This is the provisional transfer order approved by the director. Please take a look and let me know if there are any issues. If not, please sign." As she spoke, Zhou Hong handed Jiang Wenwu a piece of paper. He quickly scanned it, noting that it indicated a shortage of personnel in Lingdong-ku, necessitating a temporary reassignment of staff from his department. Jiang Wenwu nodded and said, "No problem," the portly man urged. "Then please sign quickly and make haste." Before following the man, Zhou Hong quickly advised him that this portly individual was Su Wanshan, the head of Lingdong-ku. She emphasized that this was a good opportunity for Jiang Wenwu to make a favorable impression, which might lead to his permanent placement in Lingdong-ku. Zhou Hong also cautioned him to pay attention to his safety, as the matters handled by Lingdong-ku were far more perilous than the incident he had encountered with Xia Tian the previous day. Chapter 5. The mysterious case of Qingshuigu village. On their way to Qingshuigu village, Jiang Wenwu and Xia Tian learned from the robust man leading Lingdong-ku, Lu Zhuangshi, who had been the one with his chest bared at the bar last night, about the incidents that had transpired. Earlier that morning, Yang Xiaoxiao had ventured to Qingshuigu village, and as noon approached, the sole lamp she left behind had grown exceedingly dim, indicating that she was in grave danger, threatening her very life. Consequently, Su Wanshan immediately summoned Lu Zhuangshi, who was supposed to be resting, and temporarily reassigned Jiang Wenwu and Xia Tian to accompany Lu Zhuangshi to Qingshuigu village for further investigation. At this moment, Lu Zhuangshi spoke in a gruff voice, "Wenwu, Xia Tian, stay close to me." The case in Qingshuigu village resulted in several casualties and ultimately, nothing was uncovered. However, since I have a relative residing there, I have heard some rumors about the case. Upon hearing this, Xia Tian inquired, "Please elaborate for us." Aware of the seriousness of the situation, Lu Zhuangshi began to recount the details. The mysterious case in Qingshuigu village occurred in July 2012 during a thunderstorm when a woman was in labor. Unfortunately, the road was blocked by a flash flood, preventing her from reaching the hospital, so she was forced to give birth at home. A midwife was called to assist, but she warned the family that giving birth in such weather could attract malevolent spirits. She suggested postponing the birth, claiming she had a way to delay the labor. However, the family insisted on proceeding, and the midwife, left with no choice, assisted in the delivery while repeatedly cautioning that thunder would strike and harm the newborn. Despite the midwife's earnest warnings, when the child was born, a bolt of lightning struck perilously close to their window, nearly penetrating the house. The entire family was understandably terrified. The midwife fainted from fear, muttering before losing consciousness that something had possessed the child. When the rain subsided, neighbors, sensing something was amiss, went to check on the family, only to discover a scene of carnage, with blood everywhere and entrails strewn across the floor. The woman, her husband, and their parents were all found dead, leaving only the midwife alive, who was left traumatized and ultimately passed away within a few years. The police arrived to secure the scene and collect evidence, and the later investigated, only to find that the newborn's body was mysteriously absent. Under the leadership of the deputy captain, they began a search, but by nightfall, 4 members, including the deputy captain, were found dead at a local shrine. Strangely, all had committed suicide using their own firearms. This case caused quite a stir initially but was subsequently suppressed by higher authorities, becoming an unresolved mystery that was eventually transferred to the Ninth Bureau. However, due to a shortage of personnel over the years, each officer was burdened with numerous cases, resulting in a pile-up of unresolved files in the archive room. Lu Zhuangshi suspected that Yang Xiaoxiao's intention to pursue this cold case stemmed from someone's request. Otherwise, she would not have ventured alone to the archives to retrieve that specific document. Once Lu Zhuangshi finished recounting the events, Both Xia Tian and Jiang Wenwu were left astonished, rendered momentarily speechless. To alleviate the tense atmosphere, Lu Zhuangshi remarked, "In truth, such occurrences are not uncommon. The Ninth Bureau encounters several similar cases each year." However, he quickly realized that his words only intensified the oppressive mood within the vehicle. Regretting his attempt to lighten the situation, Lu Zhuangshi then shifted the conversation, asking, "Wenwu, I heard you haven't been able to sense spiritual energy? What about your bloodline talent?" Jiang Wenwu, having processed the previous information, responded, "Indeed, I have not sensed spiritual energy, and I only heard about it from Xiatian yesterday. As for my bloodline talent, it seems to have only recently manifested. As Jiang Wenwu spoke. Xiatian, seated behind him, observed him intently, lost in her own thoughts. Lu Zhuangshi interjected, "Xiatian is exceptionally skilled. She has been able to sense spiritual energy since childhood." At this point, Xiatian suddenly chimed in, "Jiang Wenwu may not currently sense spiritual energy, but with training, he should be able to. As for bloodline talent, it may be challenging to control at first, but one can still excel without it." Jiang Wenwu perceived a deeper meaning in Xiatian's words, but he was too preoccupied to dwell on it. Upon their arrival at Qingshuigu village, Lu Zhuangshi led them along the distinctive markers left by Yang Xiaoxiao, searching for clues. The sun was beginning its descent in the western sky, and it would not be long before it set, prompting Lu Zhuangshi to hasten their pace in hopes of finding Yang Xiaoxiao before darkness fell. Soon, they arrived at a dilapidated house, its structure crumbling and desolate. Exuding an eerie chill, Jiang Wenwu observed the scene, feeling a grayish aura enveloping the house, creating an atmosphere of profound oppression. At that moment, Lu Zhuangshi remarked, "Wenwu, do you see? This is the house I mentioned earlier in the car." The lingering resentment from the deceased has yet to dissipate, a testament to the anguish they experienced before their tragic end. Jiang Wenwu nodded slightly, simultaneously realizing that the gray mist he had observed was, in fact, the so-called resentment. The trio did not linger excessively in that place. Lu Zhuangshi continued to follow the markers left by Yang Xiaoxiao. This time, they arrived at the rear of Qingshuigu village, where a land temple stood. Here, Jiang Wenwu did not notice anything unusual, but it was certainly the location where the 4 members of the 5th Criminal Investigation Team had met their demise. All the places marked by Yang Xiaoxiao were the scenes of the original unsolved cases, indicating that she too was searching for some clues. Some leads were inaccessible to ordinary people, yet for those from the Ninth Bureau, armed with their unique methods or extraordinary talents, it was possible to uncover traces at the scene of a cold case even years later. At this moment, Lu Zhuangshi was holding a compass-like object. His brow furrowed in puzzlement as he murmured, "Strange. Why did Yang Xiaoxiao return to the village from here?" Upon hearing Lu Zhuangshi's words, Jiang Wenwu and Xia Tian exchanged glances, both seeing doubt reflected in each other's eyes. Lu Zhuangshi then took the lead, guiding the two back to the village, where they arrived at the far western edge. This area consisted of a small courtyard and a mud house, which appeared to be inhabited. Lu Zhuangshi instructed Jiang Wenwu and Xia Tian to wait outside while he entered the courtyard. At that moment, Xia Tian asked Jiang Wenwu, "Did you notice anything unusual?" Jiang Wenwu shook his head, but Xia Tian seemed somewhat uneasy, placing her hand on her distinctive waist pouch in a defensive manner. Meanwhile, Lu Zhuangshi, who had entered the courtyard, was knocking on the door of the mud house. Soon, the door swung open, revealing an elderly man with a head full of white hair. Lu Zhuangshi inquired, "Sir, have you always lived here?" The old man leaned closer, appearing to struggle to hear. Lu Zhuangshi raised his voice and repeated the question, prompting the elderly man to nod in response. Lu Zhuangshi then asked if he had seen Yang Xiaoxiao, showing the old man her photo on his phone, but the elderly man shook his head, indicating he had not seen her. After returning from the encounter, Lu Zhuangshi spoke to Jiang Wenwu and Xia Tian in a low voice. "This old man is suspicious. Yang Xiaoxiao must have been here. Otherwise, her markings wouldn't be present." Just then, a villager entered the village, and the three approached him to inquire about the elderly man who lived alone in the courtyard. The villager revealed a shocking piece of information. This was indeed the residence of the midwife, and the old man was her husband. After the villager left, the three of them exchanged troubled glances, realizing that the old man had lied, clearly concealing something. They all entered the courtyard again, with Lu Zhuangshi knocking on the door once more. However, after a long time without a response, he forcefully kicked the door open, and the three of them stepped inside. only to find the room empty except for some basic household items. A pot on the stove was steaming. And when Jiang Wenwu lifted the lid, he discovered it contained freshly cooked porridge. Where could the old man have gone? Was the question that urgently occupied Jiang Wenwu's mind. The room was small, and it seemed impossible for the old man to have hidden anywhere. They had not seen him exit the house, so he must still be inside. Soon, they exchanged bewildered glances, unable to locate the old man. Lu Zhuangshi asked Jiang Wenwu, "Can you see anything unusual in this room?" Jiang Wenwu surveyed the space once more, but ultimately shook his head. This was at least the 10th time he had examined the room. If there had been anything amiss, he should have noticed by now. It was also possible that his innate Jiang family talent, which allowed for heightened perception, had not yet fully developed after only 3 months of use, rendering him unable to perceive it. Just as Lu Zhuangshi was about to suggest they leave the house and search the vicinity, Xia Tian suddenly pointed at a traditional doll painting on the wall, saying, "This painting seems off." Upon hearing her words, both Jiang Wenwu and Lu Zhuangshi turned to examine the painting, and indeed, they noticed something peculiar. The painting depicted 2 children in belly bands, holding a gold ingot, with a golden fish in the center, but the child on the left had a white tuft atop its head. Jiang Wenwu's expression brightened at this discovery, while Lu Zhuangshi had already taken action. Just then, the eyes of the child in the painting suddenly shifted, and a plume of white smoke erupted from it. Lu Zhuangshi quickly pulled Jiang Wenwu and Xia Tian back, retreating outside the house. While he dashed back in alone, moments later, he emerged with a dark expression, informing Jiang Wenwu and Xia Tian, "It fled. That was merely an illusion. But remember, sometimes it could be toxic smoke. I've encountered this before. So I instinctively held my breath. If you ever find yourselves in such a situation, try to cover your mouths and noses." Jiang Wenwu nodded solemnly at Lu Zhuangshi's warning, while Xia Tian remained silent. Lu Zhuangshi then glanced at the sky, stating, "The white-haired old man was likely a shape-shifted spirit. It seems Yang Xiaoxiao's troubles are connected to him. The leads have gone cold, and night is falling. If you both continue to follow me, you may encounter danger. So, I suggest you wait in the cart. If I can find Yang Xiaoxiao, that would be ideal. If not, I will return before midnight." Although Lu Zhuangshi's words were couched in politeness, Jiang Wenwu discerned that he regarded them as liabilities, fearing they might impede his efforts. Xia Tian had already turned to leave, and Jiang Wenwu said to Lu Zhuangshi, "Then we'll head back to the car. You must take care." Lu Zhuangshi smiled at him before swiftly departing. When Jiang Wenwu caught up with Xia Tian, he found her throwing knives at the trees across from them. Jiang Wenwu stood behind her, watching as she completed her task with all 12 knives before he approached the trees, saying, "Let me help you retrieve them. If you don't want to return to the car, we can stay here a while longer." However, he quickly realized he had misspoken, as the knives were embedded deep into the tree, making them difficult to remove. Embarrassment washed over him, but he felt too shy to turn around and admit he couldn't pull them out. At that moment, he caught a whiff of Xia Tian's faint fragrance nearby, and a slender hand reached over, effortlessly retrieving one of the knives. This made Jiang Wenwu blush even more, and he stepped aside, allowing Xia Tian to remove the remaining knives. Afterward, Xia Tian headed straight toward the direction of the parked car, and after a brief moment of hesitation, Jiang Wenwu hurried to follow her. Not long after Jiang Wenwu and Xia Tian entered the car, the sky darkened. Xia Tian sat in the passenger seat, her legs curled up and arms resting atop her knees, chin resting there as she appeared lost in thought. From the back seat, Jiang Wenwu observed her, reflecting on how she was indeed a peculiar girl, yet her posture evoked a protective instinct within him. Especially under the car's interior light, the gentle flutter of her eyelashes accentuated her solitude and vulnerability. Just as Jiang Wenwu was lost in contemplation, Xia Tian suddenly moved, pushing the door open. Jiang Wenwu was alerted and quickly exited the car. Xia Tian was clutching something in her hand, shimmering with a purple sheen. Jiang Wenwu looked ahead and saw a figure standing with its back to them, merely a few meters from the car. Jiang Wenwu shouted, "Who is there?" The figure, resembling a feline creature, darted away with remarkable agility. Jiang Wenwu witnessed Xia Tian chase after it, her speed astonishing, akin to a female bolt. He hurried to pursue her, but by the time he reached the spot, Xia Tian had vanished, along with the mysterious figure. After pausing to collect his thoughts, Jiang Wenwu decided to wait by the car. Just as he approached the front, he was astonished to see Yang Xiaoxiao. His spirits lifted, and he hurried toward her. calling out, Yang Xiaoxiao, I'm Jiang Wenwu. Along with Xia Tian and Lu Zhuangshi, have come to find you. However, Yang Xiaoxiao paid no heed to Jiang Wenwu. Instead, she turned and walked towards the rear of the vehicle. Jiang Wenwu found this peculiar but quickened his pace to follow her. Yet, he soon realized that no matter how fast he walked, he always maintained a similar distance from Yang Xiaoxiao. She continued onward, guiding Jiang Wenwu out of the village and into a nearby forest, eventually stopping before the largest tree. At that moment, Jiang Wenwu noticed a hollow in the trunk of that grand tree, from which a faint glow flickered. He also discovered Lu Zhuangshi lying beneath the tree, his condition uncertain. Jiang Wenwu called out, Lu Gu, but received no response, deepening his confusion regarding Lu Zhuangshi's fate. At that moment, Jiang Wenwu's attention was drawn by a commotion. He saw Yang Xiaoxiao kneeling before the tree hollow, her hands raised level with its bottom. Suddenly, Jiang Wenwu witnessed a figure emerging from the hollow, its eyes glimmering crimson. After observing for a moment, he discerned that it appeared to be a child. Upon catching the boy who crawled out of the hollow, Yang Xiaoxiao lifted him to rest in her hands. The boy's blood-red eyes locked onto Jiang Wenwu, who found himself equally transfixed by the child. After a brief pause, the boy raspingly uttered, "This is peculiar." Yet, before the child could make any further move while perched in Yang Xiaoxiao's hands, a sudden noise erupted from nearby, and an elderly man with white hair appeared, looking rather disheveled. Following him was Xia Tian, who halted beside Jiang Wenwu, her face composed and breathing steady, staring intently ahead. The white-haired elder spoke, "A formidable foe." The boy echoed, "Equally strange." Jiang Wenwu and Xia Tian, upon hearing their exchange, refrained from acting. The situation was clear. The white-haired elder was indeed suspicious, and Yang Xiaoxiao was not herself. While Lu Zhuangshi's fate remained uncertain, the boy then declared, "I will handle that woman. You take care of the man." As his words fell, the white-haired elder charged towards Jiang Wenwu, while the boy suddenly turned his gaze towards Xia Tian. In that instant of eye contact, Xia Tian's body weakened, and she began to slowly collapse to the ground. Jiang Wenwu attempted to assist her but found himself powerless. The white-haired elder had already reached him. Striking his neck with a swift motion, Jiang Wenwu felt darkness enveloping him, his body falling backward involuntarily. Just before losing consciousness, he heard a piercing laughter. When he next opened his eyes, he found himself lying before a campfire. He shifted slightly, feeling pain at his neck, and after a moment of adjustment, cautiously sat up. To his astonishment, he discovered 4 individuals seated around the fire. Among them were Xia Tian and Yang Xiaoxiao, while one of the men was a drooping-headed Lu Zhuangshi, and the other was the grim-faced Zhong Huang. The sight of the 2 women gazing at him left Jiang Wenwu bewildered. When had Zhong Huang arrived? Surely, the rescue of the 4 of them must have been orchestrated by Zhong Huang. But what had become of the white-haired elder and the boy? Suddenly, Lu Zhuangshi raised his head, his eyes reddened as he said, "Director Zhong, this is all my fault. I am willing to accept punishment." Zhong Huang glanced at Lu Zhuangshi and replied, "It is not your fault. The 9th Division is currently in disarray. After we return, I must have a serious discussion with old Lu." Upon hearing this, Yang Xiaoxiao lowered her head, while Zhong Huang cast a glance in her direction but chose not to say anything further. Chapter 7. 3 months of training. Upon returning from Qingshuego village, Jiang Wenwu did not encounter the boy or the white-haired elder again. However, reflecting on Zhong Huang's intervention and the rescue of the 4 of them, he concluded that whatever those 2 were, they had been eliminated. Yang Xiaoxiao and Lu Zhuangshi faced some disciplinary actions during the subsequent weekly meeting, though none were particularly severe. Jiang Wenwu also uncovered the truth behind the case in Qingshuego village. It turned out that the old midwife had orchestrated the events, with the assistance of the white-haired elder. The old midwife was, in fact, a corpse demon who, aware of her impending doom, sought a way to avert a calamity. Together with the white-haired elder, they devised a plan to find a sliver of hope for survival by abandoning their original bodies in search of a new life. The conditions for this were exceedingly harsh, and they spent half a year determining their target, a woman from Qingshuego village who was nearly 9 months pregnant. The old midwife had cunningly gathered information about the woman's pregnancy and calculated the timing of her delivery. On the designated day, the old midwife and the white-haired elder executed their scheme, summoning torrential rain to trigger a flash flood, thus obstructing the pregnant woman's journey to the hospital and forcing her to remain in the village to give birth. However, Their actions incited the wrath of heaven, leading to thunder and lightning aimed at the malevolent entities. Realizing the danger, the old midwife secretly manipulated the situation during the delivery to hasten the child's birth. As the baby emerged, she took advantage of the infant's fragile spirit to swap their bodies. Thus, the old midwife, now residing within the infant's form, appeared dazed because the original spirit of the baby had been displaced. Meanwhile, the old midwife, a corpse demon, craved sustenance due to her weakened state after being struck by lightning, which caused the newly born child to become a savage beast, slaughtering the entire family and spilling their entrails. Having taken refuge after the storm, the old midwife fled with the help of the waiting white-haired elder. The events that followed unfolded as Jiang Wenwu had previously learned. The deceased family was discovered by neighbors, prompting the arrival of the 5th Criminal Investigation Team, which resulted in the death of the deputy captain at the local temple. In truth, it was the white-haired elder who had killed them, as the old midwife had hidden the possessed infant there before relocating to the hollow in the forest. Years passed, and the child had grown, kept hidden by the white-haired elder, rarely venturing outside except into the dense woods. 2 days prior, when Yang Xiaoxiao investigated the case in Qing Shuigo village and stumbled upon the child at the elder's residence, she sensed something amiss and pursued him into the forest, where she was subsequently ensnared by the boy's enchanting spell. It was not that Yang Xiaoxiao was weak. Rather, the situation had unfolded abruptly, compounded by the presence of the white-haired elder, and the child harbored the essence of a century-old entity. Having transformed from a corpse into a spirit demon, having lived nearly 70 or 80 years, she had occupied the infant's body and matured into a child, making her exceedingly difficult to confront. Afterward, Yang Xiaoxiao's spirit lantern flickered dimly, prompting Jiang Wenwu, Xia Tian, and Lu Zhuangshi to come to her aid. At that time, Lu Zhuangshi had fallen victim to a surprise attack from the already controlled Yang Xiaoxiao, leading to his incapacitation. Fortunately, Lu Zhuangshi had managed to fire a signal flare for the 9th Division, alerting personnel across dozens of miles to their predicament. As for the Qing Shuigo village incident, according to the weekly meeting, it had escalated to a yellow-level classification. Typically, the 9th Division categorizes events into 8 tiers, ranging from celestial to earthly. Reaching the yellow level indicated a serious situation. Had it not been for Zhong Huang's proximity, they might have met their demise. Due to the recent anomalies surrounding Yang Xiaoxiao and other irregular occurrences within the Bureau, both Director Liu and Zhong Huang proposed new measures to be implemented within the 9th Division. However, for Jiang Wenwu at present, these measures were of little consequence, primarily targeting the older officers and section chiefs. Jiang Wenwu was afforded the opportunity of 3 months of intensive training to master some of the fundamental apparatuses of the 9th Division. During these 3 months, it is essential for Jiang Wenwu to master the Qi decision and sense spiritual energy. This way, his innate bloodline talent, Tianshi, can become even more formidable, allowing him to exert control freely. Once he is able to sense spiritual energy, he can subsequently learn talismans and seals, which will yield remarkable results. The initial month proved to be a harrowing ordeal for Jiang Wenwu, nearly pushing him to the brink of despair, as the grueling physical training left him utterly exhausted. Fortunately, after enduring the challenges of that first month, he found himself adapting by the second month, even though there were improvements in his capabilities. The second month served as a crucial transitional period, prompting Zhong Huang to personally dedicate time to instruct Jiang Wenwu. Mastering the Qi decision is something that everyone within the 9th Bureau must understand and be competent in. Otherwise, even with a gifted bloodline, one would ultimately become indistinguishable from the masses. Zhong Huang imparted methods to Jiang Wenwu, emphasizing that only by mastering the Qi decision could he begin to sense spiritual energy. Having persevered through the inhumane trials of the first month, Jiang Wenwu felt no trepidation regarding the Qi decision, although he soon discovered it was more challenging than he had anticipated. As 20 days elapsed, a sense of restlessness stirred within Jiang Wenwu. He rose from his contemplation and approached the window of the training room to gaze at the twinkling stars outside. At that moment, footsteps echoed nearby, and soon Zhong Huang stood beside him, his deep voice resonating. "What troubles you? Such agitation will only hinder your mastery of the Qi decision." Jiang Wenwu lowered his head and replied in a hushed tone, "Uncle Zhong, am I truly that foolish, unable to grasp the Qi decision?" Zhong Huang handed Jiang Wenwu a lit cigarette, lighting one for himself as well. After taking a puff, he gazed out the window and remarked, "Your words remind me of your father, Jiang Xian. He once expressed similar sentiments. Hearing Zhong Huang mention his father, Jiang Wenwu's interest piqued, and he turned to face him. Zhong Huang's eyes glimmered with nostalgia as he reminisced. We entered the Ninth Bureau around the same time as your father. Back then, Lao Lu and Lao Xia were among the first to master the Qi decision. The second group comprised myself and 3 others, with your father being the last to succeed, which was quite a blow for someone who was then a prominent figure. You must understand, your father was renowned across the other 7 divisions and the headquarters. Hailed as a young prodigy, often compared to Lao Lu and Lao Xia, forming the trio known as the 3 heroes of the Ninth Bureau. The elders from the other divisions were eager to recruit him, and even the headquarters harbored intentions. As Zhong Huang spoke, he cast a knowing glance at Jiang Wenwu, who was enraptured by the stories of his father's past. Sensing Jiang Wenwu's rapt attention, Zhong Huang continued, "That was indeed the most glorious time for the Ninth Bureau. Remarkably, your father surpassed expectations, mastering the Qi decision by the 3rd month and sensing spiritual energy ahead of schedule, cementing his status as the leader among the 3 heroes of the Ninth Bureau." Upon hearing about his father's extraordinary accomplishments, Jiang Wenwu felt a surge of fervor, his eyes shining with newfound determination. Noticing Jiang Wenwu's inspired expression, Zhong Huang nodded approvingly and encouraged him. "Remember, you are a descendant of the Jiang family, endowed with the bloodline talent of Tian Shi. And you are Jiang Xian's son. You are no less than any of your peers in the Ninth Bureau or the other 7 divisions. In fact, you may even surpass them." After imparting this wisdom, Zhong Huang took his leave, while Jiang Wenwu, invigorated, extinguished his cigarette and turned back to the training room. As the 2nd month drew to a close, Jiang Wenwu, having trained diligently at the secret base, finally mastered the Qi decision, much sooner than Zhong Huang had anticipated. Relieved, he realized he could now pursue other endeavors instead of lingering any longer. The 3rd month proved to be an extreme oscillation between heaven and hell for Jiang Wenwu. As physical training intensified dramatically, he endured rigorous exercises aimed at honing his physique, alongside grueling treatments involving various concoctions for recovery, an experience that was nothing short of excruciating. He also faced basic immunity training against toxins and learned to wield a variety of weapons, including knives, sticks, swords, and arrows, not to mention practical shooting exercises. Yet, the most exhilarating aspect was the practice of the Qi decision, during which Jiang Wenwu felt akin to a fish swimming freely in clear waters. As the 3rd month neared its conclusion, Jiang Wenwu excelled across all subjects, completing the rigorous 3-month training program with outstanding results. Remarkably, within a mere fortnight of the 3rd month, he managed to sense spiritual energy. Chapter 8. The Bar Conflict and Truth. Mastering the Qi decision made sensing spiritual energy considerably easier. Spiritual energy exists not only in the heavens and earth, but also within food and water. However, for ordinary individuals, extracting this energy is nearly impossible. Mastery of the Qi decision, however, allows one to purify spiritual energy and harness it for personal empowerment. Upon exiting the secret training ground, Jiang Wenwu felt as if he had emerged from a detention center. Yet, a conflict brewed within him. He wished to avoid returning, yet he also yearned for the opportunity to revisit this place. As he pondered these emotions, the blaring of a car horn snapped him back to reality, and he turned to see a vehicle approaching. From the rugged SUV emerged 5 individuals, including Xia Tian and Yang Xiaoxiao, alongside the flamboyant Wen Binbin, the burly Lu Zhuangshi, and the agile Xia Bao. Yang Xiaoxiao swiftly encircled Jiang Wenwu's arm, exclaiming, "I mentioned a gathering last time, but it was delayed due to the incident in Qingshuego village. Now that your training is over, I must fulfill my promise." However, her gesture elicited an immediate eye roll from Wen Binbin, who quickly maneuvered to Jiang Wenwu's other side, linking arms with him and leaning in closely. Having previously witnessed Wen Binbin's flamboyance, Jiang Wenwu felt a degree of immunity to it now, no longer finding it overly awkward or uncomfortable. Meanwhile, Lu Zhuangshi and Xia Bao enthusiastically clamored to treat Jiang Wenwu to a celebratory feast, while Xia Tian remained quietly at a distance, offering him a faint smile. Jiang Wenwu reciprocated with a smile, aware that Xia Tian's father had been among the 3 heroes of the Ninth Bureau, known as Xia Donghai. From Zhong Huang, he had learned the tragic fate of Xia Tian's parents, who were brutally murdered in their home, an atrocity witnessed by the young Xia Tian herself. Had she not hidden in a wall cavity, she too might have fallen victim. Till this day, the perpetrators remained unfound. Subsequently, Xia Tian was taken in by Lu Qian, the head of the bureau, who had no children of his own and treated her as his own daughter, providing her with the best opportunities and training. Yet, Xia Tian had not inherited her father's bloodline talent, a burden she carried throughout her life. Understanding these circumstances shifted Jiang Wenwu's perception of Director Liu. He had previously viewed him as a modern-day tyrant who flattered the corrupt. Now, he grasped why Xia Tian reacted so strongly when Lu Zhuangshi mentioned bloodline talent. The tragedy of her past, having witnessed her parents' horrific demise, explained her reclusive nature. After leaving the training site, the SUV headed toward the 9th Bureau. Yet they did not return to the headquarters but instead proceeded directly to a bar associated with the Bureau. Upon entering, however, they immediately sensed an unsettling atmosphere. It was clear that the bar was not as lively as during Jiang Wenwu's previous visit. He noticed that the staff he had previously met bore signs of distress, their faces bruised and battered, despite their attempts to conceal the evidence. At that moment, when Binbin's expression darkened, and he voiced sharply, "Who dares to cause trouble here?" Meanwhile, Lu Zhuangshi and Xia Bao assumed positions indicative of readiness for confrontation, while Xia Tian and Yang Xiaoxiao surveyed the bar with keen eyes. Suddenly, a derisive laugh echoed from the front desk, accompanied by a woman's mocking voice. "Did you see that? The 9th Bureau has sent someone. We should make a hasty exit before we get ourselves killed." As the woman's voice faded, a deep, hoarse male voice followed, declaring, "The 9th Division is no longer the same as it was decades ago. Why should we fear those inept fools within it?" Shortly thereafter, someone else remarked, "The 9th Division is now at the bottom of the hierarchy. I believe they should relinquish some territory to us." Upon hearing these words, even Jiang Wenwu could not help but furrow his brow, a surge of anger rising within him. After all, he was also a member of the 9th Division, and his father had once served there. The remarks made by these individuals were clearly intended to belittle and humiliate the 9th Division. Jiang Wenwu and his 5 companions approached the bar's counter, where a group of 4, 1 woman and 3 men, sat, seemingly oblivious to their presence, continuing to drink and chat without so much as a glance in their direction. However, as Jiang Wenwu drew nearer, he felt a sudden jolt of awareness. From a distance, he had sensed nothing amiss, but now, in close proximity, he could distinctly perceive the latent fluctuations of spiritual energy emanating from the 4 individuals. This was a realization born from his 3 months of intensive training, during which he had learned to sense such energies through the mastery of the Taoist technique. Among this group, the greatest pressure came from a long-haired individual who remained taciturn, exuding an aura that unsettled Jiang Wenwu the most. At this moment, Yang Xiaoxiao coldly remarked, "I see now, you're just the perennial underachiever of the 8th Division." The effeminate man, when Binbin, snickered derisively, "What a sight! A dog with its nose in a scallion, trying to act impressive." Following their taunts, 3 of the 4 seated individuals turned around, their expressions unfriendly as they sized up Jiang Wenwu and his companions. With the exception of the long-haired figure, suddenly, the burly man Lu Zhuangshi furrowed his brow, fixating on the shortest of the 3, his fists clenched tightly and audibly cracking. Meanwhile, when Binbin's gaze lingered on the alluring woman among them, a smirk dancing at the corners of his mouth. Just as tensions escalated and a confrontation seemed imminent, Xia Tian called out to the individual still seated with his back to them, "Zhou Lan." As soon as she spoke, the person sprang to his feet and swiftly turned to face them. Jiang Wenwu was taken aback by Zhou Lan's strikingly handsome appearance, which bore a somewhat androgynous quality. Unlike that of when Binbin, Zhou Lan projected an innate charm that was unmistakably feminine. His eyes sparkled as he locked onto Xia Tian, saying, "I never expected to see you here." Xia Tian replied, "Neither did I." In this unexpected turn of events, what had been a brewing conflict temporarily subsided. However, chaos erupted anew when suddenly, a bloodied figure crawled up from behind the bar, struggling to support himself against it, and managed to utter, "They've broken the rules." When Binbin exploded in fury, "You're seeking death with that." When Binbin launched the first attack, followed closely by Lu Zhuangshi and the wiry Xia Bao, while Jiang Wenwu, albeit slightly delayed, quickly joined the fray. Yang Xiaoxiao glanced at Xia Tian and then at Zhou Lan across the way, snorting coldly before charging at Zhou Lan, launching a series of strikes. Yet, Zhou Lan remained unmoved, effortlessly dodging her attacks with swift, fluid movements. Zhou Lan, still fixated on Xia Tian, noticed her averted gaze, but she soon raised her head again, her eyes sharp with determination. Suddenly, Zhou Lan struck, his fingers landing on Yang Xiaoxiao's shoulder. She gasped as she was sent flying backward, crashing onto a table, which splintered upon impact. Zhou Lan continued to regard Xia Tian, asserting, "I had hoped to avoid conflict with you, but it seems that's no longer plausible." Although Xia Tian did not respond verbally, her actions spoke volumes as she rushed toward Zhou Lan. Delivering a powerful kick, he sidestepped, and her foot smashed against the bar, shattering it into pieces. Yang Xiaoxiao sprang back to her feet, casting a glance at the fierce exchange between Xia Tian and Zhou Lan, both of whom moved with such swiftness that their actions were nearly imperceptible. Realizing she could not assist, she turned her attention back to Jiang Wenwu and his group, who were engaged in a heated battle against three opponents, struggling to gain the upper hand. Without hesitation, she joined the fray, intensifying the chaos within the bar as tables and chairs flew about, and the ground became littered with shattered glass. With Yang Xiaoxiao's involvement, Jiang Wenwu and his companions finally began to turn the tide, overpowering their adversaries until the three opponents lay incapacitated on the floor. However, the five of them were also left battered and breathless, collapsing to the ground. The fierce confrontation, from the moment when Binbin struck until the dust settled, lasted barely a few seconds. Meanwhile, Xia Tian and Zhou Lan had shifted their battle to the center of the bar. They both unleashed their palms in unison, sending shockwaves that tousled their hair, culminating in a resounding explosion that echoed throughout the establishment. The remaining furniture in the vicinity was obliterated by the force, scattering splinters across the bar. In the aftermath, both Xia Tian and Zhou Lan withdrew their hands, refraining from further combat, leaving it unclear who had gained the upper hand. Suddenly, Zhou Lan turned and exited the bar, ignoring the three individuals who had accompanied him. Once Zhou Lan's figure vanished from sight, Jiang Wenwu and his companions rushed to Xia Tian's side. Jiang Wenwu anxiously inquired, "Are you all right?" Xia Tian shook her head, signaling that she was unharmed, which eased his worries. Meanwhile, when Binbin called for the bar patrons to restrain the three members of the 8th Division, news of the tumult soon reached Lu Qian of the 9th Division, who dispatched personnel to attend to the injured. The three captured individuals from the 8th Division were transported back to their own division, but the repercussions of this incident were far from over. Escalating in intensity, Jiang Wenwu and his 5 companions were taken directly to Lu Qian's office. There, Lu Qian regarded them with a displeased expression, scrutinizing their demeanor before exclaiming in anger, "What a disgrace! 6 of you couldn't handle 4, and you let 1 slip away. You've brought shame upon the 9th Division." Jiang Wenwu felt perplexed by Lu Qian's words. He had anticipated a reprimand regarding their breach of discipline, but instead faced criticism for their inability to secure a victory. Lu Qian, exasperated, continued, "We've provided you with all the training and resources necessary. How is it that when confronted with such a situation, you allowed them to come at you and end up in this state?" At this moment, Yang Xiaoxiao interjected softly, "They were quite formidable." Upon hearing this, Lu Qian slammed his hand on the table, rising abruptly and striding over to Jiang Wenwu and the others, his breath heavy with indignation. He turned to Xia Tian, questioning, "Could you not have detained the one who escaped?" Xia Tian replied, "Director Lu, that individual is Zhou Lan." Upon hearing the name Zhou Lan, Lu Qian's expression shifted dramatically, his brow furrowing in contemplation. After a moment, Lu Qian addressed Jiang Wenwu and the others, "All right, you may leave. Xia Tian, stay behind." As Jiang Wenwu and his companions exited the office, he glanced back occasionally, while when Binbin took his arm, saying, "Come on, Director Lu will surely be questioning Xia Tian about some confidential matters. It's best we don't linger." Jiang Wenwu, upon hearing this, nodded slightly before departing with the 4 individuals, including the enigmatic man. When Binbin, likewise, Jiang Wenwu inquired about the circumstances surrounding Zhou Lan. Through the accounts provided by Wen Binbin and his companions, Jiang Wenwu gained a deeper understanding of Zhou Lan. It was revealed that Zhou Lan was the grandson of the former director of the 8th Division, and among the younger generation, he was indeed a figure of notable repute. Rumors suggested that he had also mastered the ancestral art of capturing spirits and subduing generals, a skill purportedly passed down through the Zhou family. If he had truly attained such formidable techniques, he could very well rank among the top 10 of the younger generation across the 9 divisions and the headquarters. Upon learning this, Jiang Wenwu comprehended why Zhou Lan had exhibited such arrogance. After all, he possessed ample justification for it. Jiang Wenwu had observed that during the confrontation between Zhou Lan and Xia Tian, They had been evenly matched, a testament to Zhou Lan's prowess in the ensuing days. The disputes between the Ninth and 8th Divisions, along with various troublesome matters, were adeptly handled by Lu Qian, ensuring that Jiang Wenwu and his associates remained unscathed. However, since Xia Tian's conversation with Lu Qian, Jiang Wenwu had not seen Xia Tian again. Strangely, even when Binbin and his group, despite their extensive experience, were entirely unaware of Xia Tian's mysterious absence. They speculated that Xia Tian had embarked on a clandestine mission, one of utmost secrecy, which accounted for his sudden disappearance. Jiang Wenwu, upon reflecting on this, could only hope for Xia Tian's safety. Unexpectedly, Jiang Wenwu found himself assigned to a mission. As he traveled to his destination, gazing at the sparse starlight twinkling in the evening sky, he reminisced about the afternoon when Lu Qian had summoned him. Upon entering Lu Qian's office, he discovered Lu Qian standing by the window, smoking a cigarette. It was only after calling out to Lu Qian twice that he snapped back to attention. Lu Qian regarded Jiang Wenwu for a moment before finally speaking. The issues with the individuals from the 8th Division have been resolved. However, the higher-ups still intend to impose disciplinary measures upon you. After much negotiation, I managed to mitigate the severity of the consequences. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu felt a sense of relief, yet he sensed that Lu Qian had more to convey. Indeed, Lu Qian continued, however, you are now under scrutiny from the headquarters. If you remain in the division, it is likely that minor issues will be used against you. Therefore, I plan to dispatch you and your companions to various locations to undertake some tasks. Jiang Wenwu inquired, Director Lu, where will I be going? Lu Qian gestured for Jiang Wenwu to approach the desk. As Jiang Wenwu stepped closer, Lu Qian unfolded a map and pointed to a specific location. This is where you will be heading. It lies on the border with the 8th Division, and I have heard that some individuals from there may also be present, so exercise utmost caution. Jiang Wenwu nodded thoughtfully at Lu Qian's indication. Lu Qian added, once you arrive at that location, someone will be there to meet you. He is a disciple of your father and will certainly look out for you. However, do not expect complete protection in such a place. At this revelation, Jiang Wenwu gazed at Lu Qian in astonishment, realizing that he would be going to a place where his father's disciple would be present, and the tone of Lu Qian's words suggested that it could be perilous. Nevertheless, Lu Qian offered no further elaboration. Instead, he retrieved an object wrapped in red cloth from his drawer, approximately 3 inches in length, and handed it to Jiang Wenwu, informing him that it was something his father had once used. After exiting Lu Qian's office, Jiang Wenwu did not immediately inspect the wrapped object. However, at that moment, he carefully unwrapped the red cloth, revealing a heavy 3-inch item. It was roughly the thickness of 2 adult thumbs pressed together. Adorned with intricate and peculiar engravings, the right end was smooth, while the left end appeared jagged, resembling a broken bone. The object had a metallic black sheen, and its weight, combined with its strange form, left Jiang Wenwu puzzled. Despite examining it multiple times, he concluded that since Lu Qian had entrusted it to him and claimed it belonged to his father, it must be of significance. Suddenly, the jarring sound of brakes pierced the air, jolting Jiang Wenwu back to reality. The driver, seated beside him, informed him, we've arrived. The vehicle cannot proceed any further. Understanding the implications, Jiang Wenwu gathered his belongings and exited the car. The driver called out, be careful. Jiang Wenwu waved in acknowledgement as the driver swiftly maneuvered the vehicle away. Once the lights disappeared from sight, Jiang Wenwu turned to face the path ahead. At that moment, he could not shake the eerie feeling that something was watching him from the shadows. A sudden flurry of birds erupted from a nearby copse, only to plummet one after another. Witnessing this unsettling spectacle, Jiang Wenwu's heart sank with unease. He stood still for a moment before resolutely advancing, now fully alert to the anomalies surrounding him. After walking a short distance, Jiang Wenwu abruptly halted, for he discerned a figure ahead, engaged in an unusual posture, seemingly preoccupied with some task. Hesitating briefly, he pressed on, drawing closer to the figure maintaining its strange stance. As he approached, Jiang Wenwu felt his heart race, and beads of sweat began to form in his palms. Chapter 10. Captured. Jiang Wenwu paused a few meters from the figure, having previously used his family's innate ability to glimpse it, but only managed to perceive a vague outline. Conversely, his naked eye now revealed that a figure was indeed crouched beside what appeared to be a well. Though its actions remained unclear, suddenly, a chill ran down Jiang Wenwu's spine as the figure vanished before his very eyes. His body tensed, and a wave of icy dread washed over him. It was in that moment he sensed a chilling breath against the nape of his neck. An icy wind that felt like it could penetrate to the bone. In that instant, Jiang Wenwu's body became rigid. He urged himself to run, but his legs felt unresponsive, as if weighed down by lead. The sensation intensified his terror, prompting him to recall the techniques he had learned during 3 months of training, one of which could ward off malevolent forces. He quickly began to recite the incantation for dispelling evil. As he uttered the words, the chilling sensation at his neck dissipated instantly. Simultaneously, a mournful wind began to swirl around him, enveloping him in a haunting embrace. Feeling slightly steadied, Jiang Wenwu noticed that the heaviness in his body had lifted. Rekindling his determination, without hesitation, he sprinted forward with all his might. His 3 months of training bore fruit as he dashed farther than before. Jiang Wenwu silently thanked his luck, but after running for a few minutes, he paused to catch his breath. As he surveyed his surroundings, he was nearly struck dead by fear at what he beheld. As Jiang Wenwu realized that he had run for such an extended period only to find himself back at the very spot he had started, he was met once again by the same figure, still sprawled at the edge of the well. A chill ran through him, and his face paled instantly. An array of conjectures and thoughts surged through his mind, awakening a sense of dread within him. What terrified Jiang Wenwu even more was that this time, the figure had risen upright and was unsteadily approaching him, its eyes glowing a menacing red. He could hear the pounding of his heart in his ears while furtively glancing sideways. As the figure drew nearer, he took off in a panic, but soon despair washed over him when he realized he had returned to the same place once again. And the figure was now closer than before. The form at the well did not rise this time. Instead, it slithered towards him on the ground like a black python. A frigid sensation coursed from his feet to his head, leaving him paralyzed with fear. Jiang Wenwu understood that continuing to run would only lead him back to this spot. Realizing he was ensnared in a ghostly loop, the intensity of which was astonishing. Determined to remain calm, Jiang Wenwu began to recall the strategies he had learned during 3 months of intensive training on how to handle such situations. However, while he remembered some methods, they required specific items that he unfortunately lacked. This realization further agitated him, causing him to become restless and oblivious to the fact that the snake-like figure had already reached his feet, beginning to coil around his calves. As he gradually lost sensation in his lower body, he snapped back to reality, only to find himself locked in a gaze with those red, glimmering eyes. A wave of dizziness swept over him, and he collapsed to the ground, his last impression being a sudden darkness enveloping him. Drip, drip. The sound was akin to droplets of water or the ticking of a clock, filling Jiang Wenwu's mind. He attempted to open his eyes but failed repeatedly, as if his eyelids were weighed down by heavy tomes. Yet, that strange sound gradually became clearer, and he realized it was emanating from directly in front of him. After swallowing hard, he hoarsely called out, "Is anyone there?" Upon his shout, silence enveloped the area, with no response forthcoming. Jiang Wenwu tried to move his body but soon discovered he was utterly immobilized, bound in place. In that moment, he recognized that he was seated and restrained. With renewed effort, he fought to open his eyes. And after several attempts, he finally succeeded. As he blinked against the light, he found it bearable, not overly blinding. Once he adjusted, he surveyed his surroundings and discerned that he was in a cavern, approximately a dozen square meters in size. Before him stood a stone pedestal, atop which flickered a candle's flame. Turning his gaze to his own body, he confirmed his bindings. Jiang Wenwu struggled to break free, but the ropes that he could have easily severed after 3 months of training felt impossibly unyielding now. This astonished him, prompting another shout, "Is anyone outside?" To his surprise, a figure entered the cave through the entrance, a person of average height, neither stout nor slender, who casually approached Jiang Wenwu. Just as he intended to scrutinize this individual, he was met with a heavy punch that sent stars dancing before his eyes. He felt a rush of warmth in his nose and a metallic taste in his mouth. After a moment, Jiang Wenwu regained some composure, only to receive another blow, this time even more forceful than the first. After a brief interval, Jiang Wenwu finally managed to recover, though he dared not look up. Instead, he inquired, "What do you want?" The assailant, arms crossed, fixed Jiang Wenwu with a cold gaze and replied, "You are worthless." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu's anger flared, and he shot a defiant look upwards, but was met with yet another punishing blow that rendered him unconscious once more. Suddenly, a jolt coursed through him as cold water was splashed onto his face, stirring him back to consciousness. Simultaneously, he felt someone lifting his chin, revealing a rugged face that could easily blend into a crowd. The man, scruffy and perhaps in his 30s, glanced at Jiang Wenwu's bloodied visage, letting out a nonchalant snort in a moment of defiance. Jiang Wenwu spat blood and saliva at the man. In retaliation, the stranger forcefully slammed Jiang Wenwu's head down, causing his teeth to clash painfully, nearly biting his own tongue. Jiang Wenwu couldn't help but chuckle, but the man stared coldly at him. After several seconds, Jiang Wenwu slowly raised his head, his vision obscured by blood, and slurred, "You're from the 8th Bureau, aren't you? If you have the guts, let me go, and I'll fight you." The response to his bravado was a slender needle aimed at his acupoint, which pierced him and elicited a scream. The pain was unlike that of a mere punch. It was a searing, visceral agony that quickly morphed into an unsettling numbness. This tingling sensation spread from the point of impact throughout his body, evolving into an unbearable itch, as if thousands of ants were crawling beneath his skin. In that moment, Jiang Wenwu truly understood the torment of a fate worse than death and found himself devoid of the strength to provoke his captor further. Perched upon the stone pedestal, the man regarded Jiang Wenwu and queried, "Which branch are you from? What is your mission here? Just tell me, and you won't have to endure this suffering." Jiang Wenwu clenched his teeth, glaring at the man, and managed to rasp, "You say you'll let me go?" To his astonishment, the man's expression morphed into a peculiar smile as he shook his head, stating, "I will make your death a swift one." Chapter 11. Torment. Upon hearing these words, Jiang Wenwu smirked coldly, prompting a matching grin from the man. "Clearly, you are quite stubborn. I shall intensify the pressure to extract the information from you," the man declared, rising and striding toward Jiang Wenwu. Grasping his jaw with one hand, he produced a small black pill, roughly the size of a quail egg, from his pocket. "This," he proclaimed, "is called the inspiration pill. If you swallow it, what you experience will be tenfold compared to your previous suffering." As soon as his words fell, the black spirit pill he held in his hand was already placed into Jiang Wenwu's mouth. To his astonishment, the pill dissolved instantly upon contact, and Jiang Wenwu swallowed it whole. The moment the man released his grip, Jiang Wenwu felt an intense sensation beneath his skin, akin to thousands of ants writhing, surging violently. In an instant, he cried out in agony. Meanwhile, the man observed coldly, fixated on Jiang Wenwu, displaying not a shred of concern. Jiang Wenwu was uncertain whether the sweat trickling down his body was cold or hot. The sensation coursing through him was neither pain nor itch, yet it was escalating in intensity until he once again succumbed to unconsciousness. Once more, Jiang Wenwu heard the sound of dripping water. With great effort and suffering, he opened his eyes. He found himself still bound, unable to move, within the same cave. Extending his tongue, he moistened his parched lips and surveyed his surroundings. The man was absent from the cave, presumably occupied with something outside. Jiang Wenwu was acutely aware that the individual who had captured him, aside from tormenting him, would likely find no useful information from him and would ultimately resort to killing him. Hence, he yearned to escape, gathering his strength in hopes of breaking the ropes that bound him. Yet, as before, he met with failure, and his energy was swiftly depleted. At that moment, sounds emerged from the cave entrance, prompting Jiang Wenwu to hurriedly close his eyes. However, he distinctly heard footsteps approaching. Soon after, his face was slapped a few times, and then the familiar tormentor's voice echoed once more. "I know you are awake. Stop pretending." Jiang Wenwu refrained from immediately opening his eyes. The man chuckled and continued, "Today, we shall try a different method." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu's heart sank. The man elaborated, "This time, I have procured from the southwest a divine nurtured by a lineage of Gu masters. You will surely find it delightful." The man approached Jiang Wenwu, unveiling a palm-sized, dark box. When he opened the lid, a thin layer of blue mist wafted upwards, accompanied by an unsettling rustling sound. From the edges of the box, tendrils emerged, swiftly elongating until they reached Jiang Wenwu's arm. The tendrils seemed to sense his vital energy, and in an instant, they penetrated his skin through his pores, embedding themselves into his flesh. Simultaneously, the goo insects within the box darted out, clinging to Jiang Wenwu's arm. The appearance of these goo insects was grotesque, possessing the legs of a spider, the tail of a scorpion, and the head of a snake, adorned with bizarre features, particularly the long tendrils sprouting from either side of its mouth. Once the goo insect settled on Jiang Wenwu's arm, it ceased to move. Yet his blood vessels suddenly bulged as if inflated, causing him excruciating pain. Jiang Wenwu opened his eyes and glanced at his arm, only to find his countenance growing graver, for he realized that similar reactions were occurring throughout his entire body. With veins swelling ominously, the man, still clutching the box of goo insects, stepped back to observe Jiang Wenwu, who now bore a faint blue mist upon his face, reminiscent of the previous fog from the box. This phase did not last long. Soon, the tendrils withdrew from Jiang Wenwu's veins, leaving him in a state of utter exhaustion, struggling to sit upright. The goo insect was returned to the box by the man, who leaned against a stone pillar, scrutinizing Jiang Wenwu, and inquired, "Can you tell me now?" Jiang Wenwu wearily lifted his eyelids to glance at him, ultimately allowing his eyes to droop once more, disregarding the man. The man nodded and remarked, "You can still endure, so tomorrow, let us try something new." After uttering those words, he exited the cave, leaving Jiang Wenwu bound in that place. At this moment, exhaustion enveloped Jiang Wenwu, and he succumbed to a deep slumber. When Jiang Wenwu awakened once more, he discovered light streaming in from the cave entrance, indicating that day had returned. Suddenly, he paused, realizing something peculiar. His body felt different, as if it had transformed into a state of greater comfort. This unfamiliar sensation was difficult to articulate, yet he genuinely sensed its strangeness. After a brief moment of reflection, he returned to his senses, chuckling inwardly. Despite his bodily changes, the individual who had captured him would soon bring about his demise. Just then, the light at the cave entrance vanished abruptly. Jiang Wenwu quickly lifted his head, spotting a figure approaching. Without a doubt, this person was the one who had captured him. To his surprise, this scruffy individual circled around to his back, uttering not a single word, and proceeded to untie the ropes binding him. However, Jiang Wenwu refrained from making any sudden movements. The man then stepped in front of Jiang Wenwu, coiling the ropes and fastening them around his waist, before addressing him, "Jiang Wenwu, you have passed the test." Upon hearing this statement, Jiang Wenwu was utterly bewildered. The man remained silent, seemingly waiting for Jiang Wenwu to respond. Hesitantly, Jiang Wenwu rose to his feet, gazing at the stranger, utterly perplexed by his intentions. At that moment, the man spoke again. "I am Shi Jian, a disciple of your father." The revelation sent a buzzing sensation through Jiang Wenwu's mind, leaving him momentarily unsteady. Shi Jian, who claimed to be a disciple of Jiang Wenwu's father, then produced an item. Jiang Wenwu steadied himself, examining what Shi Jian held. A token of the Ninth Bureau, a means for mutual recognition among its members. Even if someone else possessed it, it would be no more than a mere stone to the uninitiated. Devoid of any significance, Jiang Wenwu retrieved a matching token from his own pocket. When the two tokens made contact, they clinked together like opposite poles of a magnet, locking firmly in place. Jiang Wenwu was now certain that before him stood indeed the disciple of his father, the very person Lu Qian had mentioned would come to his aid. Yet, Jiang Wenwu could not fathom why Shi Jian had put him through such torment. As Jiang Wenwu followed Shi Jian out of the cave and down the mountain, they made their way to a nearby village. Once there, Jiang Wenwu freshened up, and Shi Jian returned all of Jiang Wenwu's belongings, advising him to rest well and to discuss matters further once he had recuperated. Although a myriad of questions swirled in Jiang Wenwu's mind, he recognized the truth in Shi Jian's words. He indeed needed to rest. That evening, Jiang Wenwu finally rose and made his way to the room where Shi Jian awaited him. Shi Jian had clearly been expecting him, but he first urged Jiang Wenwu to sit down and gestured towards the home-cooked meal on the table, saying, "You should eat and fill your stomach." Upon catching a whiff of the delicious aroma, Jiang Wenwu's stomach growled in response. Since Shi Jian had spoken, he hesitated no longer and seated himself, picking up his chopsticks. However, he soon paused again, glancing at Shi Jian. With a smile, Shi Jian addressed him. "What is the matter?" "A man unafraid of death fears that I might harm you with something unusual." Jiang Wenwu chuckled in reply. "You are right. Even if you truly intended to kill me, I would still prefer to be a well-fed corpse." Chapter 12. Shi Jian. Jiang Wenwu was ravenously hungry, devouring a table full of food as if caught in a tempest. Beside him, Shi leisurely smoked a cigarette, observing him intently. Once Jiang Wenwu set down his chopsticks, Shi spoke up, "If you have any questions, now is the time to ask." Jiang Wenwu fixed a steely gaze on Shi, his words laced with barely contained anger. "How long did you keep me bound in that cave?" Shi raised 3 fingers, indicating that Jiang Wenwu had been restrained for 3 days. Jiang Wenwu was taken aback, unable to fathom that he had spent such an extensive period in the cave. To him, it felt as though he had merely endured a few hardships before falling unconscious intermittently, at most. For just a day, he pressed on. "Why did you target me?" Taking a drag from his cigarette and releasing a smoke ring, Shi replied earnestly, "It is the protocol of the Ninth Bureau. I underwent the same process." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu's temper subsided, recognizing that Shi actions were dictated by the Bureau's regulations. He understood that the Ninth Bureau was involved in matters beyond ordinary comprehension, inherently shrouded with secrets. Encountering individuals with ulterior motives or those coveting the Bureau's secrets could lead to dire consequences, including capture and coercive interrogations to extract valuable information. Jiang Wenwu also realized he had been outmaneuvered by Lu Qian, who undoubtedly knew of these procedures. Whether Lu Qian had preemptively coordinated with Shi was uncertain. Yet Jiang Wenwu acknowledged that as a newcomer, he was bound to face such treatment. Nonetheless, he harbored doubts. Even if the Ninth Bureau had such traditions, Shi treatment of him seemed excessively harsh. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wenwu asked again, "Did those actions you took against me have any negative repercussions?" Shi shook his head, replying, "Not at all. In fact, they will prove beneficial to you. You will gradually come to appreciate these advantages." Jiang Wenwu nodded thoughtfully, then inquired, "And if I fail the assessment, what will become of me?" Shi regarded him for a moment before responding, "I would untie you while you were unconscious and would not meet you again. You would certainly reach out to the Ninth Bureau, and they would retrieve you. The Bureau's leadership would be informed of your failure, and they would assign you trivial tasks to keep you occupied." Jiang Wenwu had no reason to doubt Shi words. He had anticipated such a possibility, and it seemed the most favorable outcome. Shi extinguished his cigarette and stood up, saying, "Let us go for a walk. And I'll also inform you about your responsibilities while you're here." Jiang Wenwu promptly rose to follow Shi outside. Once they reached the door, he quickly added, "I need to grab something from my room." Shi gestured for him to proceed, and Jiang Wenwu returned to his quarters to retrieve an item previously used by his father. Upon emerging, he found Shi waiting at the gate. As he approached, Shi glanced at the object Jiang Wenwu carried, which was wrapped in red cloth. Though concealed, Shi seemed to discern its significance, a fleeting expression of surprise crossing his face. The two swiftly left the village, and Jiang Wenwu suddenly realized that the location of his prior entrapment was nearby, having been ensnared by some inexplicable force. Curious, he asked Shi, "By the way, when did you discover my presence here?" Shi replied, "I was the one who ensnared you. I wanted to gauge your capabilities, but you left me quite disappointed." Taken aback by Shi's admission, Jiang Wenwu felt a surge of indignation, asking with a hint of resentment, "So that thing I encountered was also related to you?" Shi nodded, "Indeed. That was a quelling, commonly referred to as a vengeful spirit. They linger in this world, unable to reincarnate due to their unfinished business in the mortal realm." His tone grew somber as he continued, "Some quelling become vengeful after prolonged existence, turning into a significant threat. Others may be captured for rituals or kept, while some choose to assist individuals like us in minor ways." After Shi finished explaining, Jiang Wenwu gained a clearer understanding of the quelling and tentatively inquired, "Was the one I encountered the spirit of someone who died in a well?" Shi affirmed, "Yes, her life was nearing its end. She had about 10 years left before she could be reborn." Jiang Wenwu chose not to press further on the matter. After walking for a while, they arrived at the foot of the mountain. Shi pointed ahead, stating, "I have resided here for many years to keep watch over this place, and you will eventually follow in my footsteps." Upon reaching the site, Jiang Wenwu activated his heightened perception, revealing what appeared to be numerous blood-like tendrils enveloping the mountain, exuding a mist that resembled blood. He sensed an overwhelming danger emanating from the mountain, causing a chill to run through him and his hairs to stand on end. Shi turned to Jiang Wenwu, asking, "Do you feel it?" Jiang Wenwu nodded, uneasily asking, "What is the nature of this mountain?" In a calm tone, Shi explained, beneath this mountain lies something being suppressed. Should it ever emerge, it would wreak havoc upon the world. Several centuries ago, a master reinforced the seals here. Jiang Wenwu's vision normalized, revealing only an ordinary mountain before him, shrouded in darkness, seemingly devoid of anything amiss. Yet, recalling his earlier vision and Shi Jian's revelations about the malevolent entities sealed beneath, he understood that the threat had existed for much longer than he had anticipated. Unaware of Jiang Wenwu's thoughts, Shi Jian continued, in recent years, unusual occurrences have been reported in this area. Given its proximity to the Ninth Bureau's jurisdiction, the Bureau has taken it very seriously. I have been stationed here for a decade, never straying far, even missing my master's funeral. A hint of remorse and pain tinged Shi Jian's voice at that moment. And Jiang Wenwu felt a newfound respect for this disciple of his father. Jiang Wenwu declared, "Sure, I will watch over this place alongside you." Shi Jian felt a wave of comfort at Jiang Wenwu's words and replied, "You may call me senior brother from now on." Jiang Wenwu acknowledged with a simple and Shi Jian added, "Before your arrival, I received news from the Bureau that personnel from the 8th Bureau would also be coming here. They must have heard something, so we should avoid any conflict with them." Jiang Wenwu agreed, though the thought of the 8th Bureau's arrogance left him feeling somewhat discontent. In the following time, Shi Jian guided Jiang Wenwu along the foot of the mountain, imparting knowledge about the situation regarding the seals. Typically, Shi Jian employed various special methods to reinforce the seals and check for any signs of weakening, and he began teaching these techniques to Jiang Wenwu. As the night passed, the two spent their time diligently, and by the time the sun rose the following day, they returned to the village. Shi Jian informed Jiang Wenwu that he would now be considered his cousin, and that they should present themselves as such to the villagers. Go establish a long-term presence. Shi Jian had taken up the guise of cultivating medicinal herbs in the mountains, a fact well known among the villagers. Jiang Wenwu, a recent university graduate, was there to assist his cousin in the herbal cultivation endeavor. In the blink of an eye, over 10 days had elapsed since Jiang Wenwu's arrival. At present, Jiang Wenwu and Shi Jian are dining together, naturally engaging in discussions regarding qi techniques and spiritual energy. During this period, Jiang Wenwu has indeed learned a great deal from Shi Jian, and he has distinctly experienced certain transformations within himself after enduring Shi Jian's rigorous training. These changes have proven beneficial for Jiang Wenwu, enhancing his ability to cultivate qi techniques and perceive spiritual energy. Just as Jiang Wenwu humbly sought Shi Jian's guidance on matters pertaining to talismans, a peculiar phenomenon suddenly occurred with an ancient, compass-like object hanging on the wall of Shi Jian's abode. Some areas of the object began to protrude while others receded, and simultaneously, faint red lights flickered around its circular borders. Chapter 13. Crisis. With the emergence of this anomaly, a series of crackling sounds resonated from the compass-like object affixed to the wall. At this moment, Shi Jian abruptly rose from his seat. Beckoning to Jiang Wenwu, "Hurry, follow me." Upon hearing Shi Jian's words, Jiang Wenwu sensed that a significant event had transpired and promptly followed suit. The two raced towards the mountain that bore a seal. Upon their arrival, Jiang Wenwu felt a jolt of shock. A fissure had unexpectedly opened at the mountainside, approximately the width of an adult's arm. Shi Jian appeared disoriented, muttering, "This shouldn't be happening. It absolutely cannot be." Jiang Wenwu suppressed the turmoil within him and urged Shi Jian, "Senior brother, you must remain calm. We must focus on how to remedy this situation." Shi Jian, appearing somewhat bewildered, glanced at Jiang Wenwu. His current state was a result of having spent a decade in this place, and the sudden turn of events had profoundly shaken him. Observing Shi Jian's demeanor, Jiang Wenwu steeled himself and raised his hand, delivering 2 resounding slaps to Shi Jian's face. After a moment of stunned silence, Shi Jian suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. Jiang Wenwu rushed forward to assist him, only to be pushed away by Shi Jian, who insisted, "I am fine." It was merely a moment of pent-up frustration. Though Shi Jian claimed to be unharmed, Jiang Wenwu remained unconvinced, for Shi Jian's pallor was alarming. Shi Jian then proceeded towards the base of the mountain to inspect the seals, and the more he examined, the darker his expression became. Many of the seals had been compromised, with some teetering on the brink of collapse, as if they could fail at any moment. A pang of anguish gripped Shi Jian's heart as he pressed his hand against his chest. The other resting on the mountain's surface, Jiang Wenwu, following closely behind, felt a shared sense of distress but recognized that only Shi Jian could navigate this predicament. After all, even if they were to relay the situation to the 9th Division, It would require time. Utilizing his celestial vision to probe the mountain's condition, Jiang Wenwu observed that the blood-like veins entwined around the mountain had dimmed significantly. The once vibrant sanguine mist had vanished entirely, leaving the mountain devoid of its previous anomalies. As the sound faded, Shi Jian, who had been resting his hand on the mountainside, suddenly jolted as if struck, and a fleeting crimson light flickered in his eyes. He then turned to Jiang Wenwu, stating, "I will handle the remaining matters. You must return and contact the division." Jiang Wenwu, albeit concerned, cast a wary glance at Shi Jian, apprehensive that the latter might be unable to cope after such a shock. Shi Jian reassured him, "Do not worry about me, go swiftly." With that, Jiang Wenwu abandoned his hesitation, replying, "Senior brother, take care. I shall return promptly." Shi Jian nodded, and Jiang Wenwu sprinted down towards the village. Once Jiang Wenwu's figure had disappeared from view, Shi Jian allowed himself a faint smile. Upon returning to the village, Jiang Wenwu hastily made his way to his room. Retrieving an object previously provided by the division, it resembled a remote control with two buttons, one red and one black. Without hesitation, Jiang Wenwu pressed the red button, signaling that a grave situation had arisen. This device was equipped with a locator, allowing the division to swiftly ascertain their location. The division had supplied such devices due to the potential interference or blockage of communication equipment in certain areas, ensuring they could convey the crisis while also providing their coordinates in times of urgency. The division would be able to assess the situation and respond accordingly. After completing this task, Jiang Wenwu armed himself with a weapon gifted by Lu Qian, which had once belonged to his father. He had learned from Shi Jian that this weapon was formidable, though Jiang Wenwu's father had ceased to use it, rendering its proper application a mystery to all but Jiang Wenwu. With the weapon in hand, Jiang Wenwu ascended the mountain as twilight descended, the sun nearing its horizon. Upon his return, he found no trace of Shi Jian, which startled him, prompting a frantic search. Time passed, and the sun had long set, enveloping the area in darkness, particularly within the depths of the mountain. Jiang Wenwu paused, furrowing his brow as he detected a faint scent of blood. Yet, he could not discern its origin. After lingering a moment, he proceeded in the direction he believed to be correct. As he walked approximately 20 meters, the metallic scent intensified, confirming he was on the right path. Soon, he stumbled upon something with his foot. It felt soft, unlike stone. A sense of dread gripped Jiang Wenwu's heart. He feared he had encountered Shi Jian's lifeless body lying in a pool of blood. Cautiously, he crouched to examine what he had kicked, only to discover a pair of legs. To his horror, he quickly realized that it was merely the lower half of a person, the upper half conspicuously absent. Jiang Wenwu's breath caught in his throat, and his heart raced, for this marked his first encounter with a corpse, especially one so gruesomely dismembered. Although he understood that joining the 9 Division would inevitably expose him to such sights, encountering a dismembered body alone in these circumstances was an indescribable experience. After regaining his composure, Jiang Wenwu scrutinized the scene once more, soon concluding that these legs did not belong to Shi Jian. As the trousers were different, however, he noted that this lower half had likely belonged to someone who had recently perished. What terrified him most was the precision of the wounds. Who could inflict such clean cuts? Rising to his feet, Jiang Wenwu's expression darkened, a blend of fear and concern for Shi Jian overwhelming him. With a long, shaky exhale, he murmured a few words to the remains before scanning the surrounding darkness, which revealed only the shadowy outlines of the mountains. Frustration tightened his brow. Continuing this search would yield little success, and it appeared that others had also arrived at this location. Who had committed this murder? Where was Shi Jian? What malevolent individuals had come to this place? All of this is currently unclear to Jiang Wenwu, although he has become stronger and faster compared to a few months ago. Those who dare to come to this place are undoubtedly not ordinary individuals. When Jiang Wenwu eventually encounters these individuals, whether he can escape remains uncertain. The most favorable outcome would be for Jiang Wenwu to confront Shi Jian. Another possible outcome, albeit slightly less favorable, would be an encounter with the personnel from the 8th Division. Despite existing conflicts between them, they are colleagues, and the other party would not seek his life. As Jiang Wenwu pondered these thoughts, he resumed his search for Shi Jian and did not turn back. However, after he had walked a short distance from the lower half of the deceased body he had discovered, he noticed some movement nearby, and he saw a pair of crimson, gleaming eyes emerge, fixated on the direction in which Jiang Wenwu had departed. Suddenly, Jiang Wenwu halted in his tracks, gazing back in confusion, as if he sensed something was watching him from behind. Yet, he quickly shook his head, dismissing the notion as mere paranoia, likely a consequence of his recent encounter with the remaining half of the corpse that had unsettled him. When dawn broke, Jiang Wenwu returned to the village. He had searched for Shi Jian throughout the night, but had found nothing and had not encountered any further incidents. Upon returning to the site where the half-corpse had been, he discovered that the body was now completely gone. Jiang Wenwu's eyes reddened slightly, and he felt unsteady on his feet as he stepped into Shi Jian's room, only to be met by a strong, lingering smell of blood. Chapter 14. The sealing of the door in the 8th Division. This revelation startled Jiang Wenwu, prompting him to rush into the inner room, where he found Shi Jian lying there, his clothes soaked in dried blood. In that moment, Jiang Wenwu could not ascertain whether Shi Jian was alive or dead, so he approached him cautiously. But as Jiang Wenwu drew near, Shi Jian, who had been lying still, suddenly sprang to life, thrusting a short knife towards Jiang Wenwu's heart. Reacting swiftly, Jiang Wenwu dodged and shouted, "Senior brother, it's me." Although Jiang Wenwu managed to evade Shi Jian's lethal strike, his arm was still grazed by the blade. Had he not called out to Shi Jian, even with his agility, the outcome could have been far worse than a mere injury to his arm. Shi Jian's hand with the knife froze in place, and Jiang Wenwu glanced at his wounded arm, suppressing the pain, and said, "Senior brother, please lower the knife." Shi Jian remained silent but, indeed, followed Jiang Wenwu's request and dropped the knife to the ground. However, he still bore a perplexed expression. Lost in confusion, Jiang Wenwu secretly sighed in relief, as he had feared that Shi Jian might not heed him and might react violently instead. Understanding the trauma Shi Jian had likely endured the previous night, Jiang Wenwu refrained from questioning him, knowing it could provoke another intense reaction. He stepped out to fetch a glass of water for Shi Jian and returned to offer it to him. After taking the cup, Shi Jian drank it down in 2 large gulps and then looked at himself, realizing he was covered in blood. Then, as if recalling something painful, Shi Jian suddenly clutched his head with both hands, emitting muffled sounds of distress. Jiang Wenwu could only sigh internally, as he had surmised a possibility. The half-corpse he had encountered might very well have been slain by Shi Jian. Otherwise, from whence had all this blood come? Once Shi Jian had calmed down, Jiang Wenwu delicately broached the events of the previous night. After a moment of silence, Shi Jian finally spoke. "I can remember some details about last night, but much remains unclear. The person I killed was indeed slain by my hand, but he was not from the 8th Division." Hearing this, Jiang Wenwu felt a measure of relief, knowing the deceased was not affiliated with the 8th Division. Shi Jian continued, "The individual I killed was quite skilled, yet I cannot recall how exactly I ended his life." As he spoke, a look of anguish crossed Shi Jian's face, and he shook his head vigorously, even slapping his temples. Jiang Wenwu quickly interjected, "Senior brother, if you can't remember, there's no need to force it. Since the deceased is not from the 8th Division, his presence here, engaging you, must have been driven by some ulterior motive." Shi Jian nodded slightly at Jiang Wenwu's words and then said, "I want to go take a look." Jiang Wenwu found a clean set of clothes for Shi Jian, and once he had changed, the two of them headed back to the previous night's location. Upon arrival, Jiang Wenwu immediately noticed that the fissure in the mountainside, which sealed something, had widened since yesterday, intensifying his unease. Beside him, Shi Jian stared intently at the crack, his eyes flashing with a crimson glimmer. After retracting his gaze, Shi Jian asked Jiang Wenwu, "Have you reported this to the division?" Jiang Wenwu affirmed with a nod, and Shi Jian's expression softened with relief as he remarked, "That's good. When the division sends personnel, they will undoubtedly have a plan in place." Subsequently, they examined the crucial sealing points before making their way to the site where the half-corpse had been located. Upon reaching that area, they found nothing amiss. However, due to Shi Jian's recollections from the previous night, they identified the spot where he had clashed with the individual. Jiang Wenwu observed darkened bloodstains on the ground, forming a substantial pool. This indicated that the deceased had likely been cleaved in 2. Yet, how Shi Jian had accomplished such a feat remained a mystery to Jiang Wenwu, who turned to see Shi Jian's pale face and expressionless demeanor. After searching the vicinity for a while, Jiang Wenwu eventually discovered an object. When he presented it to Shi Jian, he was informed, "The individual I encountered last night was indeed no good person. What you found is a token of the sealing." Sealing? Jiang Wenwu had never heard of such a thing before and looked again at the object in Shi Jian's hand. It was an iron plate inscribed with strange symbols, with two characters etched on the other side, which Jiang Wenwu could not decipher. Shi Jin explained that those two characters meant ceiling, but he did not elaborate on its origin. However, Jiang Wenwu sensed Shi Jin's aversion towards the ceiling, which piqued his curiosity. He asked, "Senior brother, what are the intentions of those who come here to perform the sealing?" With a cold smirk, Shi Jin replied, "Naturally, they are here for what lies within the mountain. Yet, the audacity of these sealers is astounding. They dare to disturb the entities confined within." At this juncture, Shi Jin paused before looking at Jiang Wenwu and adding, "While these individuals are aware that something is sealed in this area, they cannot pinpoint its exact location. Hence, they must first ascertain the specifics." Jiang Wenwu, contemplating Shi Jin's words, inquired, "So, the only ones who know the precise location are the 9 major divisions and the General Bureau?" To Jiang Wenwu's astonishment, Shi Jin shook his head and stated, "In truth, only you, I, and Director Liu are aware of this, as some secrets must not be disclosed to other divisions or even the General Bureau." At this moment, Jiang Wenwu felt increasingly perplexed. Just as he was about to press for further questions, Shi Jin seemed unwilling to elaborate any further. Jiang Wenwu could only momentarily suppress the doubts swirling in his mind, following Shi Jin as they departed from that place. The two of them returned to the foot of the mountain, where they unexpectedly encountered 2 unfamiliar individuals. Upon seeing these strangers, Jiang Wenwu felt a sense of unease, for he sensed that both possessed an enduring aura. This indicated that they had mastered the qi techniques, marking them as no ordinary beings. Their presence here was even more thought-provoking. The 2 individuals, now observing Jiang Wenwu and Shi Jin, included Xue Bing, whose expression grew serious as he sensed that the scruffy-looking man posed a significant threat. Zhao Shuai, accompanying Xue Bing, also exhibited a wary demeanor. Moments ago, they had arrived at this junction between the 8th and 9th Bureau to pursue a secret mission entrusted by the director, and now, encountering these 2 was cause for suspicion. Thus, the 4 of them remained motionless, refraining from making any rash moves. After a brief silence, Xue Bing broke it by asking, "Are you also here to seek that?" Upon hearing Xue Bing's inquiry, Jiang Wenwu glanced at Shi Jin, who merely nodded slightly in acknowledgement. With Shi Jin's response, Xue Bing was not taken aback. It was evident that the individuals before him were not ordinary folk, and he found it hard to believe they were not here for the same purpose. Xue Bing continued, "Let us maintain our distance. Finding that place is a matter of personal skill." Jiang Wenwu recognized that Xue Bing was cautioning him and Shi Jin against unnecessary trouble. At this moment, Shi Jin smiled and gestured for Jiang Wenwu to leave. Jiang Wenwu looked back at Xue Bing and Zhao Shuai before following Shi Jin towards the village. Once Jiang Wenwu and Shi Jin had distanced themselves, Xue Bing relaxed his clenched fist, realizing his palms were clammy with sweat. Zhao Shuai instinctively wiped his forehead, discovering beads of perspiration forming there as well. He then asked Xue Bing, "Do you think those 2 are from the 9th Bureau?" Xue Bing shook his head, stating, "I'm not certain. Regardless of who they are, as long as they don't engage in conflict with us, we should focus on identifying the location we were instructed to find by the director." At that moment, Jiang Wenwu inquired, "Brother, could those 2 be from the 8th Bureau?" Shi Jin calmly replied, "It doesn't matter who they are." Jiang Wenwu, however, felt a twinge of doubt at Shi Jin's words, expressing, "But they have already recognized each other. If something were to happen, wouldn't that be troublesome?" Shi Jin offered no response, and Jiang Wenwu, feeling helpless, refrained from asking further questions, casting a worried glance back. Meanwhile, Shi Jin lowered his head, a peculiar smile creeping across his lips, and a flash of crimson flickered in his eyes. Chapter 15. Voices in conversation that evening. Jiang Wenwu meticulously dressed the wound on his arm, injured earlier by Shi Jin. Fortunately, the injury was merely superficial, not affecting the bone, and posed no serious issue. After tidying up, Jiang Wenwu pondered the recent events, sensing an underlying strangeness that eluded his grasp, prompting him to shake his head in exasperation and dismiss the thoughts. However, as he lay down intending to sleep, sleep evaded him. After tossing and turning for nearly half an hour, he sat up. Reflecting for a moment, he decided to check if Shi Jin was awake. Wishing to discuss the recent occurrences, approaching Shi Jin's door, just as he was about to knock, he faintly heard voices emanating from within. Besides Shi Jin, there was the sound of a woman's high-pitched voice. This revelation caused Jiang Wenwu to instinctively lower his hand, holding his breath as he listened intently. Inside, he heard Shi Jian's voice, filled with anger, exclaiming, "You wretched creature! Your intentions are nefarious." In response, the woman's voice, laced with laughter, chimed, "Do not be so irate. You are now neither human nor demon yourself. We are essentially indistinguishable." As soon as she finished speaking, Shi Jian retorted fiercely, "You manipulated me into doing those things." The woman responded, "Yet, during those moments, you seem to revel in it. Your heart is not as virtuous as your facade suggests." Her words struck Shi Jian like a dagger, igniting his fury as he growled hoarsely, "Get out! Do not trouble me again." The woman, however, continued to tease, "After 10 years, you have long been under my influence. I understand your true desires, so stop repressing yourself." As her voice grew fainter, Jiang Wenwu stood at the door for a moment longer. But the room fell silent. Doubts crept into his mind. Should he knock and call out to Shi Jian? After a moment's contemplation, he decided to knock and called, "Brother, are you asleep?" Upon hearing Jiang Wenwu's voice, Shi Jian replied, "I'm asleep. What is it you need?" After a brief pause, Jiang Wenwu said, "Brother, I heard what seemed to be another person in your room." Following his statement, a long silence ensued, leaving Jiang Wenwu puzzled. Meanwhile, inside, Shi Jian wore a grim expression, his gaze fixated on the door, blood-red light flashing in his eyes. Just as Jiang Wenwu prepared to call out again, the door swung open, revealing a weary-looking Shi Jian. "Wenwu," he said, "if you have no urgent matters, please return and rest. I am quite fatigued." Jiang Wenwu nodded, assuring Shi Jian to rest well. However, as he turned to return to his own room, he cast a curious glance back at Shi Jian's room. The following morning, Jiang Wenwu rose early, and Shi Jian emerged from his room, appearing much more invigorated than the previous day. Approaching Jiang Wenwu, who was washing up, Shi Jian asked, "Did you hear someone else in my room last night?" Jiang Wenwu, while drying his face with a towel, replied, "Yes, there seemed to be a woman present." Shi Jian chuckled lightly. That was Chu Ling. Jiang Wenwu joined in the laughter, remarking, "So it was Chu Ling. It seems you must have cast a spell to converse with her." Shi Jian nodded. "Indeed, by the way. What did you overhear?" Jiang Wenwu hesitated momentarily before responding, "Not much. I only caught a few fragmented phrases before it fell silent." Shi Jian acknowledged this with an "oh," then asked, "What did you want to discuss with me last night?" Jiang Wenwu, having nothing to conceal, candidly expressed his desire to talk about the sealed entity within the mountain and the events that had transpired. Shi Jian reassured him, stating there was no need for concern. Although the seal had been compromised, it would not be easy for the entities contained within to escape. Jiang Wenwu, feeling slightly relieved, turned to head back to his room. However, unbeknownst to him, as he walked away, Shi Jian's eyes glinted with malice, his fingers poised like a blade. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenwu, oblivious to the danger lurking behind him, felt beads of sweat forming on his brow as his heartbeat quickened. Yet he maintained his composure, continuing towards his room until he finally exhaled deeply once inside. He had sensed, just moments ago, that the one he called brother, the disciple of his father, had nearly turned against him. Though Jiang Wenwu could not fathom why Shi Jian had refrained from acting, he remained convinced that Shi Jian would eventually strike. All of this was inevitably intertwined with the events he had overheard the night prior. As for Shi Jian's assertion that he was conversing with Chu Ling last night, Jiang Wenwu was utterly incredulous. At this moment, Shi Jian in the courtyard tightly grasped his right hand with his left, to the point where his right hand began to pale from the pressure, indicating the intensity of his grip. Shi Jian swiftly turned away, departing from Jiang Wenwu and retreating to his own chamber, where he firmly closed the door behind him. Leaning against the door, Shi Jian gasped for breath, his face alternating between hues of blue and white, with veins bulging visibly. There were also fleeting flashes of crimson in his eyes. After a while, Shi Jian exhaled deeply, though his expression remained grim, leaving one to wonder what thoughts plagued his mind. When Jiang Wenwu sought out Shi Jian, he discovered that Shi Jian's door had been locked, and he was nowhere to be found, leaving Jiang in a state of confusion regarding his whereabouts. Jiang Wenwu lingered for a moment before stepping outside the courtyard, making his way towards the mountains. It wasn't long before he arrived at the site where certain items had been sealed away. There, he encountered the two individuals he had met yesterday, who were indeed alive. Upon spotting Jiang Wenwu, Xue Bing and Zhao Shuai from the 8th Division felt a surge of anxiety. However, They soon realized that Jiang Wenwu had come alone, with the scruffy man absent from his company, which brought them a sense of relief. Xue Bing subtly signaled to Zhao Shuai to avoid any conflict with Jiang Wenwu. Not having found Shi Jian, Jiang Wenwu decided to remain there for a while, desiring to validate his suspicions. The two individuals, suspected to be from the 8th Division, represented the key to his inquiry, although he refrained from revealing his identity to them. They interacted as strangers, both remaining in place while Jiang Wenwu retrieved a weapon. Pondering its implications that a few paces away, Xue Bing and Zhao Shuai covertly glanced at Jiang Wenwu. Xue Bing then seized Zhao Shuai's arm, and they began to whisper. Xue Bing remarked, "Did you see that?" The item he was holding. Zhao Shuai nodded in acknowledgement. "Of course. What about it?" Xue Bing's expression turned serious as he replied, "I can't shake the feeling that I've encountered that item before." Surprised by Xue Bing's revelation, Zhao Shuai noted his reputation within the 8th Division for his extensive knowledge of various rare weapons. However, the fact that Xue Bing could not immediately recall the origins of the weapon in Jiang Wenwu's possession suggested that it was no ordinary object. After a while, Xue Bing still couldn't recall its origins, ultimately sighing and shaking his head. "Forget it. Once we return, I'll look into it thoroughly." Zhao Shuai, initially eager to hear about the item's background, felt somewhat disheartened by this outcome. Subsequently, Xue Bing and Zhao Shuai found a spot to sit, occasionally glancing back at the fissure on the mountainside, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They had indeed accomplished something significant by locating this site. When the director of the 8th Division had summoned them, he had emphasized the importance of this location and instructed them to immediately relay their findings once discovered. Now, Xue Bing and Zhao Shuai awaited the arrival of personnel from the 8th Division, unperturbed by any potential fallout with the 9th Division, for they understood that the higher-ups would inevitably engage in their own disputes. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenwu let out a sigh, plunging the weapon in his hand into the earth beside him. He then lay back, propping his hands beneath his head, squinting at the sky. Suddenly, he felt an intense throbbing in his eyelids, followed by a sharp pain. Chapter 16. The yellow vest startled by the pain. Jiang Wenwu sprang up, clutching his eyes with both hands. At that moment, he noticed something peculiar through his fingers. The surroundings had transformed into a dark red hue, with wisps of blackish-red mist emanating from the nearby mountain. What truly terrified Jiang Wenwu was the realization that grotesque faces had emerged from the mountain, resembling howling phantoms, seemingly attempting to break free from the mountain's grasp. This prompted him to retreat rapidly, but he quickly remembered the weapon he had embedded in the ground and, enduring the pain in his eyes, hurried to retrieve it. As he withdrew the weapon from the earth, he was astonished to find that the pain in his eyes had subsided, and the unsettling visions had vanished as well. Soon, he felt no discomfort at all, evoking a sense of absurdity within him. When he glanced over at the two individuals, suspected to be from the 8th Division, he found them still seated, gazing at him in astonishment. Jiang Wenwu redirected his attention to the peculiar weapon in his hand, sensing an instinctive connection between the bizarre occurrences with his eyes and the weapon he held. He had carried this item with him regularly without incident, yet merely inserting it into the ground had triggered the painful experience and the haunting visions. To validate his hypothesis, Jiang Wenwu employed his celestial vision to examine the mountain ahead. However, the mountain appeared entirely ordinary, devoid of any peculiarities even under his scrutiny. He was acutely aware that since the fissure had opened in the mountainside, the anomalies he had previously observed with his celestial vision had also dissipated. Nevertheless, the recent events led Jiang Wenwu to conclude that it was not the mountain that lacked abnormalities. Rather, his bloodline talent, celestial vision, had yet to reach the requisite level to perceive such phenomena. It seemed that this extraordinary weapon had the capacity to stimulate his celestial vision, revealing those haunting images to him. Seeking further confirmation, Jiang Wenwu crouched down, scrutinizing the strange weapon in his grasp before glancing at the ground. Taking a deep breath, he plunged the weapon back into the earth. As it penetrated the soil, he instantly felt a fiery sensation in his eyes, swiftly followed by the return of the pain. Moreover, he witnessed the mountain's anomalous features once again. What astonished him further was that upon observing the weapon embedded in the ground, he discerned numerous veins pulsating with a golden glow, converging at the weapon's location. However, the intensity of the pain in his eyes soon became unbearable, prompting him to hastily withdraw the weapon from the earth. Everything returned to normal, yet as Jiang Wenwu wiped his eyes, he was alarmed to find blood seeping from them. This revelation startled him, but he noted that he could still see. The blood from his eyes, however, was undoubtedly a grave concern. This compelled Jiang Wenwu to refrain from further experimentation, despite having just confirmed a potential link between the extraordinary weapon and the enhancement of his bloodline talent. Celestial vision, as Jiang Wenwu reveled in his newfound discovery, examining the peculiar weapon in his hand, he suddenly felt a firm grip on his shoulder, accompanied by considerable force. The pressure elicited a series of cracking sounds from his shoulder, causing him to tense up instinctively, yet he dared not move. A low voice from behind inquired, "What did you just do?" It was Shi Jian. Jiang Wenwu quickly responded, "Senior brother, I did nothing." Upon hearing Jiang Wenwu's reply, Shi Jian scrutinized him for a moment before releasing his grip. Jiang Wenwu, easing his shoulder, turned to face Shi Jian, who was gazing intently at the mountain with a troubled expression. This left Jiang Wenwu hesitant to speak further, uncertain of how Shi Jian had perceived the earlier events. Shi Jian then spoke solemnly, "There has been a disturbance in the Earth's veins, causing anomalies in this area." This revelation made Jiang Wenwu realize that Shi Jian had indeed sensed the occurrences that had transpired moments ago, deepening his awareness of the gap between himself and someone like Shi Jian. However, Jiang Wenwu also recognized that the disturbance in the Earth's veins was undoubtedly linked to the weapon he had thrust into the ground. Particularly, recalling the golden veins he had witnessed converging at the weapon's location, he surmised that those golden veins must represent the Earth's veins. Shi Jian then inquired, "When did you arrive here?" Jiang Wenwu succinctly recounted his arrival and the situation at hand to Shi Jian, who, upon hearing it, remained silent. He cast a glance towards Xuebing and Zhao Shuai beside him, then began to descend the mountain. Jiang Wenwu hastily followed suit, and when the two returned to their dwelling, they were greeted by the sight of a figure standing at their courtyard entrance, resembling a javelin. That moment, the individual turned to face them, and as Jiang Wenwu's gaze met that of the stranger, he felt an unsettling jolt, as though the man's eyes were charged with lightning, rendering him unable to maintain his stare. Upon reaching the courtyard entrance, the figure nodded at both of them and stated, "Relay the details of the situation here to me, and then you may leave." Jiang Wenwu, perplexed by these words, glanced at Shi Jian, who furrowed his brow in response. Nevertheless, Shi Jian replied, "I have guarded this mountain for a decade. Even if you are sent by the Bureau to replace me, clarity is essential." The stranger, upon hearing Shi Jian's retort, wore a disdainful smile and adjusted the collar of his coat to reveal a yellow vest beneath. Upon noticing the yellow vest, Shi Jian's expression shifted dramatically, disbelief etched across his features as he stared at the man before him. After a moment, Shi Jian inquired, "You are the yellow vest from the headquarters?" The man nodded, and Jiang Wenwu, taken aback by Shi Jian's revelation, glanced at the standing figure, his expression also transforming. The reason for this reaction was clear. The individual was a yellow vest from the headquarters, and Jiang Wenwu had heard various rumors regarding these figures from the likes of the enigmatic Wen Binbin. Wherever the yellow vests appeared, significant events were bound to follow, and each one was a formidable individual. Often said to be more powerful than the section chiefs, it was rumored that the leader of the Yellow Vests could attain a position equivalent to that of a bureau chief. Now, a living embodiment of this legendary organization stood beside Jiang Wenwu, igniting a surge of excitement within him. Yet, he steeled himself, determined not to reveal his emotions. Shi Jian, appearing somewhat drained, spoke, "Very well. I will inform you of the circumstances here." The Yellow Vest smiled, evidently satisfied with Shi Jian's demeanor. Shi Jian then turned to Jiang Wenwu and instructed, "Prepare to gather your belongings. We shall depart tonight." Jiang Wenwu could only nod in acquiescence as the Yellow Vest strode confidently into the courtyard, with Shi Jian closely trailing behind. Once both had entered, Jiang Wenwu took a moment before stepping inside and returning to his room. The specifics of what Shi Jian would disclose to the Yellow Vest remained a mystery to Jiang Wenwu. He began tidying up his belongings while reflecting on the events that had transpired since his arrival, becoming momentarily lost in thought. When Jiang Wenwu finally regained his focus, he discovered Shi Jian seated at the threshold of his room. Hastily, he approached and asked, "Senior brother, do you have lingering attachments to this place?" Shi Jian shook his head, declaring, "There is nothing to be attached to. I have guarded this mountain for 10 years, waiting for this day." Uncertain of the truth behind Shi Jian's words, Jiang Wenwu continued, "It seems the Bureau has relayed information to the headquarters, prompting their dispatch of the Yellow Vest." Shi Jian had anticipated Jiang Wenwu's conclusion. as the arrival of the yellow vest coincided with Jiang Wenwu's communication with the Ninth Bureau. This indicated the Bureau's heightened concern over the matter, willing to alert the headquarters, and it was certain that the Bureau chief, Lu Qian, had communicated with the headquarters, informing them of the situation that warranted such urgency. As nightfall approached, Jiang Wenwu and Shi Jian shared one final meal in the dwelling. Before departing, Shi Jian cast a lingering gaze at the humble abode, yet ultimately turned resolutely to exit. Jiang Wenwu followed closely, and as they left the village, Shi Jian abruptly halted, then turned back towards the mountains. Observing this, Jiang Wenwu hastened after him. As they ventured further into the mountains, they encountered the yellow vest from the headquarters, who stood with arms crossed, his gaze fixed on the direction the two were heading, his eyes glimmering with an inscrutable thought. Chapter 17. Indestructible. As Jiang Wenwu and Shi Jian approached the mountain that concealed something ominous, Shi Jian suddenly halted. "Wenwu, you need not follow me any longer," he stated abruptly. Jiang Wenwu was taken aback, gazing at Shi Jian's back, contemplating voicing his suspicions, yet hesitating to utter a word. He was apprehensive that his fears might be realized. What course of action would he take then? Should he confront Shi Jian or allow him to depart unimpeded? Now, Shi Jian had presented Jiang Wenwu with a choice, either to leave immediately, after which the ensuing events would be of no concern to him, or to continue following, bearing the consequences of his decision. The two stood in silence for a moment before Shi Jian resumed his forward march. While Jiang Wenwu delayed his pursuit, torn by inner conflict, as Shi Jian drew closer to the mountain shrouded in mystery, Jiang Wenwu's unease intensified, and he felt his eyelids twitching uncontrollably. His innate bloodline ability, the heavenly vision, manifested once more, revealing an astonishing scene. Atop the mountain, blood-red clouds coalesced, and the entire mountain appeared drenched in crimson, particularly the fissure halfway up, which resembled a colossal eye. As Shi Jian approached the sealed mountain, his eyes turned a terrifying shade of red, accompanied by a voice akin to a woman's echoing in his mind, urging, "Kill them. Annihilate them all," with a roar that seemed to emanate from the depths of hell. Shi Jian suddenly accelerated towards two figures at the mountain's base, who were none other than Xuebing and Zhao Shuai from the 8th Bureau. They had just sensed the abnormality and were employing their methods to investigate the sealed mountain, only to be startled by Shi Jian's roar. Before they could recover from their shock, a blood-red figure lunged towards them, intent on their demise. What terrified Xuebing and Zhao Shuai further was the realization that they were rendered immobile, their abilities seemingly shackled. Neither their chi techniques nor their internal energy could manifest in that moment. As the blood-eyed figure reached out towards them, mere inches from their heads, a sudden shift occurred, and the figure retreated. In that instant, someone intervened, repelling Shi Jian and seizing the two men by their collars, extracting them from danger. Shi Jian, gasping for breath, wore a grotesque expression, his blood-red gaze fixated on the individual who had just rescued Xuebing and Zhao Shuai. The rescuer was none other than the yellow vest from the headquarters, who had arrived without them noticing. He cast aside Xuebing and Zhao Shuai, his attention now trained on Shi Jian. The yellow vest, displaying a sense of urgency, unsheathed the sword from his back, preparing for confrontation. "You seek death." Shi Jian's voice resonated like a wailing specter from the netherworld, a chilling blend of male and female tones. The yellow vest's voice boomed like thunder, declaring, "You have strayed from the path. It is not too late to turn back. Otherwise, I shall purge the evil and eradicate the demons." Shi Jian cast a fleeting smile at the man in the yellow vest, a smile that appeared unervingly sinister. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his original position, only to reappear right before the yellow-vested man, with both hands extended, infused with an astonishing malevolence. He lunged toward the vital point of his opponent. However, the yellow vest, seasoned by countless battles, first safeguarded his own life force before retaliating. When Shi Jian's initial strike failed, he deftly retreated a distance of 10 feet in a series of agile movements. Yet, the yellow-vested man was relentless, his sword aimed directly at Shi Jian's heart. A fierce glint ignited in Shi Jian's eyes, and he emitted a peculiar cry, choosing not to evade, allowing the sword to pierce the vicinity of his heart. At that moment, the yellow vest's expression altered drastically. His once invincible sword, which had felled many foes, failed to penetrate Shi Jian's chest, instead bending at an astonishing angle. Seizing the opportunity, Shi Jian advanced, gripping the yellow vest's wrist with one hand while the other formed a pointed shape aimed at the man's throat. The yellow vest bellowed a fierce command, causing Shi Jin's actions to falter for the briefest of moments, just enough for the yellow vest to withdraw. Yet, a sense of unease lingered as he wiped his throat, discovering warm blood, his own, upon his hand. Had he not shouted that incantation, he would have sustained severe injuries, if not fatal ones, at Shi Jin's hands. With haste, the yellow vest recited a spell, clutching the sword's hilt. And with a swift motion, he drew the blade upward, blood staining its twin edges. Simultaneously, the blood absorbed into the sword's body, causing it to radiate a brilliant crimson light. With a fierce roar, the yellow vest lunged forward, aiming to behead Shi Jin once and for all. However, to his astonishment, this strike, though solidly delivered, proved as ineffective as his previous attempts. The sword struck Shi Jin's neck but could neither sever nor penetrate. Met with a formidable counterforce. Before the yellow vest could capitalize on his missed opportunity, Shi Jin retaliated, seizing the sword's body and delivering a powerful blow to the yellow vest's chest. The impact reverberated through the yellow vest's body, nearly causing him to lose grip of his weapon as he hunched forward to withdraw the sword. Shi Jin clung to him like a relentless shadow, launching a series of assaults aimed at extinguishing the yellow vest's life. Yet, the yellow vest, being from the Central Bureau and renowned in his own right, managed to evade Shi Jin's relentless pursuit, though he bore wounds that made him wary against underestimating his adversary. Initially, he had believed he could easily dispatch Shi Jin, but the encounters had imparted the wisdom of caution, revealing the gravity of the directive he had received from the Bureau. Casting a glance at the nearby mountain, sealed away in the night, the yellow vest recognized that it bore no distinction from the surrounding peaks. However, he was aware that beneath it lay an ancient demon, imprisoned for over a millennium. Although it should have succumbed to the confinement, the demon had seemingly thrived, showing signs of impending escape centuries prior. The one who had sealed the demon, sensing the weakening of the barrier, had hastened to the site, sacrificing his life to reinforce the seal. Before his demise, he warned his disciple that the demon would inevitably break free after centuries, but there existed a method to hinder its escape, a cruel one that required gathering 10 individuals with similarly unique fates, each separated by at least a decade, to bolster the seal with their life force daily, thus becoming part of the seal themselves. The demon, in turn, would exploit the lifeblood of these individuals, embedding a fragment of its essence within them. This process would need to endure for a minimum of 10 years to succeed. Otherwise, the demon would perish within the confines of the mountain. Should it show signs of escape, the last individual would need to be slain, sealing the way for the demon forever. As the years passed, of the 10 unique individuals, 9 had either died of old age or met untimely ends, trapped and unable to escape the seal. Subsequently, the 9th Division took on the responsibility, following the ancient instructions to locate the 10th individual, none other than Shi Jin, the disciple of Jiang Wenwu. Thus, Shi Jin had guarded the mountain for 10 years, each time reinforcing the seal while simultaneously becoming part of it. Over time, the demon had infiltrated Shi Jin's essence, merging their spirits into one inseparable entity. Consequently, the yellow vest's attempts on Shi Jin's life were aimed at sealing the gate of the seal, preventing the demon's escape. However, he was caught off guard when the demon, sensing its own peril, rendered Shi Jin impervious to harm. Despite the yellow vest's enhancements to his symbolic sword, it proved futile. This indicated that the ancient demon deep within the mountain had sensed its impending demise and was willing to sacrifice greatly to protect Shi Jin. Now, Shi Jin existed in a nebulous, chaotic state, his body under the demon's control. The yellow vest took a deep breath and called to his companions from the 8th Division, Xue Bing and Zhao Shuai, urging them to assist. Otherwise, none of them would leave alive today. Upon hearing the yellow vest's words, Xue Bing and Zhao Shuai exchanged glances and positioned themselves beside him. The yellow vest cautioned them. "Be careful. He is currently impervious to blades and even my empowered sword cannot harm him." They nodded, preparing their strategies to confront Shi Jin. The yellow vest gripped the sword's hilt tightly, his feet positioned firmly. With a swift movement, he surged forward alongside Xue Bing and Zhao Shuai. Facing 3 adversaries, Shi Jin had no choice but to retreat. Suddenly, Xue Bing produced a rope that seemed to possess a will of its own, ensnaring Shi Jin's waist and winding around him in an instant. Unable to break free, Shi Jin was effectively immobilized. Zhao Shuai, wielding two short blades engraved with red runes, surged forward, exclaiming, "Break through!" The blades plunged into Shi Jian's back, finally penetrating his otherwise impervious flesh, causing a plume of white mist to escape from the wound. Shi Jian staggered, nearly collapsing. Seizing the moment, the yellow vest advanced, his sword aimed at Shi Jian's heart. Just as the blade was about to strike, it was inexplicably halted by an unseen force. The yellow vest glared at the source of the interruption, recognizing the unassuming figure wielding a peculiar weapon that resembled a sword. A staff and a whip all at once. Seeking death, the yellow vest roared, but Jiang Wenwu remained undeterred, deflecting the yellow vest sword and severing the rope binding Shi Jian. Once successful, Jiang Wenwu reached out to catch the faltering Shi Jian, then bolted toward the mountain's edge. The yellow vest wasted no time, pursuing him closely, their figures gradually receding into the distance. Now, only Xue Bing and Zhao Shuai remained, with Xue Bing glancing towards the direction Jiang Wenwu had fled and then at the severed rope in his hand. A bitter smile on his lips, Zhao Shuai echoed his sentiments, lamenting, "What a pity! We let him escape." Xue Bing stowed the rope and replied, "Let them fight it out. We need only wait a little longer. Reinforcements from the division will arrive." Zhao Shuai nodded in acknowledgement, but soon inquired, what exactly was that object in the hands of that young man? It was astonishingly capable of repelling the talisman sword and even severing your earthworm's spirit rope? Xue Bing replied solemnly, "If my conjecture holds true, that must be the spirit-dispelling sword." Upon hearing Xue Bing's words, Zhao Shuai was momentarily taken aback, but quickly exclaimed, "Did you just say that it is the infamous spirit-dispelling sword? Could it be the very sword wielded by that individual from the 9th Division years ago? I never imagined it would re-emerge. No wonder I found that young man somewhat familiar. It seems he must share some bloodline with that person from back then." Having answered Zhao Shuai's query, Xue Bing also gained a clearer understanding of Jiang Wenwu's identity. Zhao Shuai reiterated, "There is indeed a connection to that individual." While Xue Bing and Zhao Shuai engaged in conversation, Jiang Wenwu, accompanied by Shi Jian, had already covered a considerable distance, though he soon halted. Shi Jian, weakly leaning on Jiang Wenwu, urged, "You should go. He seeks to kill me, not you." Jiang Wenwu, however, did not comply. Instead, he turned his gaze toward the yellow-vested figure blocking their path, who, for the moment, did not attack but merely observed them intently. Shi Jian lifted his head, though his vision was blurred. Faintly, he perceived a silhouette standing ahead. "Let him go," Shi Jian weakly implored. The yellow-vested figure then spoke. "Had he not intervened earlier, I would have overlooked the matter. But since he has interjected, wielding that malevolent spirit-dispelling sword, even if I do not kill him, I must take him back to the headquarters." Upon hearing the yellow-vested man's words, Jiang Wenwu finally learned the name of the remarkable weapon he held. Instinctively, he glanced at the spirit-dispelling sword in his grasp, which now appeared to have an additional segment. Taking on a rather peculiar form, resembling a sword yet akin to a cudgel, coupled with its original portion, it exuded an even more unconventional aura. Nevertheless, this peculiar object had just performed a miraculous feat by thwarting the yellow-vested man's lethal strike. Otherwise, Shi Jian would have already met his demise. Shi Jian, gathering his strength once more, exclaimed, "You intend to take him away?" The yellow-vested man's focus and attention were now entirely fixed on Jiang Wenwu. As he regarded Shi Jian as no longer a threat, Shi Jian had been rendered powerless. The earlier strike from Zhao Shuai's breaking chi talisman spike had pierced his vital energy gate, leaving him utterly drained of his true essence. In such a state, he was incapable of stirring any significant turmoil. Conversely, Jiang Wenwu, the young man wielding the spirit-dispelling sword, piqued the yellow-vested man's interest even more. At this moment, the yellow-vested figure saw an opportunity not only to vanquish the ancient demon sealed within the mountain, but also to escort Jiang Wenwu back to headquarters, thereby enhancing his own merit. As this thought crossed his mind, the yellow-vested figure approached Jiang Wenwu and Shi Jian, stating, "If you wish to avoid injury or worse, it would be wise to surrender peacefully. After all, you are from the 9th Division. Even at headquarters, you would not face any repercussions." However, Jiang Wenwu remained unyielding, pointing the spirit-dispelling sword directly at the advancing yellow-vested figure, unwilling to release Shi Jian, who still leaned against him. Suddenly, Jiang Wenwu was thrust aside, and to his astonishment, Shi Jian, who had been unable to stand, miraculously regained his footing, albeit with blood streaming from his orifices. Shi Jian bellowed at Jiang Wenwu, "Get out of here. I will hold him off." The yellow-vested man paused but sneered, struggling in vain. "Do you truly believe that by borrowing the power of the ancient demon, you can turn the tables?" As the yellow-vested man's words fell, he swiftly approached Shi Jian, thrusting his talisman sword into Shi Jian's chest and pinning him to the ground. The yellow-vested man's actions were executed with seamless precision, leaving no room for delay. And Jiang Wenwu found himself unable to intervene. He sensed that this figure from headquarters had likely been holding back all along, not fully unleashing his power until now. The yellow-vested man withdrew his talisman sword and advanced toward Jiang Wenwu. He halted abruptly. Behind him, Shi Jian, who had been impaled and seemingly lifeless, staggered to his feet once more. The yellow-vested man's face twitched in disbelief as he turned to the sight of a beggar, ragged and disheveled, whose hair resembled a bird's nest, obscuring his face. Yet this beggar, with 2 fingers, had managed to grasp the yellow-vested man's talisman sword, indicating his formidable strength. The yellow-vested man, taken aback, gazed incredulously at the beggar. Noting the fingers that held his sword, astonished by the display of power, the beggar spoke, "The sword is indeed a fine weapon, but alas, the one wielding it is tainted by excessive malice, thus sullying its essence." As he spoke, the talisman sword trembled in his grip, as if yearning to break free. However, after a brief chuckle, the beggar quelled the sword's agitation and inverted it into the ground. Chapter 19. The beggar. The yellow-vested man was struck with terror at the sight. This ragged beggar was unexpectedly formidable. With nothing but his bare hands, he had subdued the talisman sword, which had been his companion for nearly 20 years. The yellow-vested man had spent countless hours refining the sword, making it almost an extension of himself, yet it could not withstand the beggar's 2 fingers. Now, the yellow-vested man dared not utter a word, merely standing frozen in place. The beggar addressed Jiang Wenwu. "Young man, do you expect me to carry him?" Jiang Wenwu, upon hearing this, rushed over to hoist Shi Jian onto his back. The beggar then gestured for Jiang Wenwu to follow him, and without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Wenwu complied. However, as they departed, the yellow-vested man's expression shifted rapidly, and he mustered the courage to call out, "Predecessor, if you take him away like this, I will have difficulty explaining myself, if you do not mind. Please leave a name." Without halting his stride, the beggar's voice reached the yellow-vested man's ears clearly. "Qin Shui." Upon hearing this name, the yellow-vested man's countenance changed dramatically, and he bowed deeply in respect to the beggar. After walking for a while, the beggar led Jiang Wenwu and Shi Jian to a sheltered hollow in the earth, instructing Jiang Wenwu to lay Shi Jian down. Jiang Wenwu noticed that Shi Jian's breath gradually stabilized. Although still unconscious, he appeared to be out of immediate danger. Jiang Wenwu expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior, for your timely intervention. I am deeply grateful." The beggar casually brushed his hair aside, responding, "It was merely a trivial effort. There is no need for such formality. However, while I have stabilized his injuries, I cannot extract what resides within his spirit, so his fate still hinges on him." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu's heart sank. He had hoped that Shi Jian would be safe, but the danger had not yet passed. The beggar casually sat down on the ground and invited Jiang Wenwu to join him. Then he said, "Let me take a look at that item you possess." Jiang Wenwu glanced at the spirit-dispelling sword in his hand and tossed it to the beggar, who caught it and examined it closely. Afterward, the beggar returned the sword to Jiang Wenwu, remarking, "You are quite generous, young man, to so freely allow me to inspect such a powerful weapon." Jiang Wenwu inwardly chuckled, realizing that even if he had withheld it, the beggar's prowess would have made it an effortless endeavor to seize it. Nevertheless, Jiang Wenwu replied, "If a senior wishes to see it, I would never conceal it." The beggar laughed heartily. "Your words and your thoughts do not quite align, do they?" Upon hearing the words of the beggar, Jiang Wenwu could not help but feel a shiver run through his heart, realizing that before such an old and seasoned figure from the rivers and lakes, he was indeed still quite juvenile. The beggar then lay down directly and said to Jiang Wenwu, "Have a good sleep. Do not overthink anything else." Jiang Wenwu cast a glance at the beggar, then looked over at Shi Jian. Yet he did not lie down to rest. Instead, he embraced the now restored spirit-dispelling sword and began to practice the qi technique. The beggar, lying there, chuckled softly, and soon the sound of his snoring filled the air. The next morning, the beggar returned from outside, carrying 2 wild rabbits. He approached Jiang Wenwu and tossed them in front of him, saying, "You go prepare them, then start a fire to roast them." Jiang Wenwu stood up from beside Shi Jian and went to tend to the wild rabbits, while the beggar helped Shi Jian sit up, placing his palms against his back. Shortly thereafter, white vapor began to rise from Shi Jian's back, and soon white mist was also emanating from his head. This continued for about 10 minutes before the beggar withdrew his hands and laid Shi Jian back down. At this moment, Jiang Wenwu had also kindled a fire and was roasting the rabbits on a stick. He had, of course, witnessed what the beggar had done for Shi Jian. The beggar then came to Jiang Wenwu and, after sitting down heavily, remarked, "It seems he has yet to overcome the barriers within his heart. Otherwise, he should have awakened by now." Jiang Wenwu was curious about Shi Jian's current condition and asked the beggar, "Senior, what exactly is wrong with my senior brother now?" The beggar replied with a smile, "He is plagued by inner demons." Jiang Wenwu did not perceive anything amiss with the beggar's succinct answer, for it had already conveyed to him what was transpiring with Shi Jian. By midday, Shi Jian, who had been lying there, suddenly sat up, initially appearing bewildered as he surveyed his surroundings. After a moment, he finally regained his senses. Jiang Wenwu, filled with joy, exclaimed, "Senior brother, you've awakened." Shi Jian looked at him and nodded gently, while the beggar moved closer to examine Shi Jian before stating, "It's good that you've woken up. Now, take your time to navigate your inner tribulations. If you can overcome them, your future achievements will be boundless." After saying this, the beggar intended to leave, prompting Jiang Wenwu to quickly inform Shi Jian, "Senior brother, this venerable one saved both you and me last night." Shi Jian attempted to rise but failed. Jiang Wenwu hurriedly stepped forward to assist him in standing. Shi Jian bowed to the beggar, expressing his gratitude, "Thank you, senior." The beggar waved his hand dismissively, saying, "It was but a small effort." Then, the beggar walked away, and to Jiang Wenwu's astonishment, despite appearing to move slowly, he vanished several meters away in the blink of an eye. Once the beggar's figure was no longer visible, Jiang Wenwu withdrew his gaze. And Shi Jian, whom he was supporting, said to him, "You should also leave. In the future, I will be pursued by the 8 major divisions and the headquarters, and I will inevitably face various life and death struggles." Jiang Wenwu sighed and replied, "In truth, I am no different from you, senior brother. That man in the yellow vest wanted to take me back to the headquarters because of the spirit-dispelling sword in my possession." But Shi Jian shook his head, saying, "You are not like me. Even with the spirit-dispelling sword, you would not face life-threatening danger, but I am different." After saying this, Shi Jian broke free from Jiang Wenwu's grasp and began to walk slowly. However, he stumbled and fell to the ground again. Jiang Wenwu hurried over to help him sit up, saying, "Senior brother, I will certainly leave, but not now. I will wait until you can walk on your own." Shi Jian fell silent, and Jiang Wenwu supported him once more, and together they walked side by side. During this process, Shi Jian continuously guided Jiang Wenwu on where to go. By the afternoon, they had arrived at a rather desolate area. But fortunately, there was a wooden cabin there. Shi Jian informed Jiang Wenwu that he had built this cabin some years ago, and it could serve as a resting place. Upon reaching this location, Jiang Wenwu secretly sighed in relief and voiced his lingering questions. Why had Shi Jian turned into the state he was in last night? And why was the man in the yellow vest from the headquarters so intent on killing him? In response to Jiang Wenwu's inquiries, Shi Jian disclosed everything he knew without reservation, allowing Jiang Wenwu to understand the full circumstances. As for why Shi Jian was so well informed, it was because Jiang Wenwu's father had previously told him the entire truth, even asking Shi Jian if he was willing to become a guardian of the mountain after revealing everything at that time. Shi Jian had not hesitated and agreed, all in gratitude for the life-saving teachings bestowed upon him by Jiang Wenwu's father. Jiang Xian. After 10 years of guarding the mountain, Shi Jian had gradually changed in temperament. The entities sealed within the mountain could also foresee certain dangers, which is why they began to act through Shi Jian. The individual who died at the seal was indeed killed by Shi Jian, but at that time, Shi Jian had already been influenced, losing his humanity. Later, the sealed entities sensed the imminent threat to their existence, which led to cracks appearing on the mountainside as they sought to escape. However, they were restrained, largely due to the 9 individuals with unique destinies who had become part of the seal. With the death of those 9 individuals, their entrapment effectively sealed the escape route for the entities within the mountain. To completely sever the possibility of the entities escaping. Shi Jian's death was necessary, as he would serve as the final link in closing the seal. According to Shi Jian, any sealing formation in this world would have a path to life, albeit with varying timelines for its emergence. The life path of the sealed entities had appeared twice. The first time, it was sealed by a man hundreds of years ago with his life. To thoroughly eliminate this potential threat, the subsequent need for 10 individuals with unique destinies arose to lock the seal. Of course, the second instance of the life path emerged as well, but because of the previous 9 individuals becoming part of the seal, the entities found it difficult to escape completely. After hearing the full details from Shi Jian, Jiang Wenwu couldn't help but feel a wave of melancholy, realizing that so much had transpired within a mountain sealed against evil. Thus, Jiang Wenwu understood why the man in the yellow vest from the headquarters sought to kill Shi Jian. He also grasped another point: why the divisions did not send someone over directly, but chose to inform the headquarters to handle the matter. The reason for this was likely because Shi Jian was, after all, one of the 9th Division's own and a disciple of Jiang Xian, making it inappropriate for the 9th Division to act as the villain. Hence, they used the headquarters to carry out the task. Now that Jiang Wenwu had comprehended the sequence of events, when asked if he regretted saving Shi Jian at that time, he still felt no remorse. Yet, just as Shi Jian had mentioned, if he wished to survive in the future, he would have to live on the run. The 9 major divisions and the headquarters would undoubtedly not spare him, as Shi Jian had become a dangerous figure. Subsequently, Jiang Wenwu and Shi Jian discussed the beggar. Although Shi Jian had only brief contact with the beggar, merely having exchanged glances, upon learning about the beggar's actions from Jiang Wenwu, he confidently concluded that the beggar was undoubtedly a person of great skill. The ability to pinch the talisman sword of the yellow vest and subdue it directly indicated that such a person must be comparable to a division chief like Lu Qian. As for the beggar's true identity, Jiang Wenwu had not clearly seen his appearance, making it impossible to reveal to Shi Jian, who also remained unaware of who he was in the blink of an eye. 2 days had passed, and the ordinary populace could not possibly be privy to the events that had transpired. The headquarters and the 9 major divisions had many other matters to address. And even if this incident were to be disseminated, it would require some time. Meanwhile, Lu Qian, the chief of the 9th Division, stood before the window, his brow furrowed as he smoked, lost in thought. Soon, a knock at the door made Lu Qian's expression relax. And he spoke. "Come in." Entering was Chen Biao, the head of the Special Events Action Department of the 9th Division. This man had a fierce appearance, resembling a leopard, yet his righteous demeanor was evident to all. Lu Qian turned to Chen Biao and said, "You've just returned. You should have taken a few days off to rest. However, a significant matter has arisen, necessitating your direct involvement as the head of the Special Operations Department." Chen Biao spoke in a deep, resonant voice. "Director, please assign me whatever task you deem necessary." Lu Qian nodded slightly before suggesting, "First, take a look at the documents on the desk." Upon hearing Lu Qian's words, Chen Biao glanced over to the nearby desk, where an official envelope lay, marked in bold red with a single character, Xian. The sight of this document caused Chen Biao's expression to grow more serious. He approached the desk, picked up the envelope, and began to scrutinize its contents with utmost seriousness. After about 10 minutes, he carefully returned the document to its envelope and placed it back on the desk. Lu Qian inquired, "Have you finished? Do you have anything to say?" Chen Biao pondered for a moment before responding, "Director, what do you wish for me to do? Should we aim for survival or face demise?" Lu Qian sighed inwardly but responded firmly, "We must see the living and the dead." Chen Biao silently committed this to memory, then stated, "In that case, I shall make preparations to depart." After uttering these words, Chen Biao turned to exit, but Lu Qian called out to him, "Chen Biao, exercise caution. I've received reports from the headquarters indicating the presence of a formidable individual near Shi Jian." Upon hearing Lu Qian's warning, Chen Biao halted and replied, "Rest assured, Director, I will remain vigilant." A short while after Chen Biao left, a knock echoed once more. Lu Qian allowed another to enter, this time the head of the Supernatural Events Response Department, Su Wenshan. This portly figure appeared to move with considerable effort. Upon entering the room, he greeted, "Director Lu, what brings me here?" Lu Qian smiled at the rotund Su Wenshan and remarked, "Xiao Su, you ought to consider shedding some weight. I recall you weighed just over 200 pounds when you joined the bureau, yet now it seems you might be tipping the scales at 300 or 400. Su Wenshan chuckled. "Well, life's been good. and so has the food. Liu Qian shook his head, then adopted a serious tone. I called you here to discreetly escort a certain individual back to our bureau. This matter must remain confidential. Only the two of us are to be privy to it. After assessing Liu Qian's demeanor, Su Wanshan immediately adopted a serious attitude, saying, Director Liu, you can trust me. I will ensure everything proceeds smoothly. Pleased with Su Wanshan's assurance, Liu Qian smiled, then leaned in to whisper a few instructions. As he relayed the information, Su Wanshan's expression subtly shifted. When Su Wanshan exited Liu Qian's office, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Sensing the unexpected nature of the situation, finally, he muttered to himself, this young man. At this moment, Jiang Wenwu and Shi Jian had returned to the village. Over the past 2 days, Shi Jian had made a swift recovery, thanks in large part to the beggar who had assisted him. Shi Jian informed Jiang Wenwu that the beggar had reopened his energy channels and expelled the foreign energy that had entered his body. The two returned to the village not only to investigate the situation, but also for Shi Jian to retrieve an important item hidden in his previous residence. The last time Shi Jian had not taken it with him, as he had not intended to leave. Now, however, faced with the prospect of fleeing, he was determined to take it. Upon arriving at his residence, which was securely locked, Shi Jian opened the gate and entered the house. He then asked Jiang Wenwu to help him excavate the item from a corner of the room. It turned out to be a copper gourd, which Shi Jian explained contained a spirit named Chu Ling. Concerned for Chu Ling's safety, he had refrained from carrying it with him. Jiang Wenwu learned from Shi Jian that this spirit was the first and only gift given to him by his master. Jiang Xian, after he had accepted Shi Jian as a disciple, Chu Ling had accompanied Shi Jian for over a decade, and their bond resembled that of friends. Shi Jian often confided in Chu Ling. With the copper gourd containing Chu Ling secured, the two swiftly departed, heading into the mountains. This was Shi Jian's final opportunity to gaze upon the places where he had spent 10 years guarding the mountains. Filled with countless memories, Jiang Wenwu, fully supportive, accompanied him. They stopped not far from the sealed mountain, where Shi Jian gazed at it, his eyes growing misty. Jiang Wenwu stood quietly beside him, refraining from interrupting this moment. After a while, Shi Jian signaled that they could leave. As they walked away from the mountain, Jiang Wenwu asked, Senior brother, what will happen to the sealed entities within the mountain that have fused with your spirit? Shi Jian replied solemnly, the beggar mentioned that if I can overcome this trial, my future achievements will be boundless. Currently, those entities can influence my mind, but in the future, I will learn to suppress them, which will serve to strengthen me. Jiang Wenwu, upon hearing Shi Jian's words, regarded his senior brother with newfound respect. If Shi Jian could indeed master control, it would lead to a transformative change. The crossroads. Jiang Wenwu and Shi Jian stood at opposite ends. Jiang Wenwu clasped his fists and bowed, saying, Senior brother, when we meet again, I hope that those entities no longer pose a threat to you. Shi Jian smiled in return, replying, You two must carry forward our master's legacy. When we meet again, I hope you will have grown even stronger. Jiang Wenwu beamed at Shi Jian's words, and after exchanging well wishes, they each took their separate paths. Now seated atop a mound of earth, Jiang Wenwu felt a twinge of emptiness within him, uncertain of his next steps. Should he return to the Ninth Bureau or venture forth into the vast world? Although he understood that leaving the Ninth Bureau might lead to a situation akin to his past, he was undeniably different now. Yet, should he return, would it cause trouble? After all, the spirit-repelling sword he possessed seemed anything but benign. At that moment, Jiang Wenwu suddenly stood, his gaze fixed on a distant spot as several figures emerged from that direction. The leader of the group fixated hungrily on the item in Jiang Wenwu's grasp. His eyes gleaming with greed, Jiang Wenwu's expression turned grave. These 4 individuals clearly possessed formidable skills, and whether he could escape was uncertain. The quartet appeared unconcerned, confident that they could handle a mere novice from the Ninth Bureau. The leader, the eldest among the 4, sported a smug grin and let out a cackling laugh. Soon, the 4 surrounded Jiang Wenwu, cutting off all avenues of escape. Chapter 21. The rescued Jiang Wenwu realized that escaping alive was highly improbable. Yet he felt a sense of resignation, no longer gripped by fear. The 4 surrounding him noted his reaction and felt a twinge of admiration. The leader, who had been eyeing Jiang Wenwu's spirit-repelling sword, now directed his gaze toward him. Jiang Wenwu asked, May I inquire about your identities, so I might die with clarity? The leader of the quartet chuckled menacingly, who would have thought that at such a young age. You possess some spirit. Though we are not the righteous ones, we will not let you perish without understanding. Jiang Wenwu's heart stirred upon realizing they hailed from the Fengtian sect, a name he had heard from Shi Jian. A member of the sect had even perished at Shi Jian's hands, albeit while Shi Jian was under the influence of the sealed entities. Even after regaining his senses, Shi Jian had shown disdain for the sect. Jiang Wenwu had always suspected that the Fengtian sect's reputation was far from admirable, and now he found himself face to face with 4 of its members, further confirming his suspicions. The leader of the Fengtian sect, unaware of Jiang Wenwu's thoughts, wore a triumphant expression, eager to see how the young man would react upon learning their identities. To the leader's surprise, Jiang Wenwu's gaze remained calm, devoid of shock or fear. This composed demeanor embarrassed the leader, prompting him to declare loudly, "I am the eldest of the Fengtian sect, Feng Shirgu." The individual clad in a yellow garment proclaimed, "I am Xixia Ergu, Feng Shirchen." Subsequently, the one in blue attire interjected, "I am Lao San, Feng Shirling." Finally, the figure draped in black chuckled and declared, "I am Lao Si, Feng Shirke." Jiang Wenwu nodded slightly and addressed the 4 evils of the Feng sect. "Then I invite you to make your move." The 4 evils exchanged glances before simultaneously launching an assault on Jiang Wenwu, their combined efforts targeting his vital points. Despite Jiang Wenwu's attempts to defend himself, he soon realized the futility of his efforts. At that moment, the 4 evils of the Feng sect suddenly soared away, crashing to the ground a yard distant. Jiang Wenwu, astonished, was at a loss for what had transpired, but soon felt a heavy hand resting upon his shoulder, accompanied by a voice from behind that sounded eerily familiar. "Come back with me." After uttering this phrase, Jiang Wenwu felt an inexplicable lightness, and his vision blurred, the result of being swiftly whisked away by an unseen force. After a brief interval following Jiang Wenwu's abduction, the 4 evils of the Feng sect began to stir, each rising to their feet, bewildered by the abruptness of the earlier events. They struggled to comprehend the circumstances that had led to their current state. However, being seasoned practitioners of the martial world, they quickly deduced that Jiang Wenwu had been rescued, and the one who intervened was undoubtedly far more formidable than any of them. The realization left them in a state of trepidation, prompting the 4 evils to hastily depart. Simultaneously, in another location, Shi Jian knelt upon the ground, looking exceedingly disheveled, blood spilling from his lips as he regarded the approaching figure. When the stranger reached him, they stated, "If you survive, perhaps you will live, but should you resist further, I can only return with your corpse." Shi Jian did not bow his head. Rather, he strained to meet the gaze of this individual. At that moment, the stranger raised a hand to strike Shi Jian's head. Just then, a sigh resonated nearby, and the stranger's hand halted just before Shi Jian's face, though the force of the wind from their palm distorted Shi Jian's features. The figure then glanced toward the forest ahead and beheld a ragged, disheveled figure emerging from the shadows. Upon the appearance of this beggar, the assailant withdrew, stepping back a yard from Shi Jian. The beggar sighed. "One should be merciful when able." Upon hearing this, Chen Biao replied, "I am bound by duty and must comply." The beggar raised a hand, pointing at Chen Biao, and inquired, "If you were to lose, would you be able to explain yourself?" Chen Biao nodded, "Indeed, but one must first test their mettle." The beggar laughed heartily, such youthful audacity. Following this exchange, the beggar and Chen Biao briefly clashed before separating. They remained in their original positions, yet Chen Biao's breaths grew noticeably labored, while his concealed left hand trembled violently. Meanwhile, a lock of the beggar's hair fell, which he deftly caught. "Remarkable skill," the beggar exclaimed. Chen Biao conceded, "I admit defeat. You may take him with you." Without further ado, the beggar approached and pulled Shi Jian to his feet, leading him into the forest, soon disappearing from view. Chen Biao, who had witnessed this exchange, stood motionless for a moment, and as he finally stirred, blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Within the woods, the beggar and Shi Jian paused, the beggar leaning against a tree as he sat down. He lifted his shirt to reveal a purple handprint on his chest. "The inlay 5 master's palm. Truly formidable," he remarked. Shi Jian was taken aback, realizing the beggar had suffered a blow from Chen Biao. The inlay 5 master's palm, a family inheritance, was said to cleave through malevolent spirits. If one were to be injured by it, the dark energy would infiltrate their body, gradually ravaging their organs. The beggar sat cross-legged, a thin layer of white mist emanating from his body, shimmering with a faint glow, rendering him almost ethereal. Shi Jian marveled inwardly, recognizing that the beggar, who had previously saved him, was indeed an extraordinary figure, surpassing his initial expectations. This prompted him to recall his master, Jiang Xian, who, at the age of 18, had exhibited similar phenomena while cultivating his energy technique. Shi Jian learned from Jiang Xian that this was an enigmatic state, where one could become impervious to toxins and heal from injuries. However, Jiang Xian's energy had manifested as a purple hue, suggesting that the beggar, while impressive, still lacked the depth of Jiang Xian's mastery. As the beggar attended to his injuries and Shi Jian reminisced, Qian Biao departed, while at that very moment, a gathering of figures convened at the mountain with the seal. At the forefront stood a beguiling woman. Clad provocatively, her enchanting gaze captivating the attention of Xue Bing and Zhao Shuai of the 8th Division. However, a sudden cold snort shattered the moment, causing both men to tremble in fear, narrowly avoiding the loss of their composure. The source of the snort was a bald man from the 8th Division, who stood with one hand raised to his chest, gently manipulating a string of smooth, white prayer beads. The alluring woman chuckled. Kushushu, as a monk, why do you still engage in worldly affairs? Did you not profess that all is vanity and that you seek blessings in the afterlife? The monk, referred to as Kushushu, though not elderly, appeared to be in his early 20s. Upon hearing her words, he furrowed his brow but quickly relaxed, reciting a Buddhist chant. Umitba, Bai Ling, do not deceive the masses with your enchanting words. I in the eyes of the Buddha. The worldly realm is like an ocean. I shall navigate it myself, with a steadfast heart and mind, guiding all beings and spirits. Hu Ling, listening to Kushushu, laughed even more exuberantly, drawing both curious and clandestine glances from onlookers. A man with a wrinkled face, resembling the bark of an ancient tree, interjected, "Humph! What nonsense is this? A monk who neglects his scriptures." Kushushu ignored him, continuing to fixate on the fissure in the mountainside. While the man who had spoken earlier displayed an angry expression, preparing to act, yet he was restrained by another figure beside him, clad in a black hat and mask, concealing his features entirely. In the 22nd chapter. Feng Ku, this masked figure once again turned his attention to the mountainside. To his astonishment, a peculiar pattern resembling a bagua began to form in his left eye, illuminating his pupils with a coppery glow. As this anomaly manifested, the fissure in the mountainside appeared altered to him, revealing writhing crimson entities within, akin to tree roots extending outward. Simultaneously, Bai Ling's eyes gleamed with a bright, silvery light as she too gazed upon the mountain's fissure, her vision mirroring that of the masked figure. Soon, another figure emerged beside Bai Ling, inquiring, "Will the ancestor truly be freed?" Bai Ling replied, "As long as we set the formation, the ancestor will undoubtedly break free." The individual beside Bai Ling continued, "However, there is another troubling matter. The last remnant of the 10-generation seal is currently missing. If he reappears, it may hinder the ancestor's liberation. Moreover, even if the ancestor does escape, that individual could still pose a threat." After hearing the man's words, Bai Ling's expression darkened slightly, and she spoke in a grave tone. "We must locate that individual. We must take him into our custody." Just as Bai Ling's voice fell, the extraordinary individuals present felt the ground beneath them tremble. Though not overwhelmingly strong, the tremor was still perceptible. Bai Ling then exclaimed with joy, "The formation is complete. Our ancestor will break free shortly. We must depart from this place and find that individual. That is our priority." Shortly after Bai Ling and the man beside her left, Ku Shu summoned Xue Bing and Zhao Shuai to depart as well. With their exit, the figure with bark-like skin and the heavily masked individual hastily retreated. Not long after these extraordinary beings had departed, the 4 evils of Feng Men arrived, with their leader, Feng Shirgu, remarking, "I wonder which of our peers has come this time. Otherwise, the 4 of us would not stand a chance against those individuals." The second in command, Feng Shirchen, added, "I believe our ancestor must have sent the young master here." Upon hearing this, the expressions of Feng Shirgu and the remaining members, the third and fourth, shifted dramatically, revealing a palpable fear of the young master from Feng Men. Meanwhile, amidst the tumult, Su Wanshan from the 9th Division's Dynamic Department, carrying Jiang Wenwu, suddenly halted his frantic pace. However, his abrupt stop caused him to lurch forward for several meters before finally coming to a standstill. The ground he traversed was furrowed by his weight, leaving his calves buried in mud. Su Wanshan set Jiang Wenwu down, who felt dizzy and nauseous, collapsing helplessly onto the ground. After a moment, Su Wanshan turned his head and smiled, addressing the unseen presence. Which friend is hiding there? It's quite dull to remain concealed. It's rather disrespectful to me, Su Wanshan. After Su Wanshan's remark, he continued to gaze in that direction, yet there was no response. Raising his arm, he extended his hand and struck the air toward that spot. To his astonishment, the trees in that vicinity splintered under the force of his strike. The power of his blow did not wane until it had shattered 2 more trees before dissipating. With a series of sharp claps echoing from where Su Wanshan had struck, an elderly man clad in traditional attire, appearing quite affable, emerged from behind a nearby tree. This elder sported a short braid and wore a string of beads around his neck, absent-mindedly toying with some trinket in his hands. Stopping a few meters before Su Wanshan, he spoke. The head of the dynamic department of the 9th Division, known as the Ghost Summoner, Su Winshan. Is indeed a pleasure to meet you today. Su Wanshan clasped his hands in greeting, his face adorned with a warm smile. Old senior, please do not jest with me. May I inquire as to your esteemed identity? The elder chuckled, an insignificant old man from the countryside, unworthy of comparison to a distinguished figure like you. Upon hearing this, Su Wanshan's smile brightened further as he insisted, Old senior, you must not say that. You ought to leave a name, so that the younger generations may know. The elder waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for the dead to know. Su Wanshan beamed widely. Old senior, that is rather unkind. Not only do you refuse to disclose your identity, but you also threaten my life. In that instant, Su Wanshan launched an aggressive attack, his movements surprisingly agile for one of his considerable weight, resembling a swift swallow in flight as he closed the distance to the elder. However, Su Wanshan's eyes widened in shock when he realized he had grasped nothing but air, the elder dissipating like smoke. This left Su Wanshan astounded, as the elder's agility was unervingly uncanny, and he still could not discern the elder's depth or skill. The elder reappeared before Su Wanshan, maintaining the same distance, still smiling as he fiddled with his trinket. Su Wanshan quickly regained his composure. Indeed, old senior, your skills are remarkable. I am truly in awe, the elder sighed. Su Daicheng, during your time in the 9th Division, it was indeed a period of exceptional talent. Even I, an old man who has roamed the rivers and lakes for decades, dared not show my face. Opting instead for a simple life of labor from dawn to dusk, as the elder spoke, Su Wanshan stood frozen, a bead of sweat rolling down his forehead. He realized he was ensnared by the elder's aura. Any sign of movement would undoubtedly provoke a fierce attack from the elder, leaving him with no means of defense. This was an insurmountable predicament that weighed heavily on his heart, forcing him to wait for even the slightest opening. The elder continued, I recall that within your 9th Division, there were once 3 heroes, 5 generals, and 10 lieutenants. Particularly, the 3 heroes stirred a significant tempest at the time. What remains most vivid in my memory is that young man wielding a peculiar weapon. He could be considered the dragon among the 3 heroes. As the elder recounted this, his expression flushed slightly, as if recalling those days stirred deep emotions within him, despite the fact that he was not personally involved. Nor were they his own descendants. The elder went on. That young man eventually became the division chief of the 9th Division, gaining immense renown. His decisiveness brought the 9th Division to new heights, impacting the other 7 divisions and the enigmatic headquarters. Su Wanshan was somewhat familiar with the elder's account, having joined after Jiang Xian had become the division chief. Though he had been in a subordinate position during his 3 years under Jiang Xian, he held deep admiration for the late director. In contrast, it was Jiang Wenwu, now weakened on the ground, who was least acquainted with Jiang Xian's legacy. At this moment, the elder shook his head, lamenting, what a pity that such a talent met a mysterious demise in the prime of life. Truly, it is a case of heaven being jealous of exceptional individuals. The elder's sorrowful demeanor suggested genuine regret, prompting Jiang Wenwu to find him quite peculiar. Seizing the opportunity, Su Wanshan suddenly charged toward the elder. Hearing a resounding thump as his fist connected with the elder's form, the elder smiled upon receiving the blow, glancing at Su Wanshan before his body once again dispersed like smoke, having exerted himself twice with all his might. Su Wanshan now felt an emptiness within, his legs struggling to support his weight. Yet the elder reappeared before him, maintaining the same distance as before. Su Wanshan exclaimed, "This is the 8-plate sealing steps. You just employed the 9-turn spirit void technique? You are one of Feng Min." The elder's eyes brightened, and he couldn't help but praise, "Su Daicheng has quite the discerning eye, recognizing my identity so swiftly. I shall not conceal it any longer. I am Fengku from Feng Min." Upon hearing the elder's name, Su Wanshan's expression changed dramatically, for Fengku was the longest-living elder within Feng Min, revered as the ancestor by its members. Su Wanshan had believed that after all these years, with no news of Fengku, he must have perished. Yet, here stood this elder, alive and well, instilling a sense of helplessness in Su Wanshan. Chapter 23. The Harbinger of Inexorability. Yet, if Su Wanshan did not obstruct him, both he and Jiang Wenwu would have no means of escape. Thus, fully aware of his impending defeat, Su Wanshan had no choice but to prepare for another strike. Meanwhile, Fengku ceased toying with his trinket, his gaze sharpening as he turned to Su Wanshan, a sneer forming at the corners of his mouth. He then pivoted toward Jiang Wenwu, who was rising from the ground. Assuming a defensive stance, Su Wanshan, feeling the exhaustion of his prior efforts, found it increasingly challenging to move. Nonetheless, he called out to Fengku, "Old Senior Feng, I implore you, do not judge me harshly. Please spare that child." Fengku did not halt his advance, replying, "Are you attempting to threaten me? Now that I have emerged, I have no fear of your 9th division. Moreover, the possession of the spirit-breaking sword by him serves little purpose. And it would be far better if it were wielded by one of virtue." Upon hearing Fengku's words, Su Wanshan's eyes gradually filled with bloodshot veins. He raised his palm and suddenly struck himself. Subsequently, Su Wanshan positioned himself again between Fengku and Jiang Wenwu, yet the tremors of his body intensified, and his complexion turned exceedingly pale, for he had just employed a secret technique that allowed him to act once more. Fengku, feeling a mix of helplessness and pity as he gazed at Su Wanshan, remarked, "Su, the esteemed section chief, what is the purpose of this? I bear no intention to kill you. At most, I would render you an ordinary person. Yet now, you are forcing me to take your life." Su Wanshan stood motionless, and a hint of cold amusement appeared on Fengku's face as he flicked his fingers towards Su Wanshan. Thereupon, an object he had been toying with shot towards Su Wanshan, and with a soft thud, a blood hole appeared on Su Wanshan's body. Jiang Wenwu, standing behind Su Wanshan, gasped, "Section Chief, Su." Yet, Su Wanshan fell backwards, stirring up a cloud of dust upon impact. Fengku retrieved the object that flew back into his hand and resumed his play, sighing, "Why go to such lengths?" Jiang Wenwu's eyes blazed with fury as he glared at the advancing Fengku, then roared, seizing the restored spirit-breaking sword and lunging at Fengku. However, Fengku easily clamped it between his fingers, preventing Jiang Wenwu from advancing. In a voice as cold as ice, Fengku stated, "Your appearance closely resembles that of a certain individual, and your ability to wield the spirit-breaking sword suggests you must be his son. The wounds and pain your father inflicted upon me shall now be repaid in full." As Fengku's words resonated, he raised his palm, poised to strike directly at Jiang Wenwu. Yet, amidst the laughter of women echoing around, Fengku halted his movement, retracting his hand and releasing the clamped spirit-breaking sword. He bellowed, "Which old acquaintance arrives? Why hide in the shadows?" In response, 2 black and white objects shot forth from the woods, embedding themselves at Fengku's feet. Upon seeing the true nature of these objects, Fengku's expression shifted multiple times, and he even bowed in reverence, saying, "Fengku of the Feng clan pays his respects to the envoy of impermanence." At that moment, a woman's voice resonated in the surroundings. "Fengku, to see the flag of impermanence is akin to seeing the sect master. You may leave now." Fengku's face twitched violently, yet he could only swallow his indignation and respond, "Fengku shall take his leave." After uttering these words, Fengku did not linger, swiftly departing without casting another glance at Jiang Wenwu or the seemingly lifeless Su Wanshan. Once Fengku vanished from sight, Jiang Wenwu rushed to Su Wanshan's side. Probing his condition and discovering that Su Wanshan still had a faint pulse, albeit extremely weak, he would not perish. Just then, a woman's voice emerged from above Jiang Wenwu, prompting him to look up abruptly. He beheld a girl of about 17 or 18, stylishly dressed, standing there with a lollipop in her mouth, gazing at him. Jiang Wenwu quickly deduced that the voice echoing earlier must have belonged to this girl, who seemed to be an envoy of impermanence. However, Jiang Wenwu chose to ignore her and continued assessing Su Wanshan's condition. The girl squatted down, observing Jiang Wenwu, and asked, "Aren't you afraid of me? Do you not know of the sect of impermanence?" Although Jiang Wenwu was reluctant to engage with the girl, he acknowledged that it was she who had rescued both him and Su Wanshan from Feng Ku's grasp. Thus, he merely nodded. The girl, upon seeing this, appeared delighted, exclaiming, "I can't believe there exists someone like you who is unaware of the sect of impermanence. Have you heard the saying among extraordinary individuals? Better to provoke the king of hell than to offend the sect of impermanence?" Jiang Wenwu shook his head again, and the girl regarded him with disdain. She then casually produced a red pill-like object from her pocket, opened Su Wanshan's mouth, and inserted the red pill within. Startled by her actions, Jiang Wenwu admonished, "What are you doing?" The girl seemed taken aback by Jiang Wenwu's outburst, momentarily frozen, before responding with a hint of grievance. "I'm saving his life?" Jiang Wenwu paused, quickly noticing Su Wanshan's eyelids twitching. When he reached out to check Su Wanshan's pulse, he found it stronger than before. The girl collected the black and white flags from the ground and said to Jiang Wenwu, "You really lack a sense of appreciation." Realizing he had perhaps overreacted, Jiang Wenwu stood and expressed, "Thank you for saving us earlier." The girl's demeanor brightened upon hearing his words, and she turned around without any intention of leaving, saying, "By the way, I haven't told you my name yet. I'm Yu Chao Chiao." "What is yours?" Jiang Wenwu replied. "I am Jiang Wenwu." After repeating his name a couple of times, Yu Chao Chiao remarked, "Your elder's name is safe for now. But with such a large frame, moving him will not be easy. It is unwise for him to lie here. Why not follow me? Something interesting is about to happen nearby." As she spoke, Yu Chao Chiao appeared increasingly excited. After contemplating her words, Jiang Wenwu agreed. Just as he was about to lift Su Wanshan, he was astonished to see Su Wanshan's body moving on its own while lying down. Jiang Wenwu stared in disbelief, but soon realized this was not Su Wanshan's doing. He turned to Yu Chao Chiao and saw her murmuring something while forming hand seals. Jiang Wenwu understood that Su Wanshan's movement was indeed connected to Yu Chao Chiao. He soon discovered the reason. A swarm of ants had appeared beneath Su Wanshan, and it was their movement that facilitated Su Wanshan's mobility. Yu Chao Chiao completed her hand seals, retrieved a talisman, crumpled it into a ball, and set it ablaze. After completing these tasks, she clapped her hands and said to Jiang Wenwu, "All right, the talisman ants no longer need constant control. They will follow us." Witnessing all this, Jiang Wenwu felt a surge of admiration for Yu Chao Chiao, along with a growing fondness. However, he soon recalled something and asked her, "You mentioned earlier that something interesting is happening nearby. What exactly is it?" Yu Chao Chiao smiled mysteriously and replied, "You'll find out once we arrive." In another location, Shi Jian observed that the palm print on the beggar's chest had completely vanished, and the beggar expelled some purple mist from his mouth. He fastened his clothing and rose from the ground, addressing Shi Jian, "All is well now. What do you plan to do next?" Shi Jian hesitated for a moment before responding, "I intend to leave this place." The beggar chuckled, "Do you really think you can escape? Do you have any idea how many individuals are vying for the sealed objects within that mountain? And as a pivotal figure, you can be sure that not only the 8 branches and the headquarters are searching for you." Upon hearing this, Shi Jian's heart sank, for the beggar's words rang true. Ever since encountering individuals from the 8th branch in Feng Ku, he had sensed something amiss. Now, it appeared that his suspicions were indeed correct. The sealed objects within the mountain were of significant importance. The beggar then inquired, "Having guarded the mountain for 10 years, do you know what lies sealed within?" Shi Jian shook his head, genuinely unaware. The beggar sighed. "The 9th branch is notoriously tight-lipped, and your master has failed to inform you of such matters." At this point, Shi Jian earnestly requested, "Please, senior, enlighten me." The beggar nodded. "It is no harm to share this with you now, as there is currently nothing occurring. The situation has yet to unfold." Chapter 24. The Dusty History. Subsequently, Shi Jian learned from the beggar the origins of the sealed object within the mountain, as well as a tale from a millennium ago. During the Northern Song dynasty, approximately 1,000 years prior, the imperial court dispatched officials to oversee a matter concerning the transport of a precious artifact from the northern wastelands. This artifact was intended to quell the strange occurrences that had plagued the palace in recent years. The individual entrusted with this task was a renowned Taoist priest of that era, known by the appellation Fayunzi, who resided in the Fayun temple nestled within the Ain Mountains. Upon receiving a secret edict, he set forth towards the northern wastes. However, Fayunzi was taken aback to discover that this matter, which was supposed to be shrouded in secrecy, had rapidly circulated among eccentric individuals, resulting in numerous treasure seekers converging upon the northern region. This tumultuous influx stirred the winds of change and concealed currents within the area, causing Fayunzi's heart to grow heavy, as the gravity of transporting such a significant artifact could spell dire consequences for him should any major mishap occur. Thus, upon receiving this news, Fayunzi hastened his journey, aiming to reach the northern territory before these covetous individuals arrived. Consequently, he managed to compress what was initially a 7-day journey into a mere 3 days. At first, Fayunzi rode on horseback, but as the steed's stamina waned, he abandoned the horse and resorted to utilizing a magical talisman to propel himself forward. Fortunately, Fayunzi adhered to his plan and arrived 4 days early at the northern stronghold of Hanlan City, where he met with the city lord and acquired the coveted artifact. The treasure was encased within a long wooden box, and although Fayunzi refrained from opening it, he could sense the aura of an extraordinary object emanating from within. After bidding farewell to the city lord, Fayunzi intended to swiftly return south and reach the imperial capital of the northern Song. However, he was unprepared for the ambush that awaited him upon reaching a sandy dune. The assailants were no ordinary bandits. They were practitioners of the arcane arts. Following a fierce skirmish, Fayunzi managed to injure and repel a few of them, albeit sustaining some minor injuries himself. Under normal circumstances, such wounds would be of little consequence to Fayunzi, but in this perilous moment, they posed a significant threat. He sought refuge in a nearby location, consuming medicinal elixirs to heal his injuries, and then, under the cover of night, resumed his journey. Yet again, trouble found him. This time, although only 2 individuals stood in his way, they were notorious figures known as the Twin Eagles of the North. Fayunzi attempted to engage them in conversation, but they dismissed his words entirely. A fierce battle ensued, resulting in the death of one, while the other managed to escape. Fayunzi emerged from the encounter wounded, but determined to continue his journey without rest. During the daylight hours, Fayunzi encountered further challenges, as the northern landscape proved to be capricious, transforming into a swirling tempest of sand in the blink of an eye. This forced him to seek temporary shelter until the storm abated. By nightfall, after consuming a modest meal and drinking some water, he set out once more. However, the previous encounters and the sandstorm had delayed his return, granting opportunities to those who sought to pursue him. Despite his efforts to evade confrontation, Fayunzi ultimately found himself intercepted once again, this time by a cunning fox demon. This enchantress, renowned for her beauty and known as by Mayor, had claimed the lives of numerous extraordinary beings who had dared to challenge her. Recognizing the formidable nature of by Mayor, Fayunzi understood that he could not escape without engaging in a battle of wits. Thus, an agreement was forged between him and by Mayor, stipulating that they would engage in a contest of magical prowess. The victor would claim the artifact, while the defeated would be spared. The ensuing duel transformed the very heavens, as clouds gathered, rain fell, and lightning crackled. In a brief yet intense clash, the outcome was decided. By Mayor, having miscalculated, was defeated. According to their agreement, Fayunzi was to take possession of the artifact. However, by Mayor reneged on her promise and ordered an accomplice to ambush him. As a result, Fayunzi was gravely injured, and the precious artifact was snatched away. Yet, by Mayor spared his life. Recognizing the weight of his failure and the gravity of his responsibilities, Fayunzi, being the sole disciple of Fayun Temple, found himself unable to return home. Instead, he chose to remain in the northern region, consumed by a deep-seated animosity towards by Mayor, relentlessly seeking information about her whereabouts. Yet, after she had acquired the artifact, she vanished without a trace, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the 4th year, Fayunzi finally received news of by Mayor's reappearance. Disguising himself and adopting a new name, he set out once more from the northern lands to confront her. After half a year of pursuit, he finally cornered by Mayor. To his astonishment, the once defeated by Mayor now held the upper hand in their encounter. Recognizing Fayunzi, by Mayor acknowledged her past transgressions and refrained from enacting vengeance. Instead, she invited him to her abode, allowing him a glimpse of the coveted artifact. In that moment, Fayunzi discovered that the treasure was a gnarled branch, adorned with intricate runes and symbols, a manifestation of an extraordinary creation, as by Meyer revealed to Fayunzi. She had cultivated her skills through the use of this object, which allowed her to achieve her current level of mastery in just 3 short years. Fayunzi, intrigued by Meyer's prowess, requested to borrow this treasure for his own cultivation. Meyer, feeling somewhat indebted, agreed to Fayunzi's request. In the course of their close companionship, an unspoken affection blossomed between Meyer and Fayunzi, leading them to engage in passionate encounters of great delight. From that moment on, Meyer treated Fayunzi with utmost sincerity, even offering him her most cherished possessions for his use. After a year and a half had passed, Fayunzi, with the aid of the treasure, made remarkable strides in his cultivation. Thanks to Meyer's demonic essence nourishing him, he even achieved a state of dual existence of yin and yang. Under these circumstances, Meyer proposed to Fayunzi that they unite in matrimony, becoming a pair of carefree celestial lovers. Naturally, Fayunzi consented, and they chose an auspicious day to officially wed. However, on the very night of their marriage, Fayunzi treacherously slipped a dispersal pill into Meyer's wine, causing her vital energy to dissipate. He then revealed to her the motive behind his betrayal. It was Meyer's seizure of the treasure that had led to his own misfortune, leaving him stranded in the desolate north for over 3 years, living a life of evasion. In contrast, Meyer had continued to thrive using the treasure. Fayunzi harbored no genuine feelings for Meyer. All his actions were driven by a desire for revenge. Upon hearing Fayunzi's confession, Meyer grasped the entire truth. Just as Fayunzi was about to strike her down, she disclosed a crucial piece of information that made him hesitate. She had intended to reveal this on their wedding night, but unfortunately, Fayunzi had acted in such a manner. The revelation concerned the treasure, which was intrinsically linked to both of them. If Fayunzi were to kill Meyer, the knowledge of this matter would vanish from the world forever. Uncertain of the veracity of Meyer's words, yet recognizing their significance, Fayunzi found himself incapable of delivering the fatal blow. Seizing the opportunity, Meyer requested Fayunzi to restore half of her vital energy, enabling her to disclose the truth. Reluctantly, Fayunzi complied, and Meyer explained that the treasure was merely a fragment of a tree. To fully restore it, they would need to locate the entire tree. Over the years, Meyer had been secretly investigating and had uncovered some clues. Upon hearing her words, Fayunzi was intrigued. After all, he had achieved his current success with just a piece of the branch. The prospect of acquiring the entire tree was beyond imagination. The tree in question was said to be the one to which the sage Laozi had tethered his ox, and it was beneath this tree that he had expounded for a month, leading to its extraordinary transformation. Fayunzi, eager to obtain this treasure, realized that only Meyer possessed this knowledge and that he could not harm her, lest she escape and all would be lost. Thus, they agreed to search for the tree together, pledging to sever all ties and refrain from causing each other harm. To ensure mutual accountability, they swore a blood oath, vowing that any breach would incur appropriate retribution. With this blood oath in place, they began to prepare for their quest to find the tree. As the beggar recounted this tale, Shurjian discerned that the sealed entity within the mountain was likely connected to Fayunzi and Meyer. The beggar took a sip from his flask, his enthusiasm evidently rekindled. After over a month of preparation, Fayunzi and Meyer set forth to the Qinling region, guided by the information Meyer had gathered regarding the tree. Upon entering Qinling, they searched diligently and eventually uncovered a lead. However, the location they sought was fraught with peril, and neither wished to risk their lives. Consequently, they fabricated a rumor, claiming to have discovered an ancient tomb in the northern ridge of Qinling, purportedly containing the cultivation methods of pre-Qin sages. Regardless of the truth, this news attracted many extraordinary individuals, drawn like bees to nectar. The northern ridge of Qinling soon thrived with activity, while Fayunzi and Meyer watched from the sidelines, waiting for the opportune moment to reap the rewards of their scheme. As the number of curious seekers dwindled within the ancient tomb, Fayunzi and Meyer recognized that the time had come. They entered the tomb only to discover its vastness exceeded their wildest imaginations. It was akin to an underground city. Despite the myriad of lurking dangers, Meyer's knowledge of the area allowed them to navigate it with relative safety. Ultimately, they indeed found the tree, though it was not as they had envisioned. It was draped with the corpses of those who had previously entered in this place. Fayunzi and Meyer encountered their greatest peril. After narrowly escaping death, Fayunzi contemplated killing Meyer to monopolize the secret. Disregarding the blood oath they had sworn, Fayunzi pursued Meyer, who could only flee, having regained but half of her vital energy. Eventually, he captured her but hesitated to take her life, gripped by a sense of foreboding regarding the oath's weight. Instead, he devised a plan to seal her within a mountain. From that moment on, Fayunzi was unencumbered, yet he established a sect to ensure that Meyer's prison would remain fortified for generations. Fayunzi was said to have ascended to immortality, though rumors persisted that he had not perished and remained within the ancient tomb. Guarding the tree, the beggar paused, leaving Shijian profoundly shaken by the revelations. It appeared that the truth was far more intricate than anticipated. The entity sealed within the mountain was Meyer, and the architect of this scheme was Fayunzi. To posterity, Fayunzi was celebrated as a paragon of justice, a slayer of demons, yet the sordid details of his actions were astonishingly unexpected. It took Shijian a considerable time to process the information he had heard. The beggar, smiling, inquired, "What do you think? After hearing this, do you find that life has lost its meaning? The supposed distinctions between right and wrong are mere fabrications." Shijian, unable to restrain himself, nodded in agreement. The beggar rose, brushing off the dust, and remarked, "This tale teaches us that we must not view the world through a narrow lens. We must consider the broader picture to comprehend reality." Shijian gazed at the beggar, asking, "Elder, how did you come to know of these events?" The beggar replied, "Remember when I told you that Fayunzi established a sect?" Shijian was momentarily taken aback, struggling to believe. "Elder, could it be that you are?" The beggar nodded slightly. "Indeed, I am the last disciple of that sect. Our master, Fayunzi, documented his deeds, which were later discovered by a predecessor and have been passed down ever since." Upon hearing this, Shijian felt as though his head were spinning. The beggar before him was a descendant of Fayunzi's sect. Yet this disciple showed no hesitation in divulging the misdeeds of his master, fully aware of the potential ramifications. Shijian tentatively asked, "Elder, why reveal such matters?" The beggar chuckled, "The errors of our masters are for future generations to judge. There is no need to conceal the truth, especially when he was gravely mistaken." Found the beggar's words quite reasonable, which only deepened his admiration for the beggar. After all, such straightforwardness is indeed rare in this world. However, soon recalled something and hurriedly inquired of the beggar, "Senior, I remember you mentioned that matter has not yet commenced?" "What is it exactly?" The beggar replied, "If we calculate the time, it should be soon. Let us proceed now. We should arrive just in time, and then you will know." It felt an increased curiosity at the beggar's cryptic manner, prompting him to follow the beggar away from their previous location. Meanwhile, and were also on their way, with his hefty figure being carried by, trailing closely behind them, noticed that their path seemed to lead towards the mountain with the seal, which made him realize that the destination had mentioned was likely that very place. This revelation amused, as he found it ironic that he was returning to a place he had wished to escape from. Reflecting on the various experiences that had led him back, naturally, he also wondered whether his senior brother had already departed unobserved beside her, noting that the young man, only a few years her senior, appeared to be lost in thought. She reassured him, "You need not worry about him. With my elixir, he will awaken shortly, and there will be no lingering ailments." Upon hearing her words, was taken aback momentarily, but he quickly understood that must have thought he was concerned about, prompting her earlier statement. Despite the misunderstanding, he nodded in acknowledgement. That moment, reached out, eager to grasp the inn's hand, as she found it quite intriguing. However, just before she could touch the sword, she recoiled as if scalded, letting out a startled cry. This sudden reaction startled, who turned to see her blowing on her hand, looking quite pitiful. Mumbled, "What a troublesome item. Why does it bite?" Perplexed, glanced at the in his grasp, wondering how it could have harmed her. Then asked, "What exactly are you holding?" To which candidly replied, "It is the S." Expression turned to one of confusion as she remarked, "I feel as though I've heard of it somewhere before." Noticing that she seemed unharmed, chose not to press further, but soon exclaimed loudly, "What did you say? You possess the—" Feeling a hand grasp his arm, halted and turned to look at, who appeared excited, her eyes fixated on the, she declared, "So it is true what my master said. This item truly exists. No wonder I was hurt just now. I never expected it." Curious, inquired, "What did your master say?" Her expression serious responded, My master warned me that if I encounter someone wielding the, I should run as far away as possible, for it is designed to counter us, was taken aback by her words, yet he was also somewhat skeptical. While it was true that had been injured when she attempted to touch the sword, he had previously observed that her skills were considerable, and she was from the, how could she fear thee? Unaware of his thoughts, continued, my master also mentioned that in addition to the, there are 4 other extraordinary weapons, each possessing unique properties. Chapter 26. A complex situations revelation left astounded. As he had not anticipated there were 4 other weapons akin to that, he quickly asked, what are the other 4 extraordinary weapons? Answered, one is called, another is, the third is, and the last is. Just as was about to inquire about the peculiarities of these 4 weapons, an unusual occurrence transpired. At that moment, both and felt a tremor beneath their feet. This caused the of to scatter, resulting in tumbling to the ground. However, swiftly intervened, gathering the back together and lifting once more, remarked to, it seems the spectacle is about to commence. We must hasten. Nodded, knowing that even if he could not ask about the 4 extraordinary weapons, he could always seek the answers later. At that moment, the mountain ceiling began to exhibit more changes. Cracks appeared in the mountainside, widening as if a piece of fabric were being torn apart, with numerous stones cascading downwards, accompanied by a roaring sound emanating from within. Approximately a mile away from the mountain ceiling, the foxlike was present, surrounded by a multitude of figures, predominantly women, with only a few men among them. They were gathered around an elderly woman, whose wrinkled face suggested she had lived for many years. The elderly woman, leaning on a staff, pointed it toward the ground before her. The, encircling her, wore solemn expressions. As the elderly woman raised her staff, a crimson glow began to emerge within a 10-jong radius, rapidly spreading and forming an intricate pattern. Felt a surge of joy, for the formation was complete, and her ancestral spirit from a millennium ago would soon be freed from the mountain's seal. Meanwhile, at a distance from and her companions, on a nearby hill, along with and, gazed towards direction, spoke gravely. It seems we can no longer prevent this. S expression mirrored his concern, while maintained a calm demeanor, exuding an air of unshakable composure. In another part of the woods, on the treetops, 2 figures stood observing. One was the previously encountered creature with bark-like skin, and the other was a mysterious figure clad in a hat, mask, and sunglasses. The bark-skinned creature, witnessing the disturbance amongst group, exclaimed in anger, they've actually succeeded. If that old witch escapes the seal, it could lead to catastrophic changes. The obscured figure responded, do not worry. Many do not wish to see the old witch emerge, and they will undoubtedly intervene. Moreover, the forces of that sect still exist. I doubt they will remain idle. The bark-skinned creature questioned, are we simply to stand by and watch? However, the masked figure offered no reply, continuing to gaze in his direction. Asin felt the tremor beneath their feet, the beggar and also sensed the anomaly. The beggar said, it appears the formation is complete, is about to break free, however, felt a twinge of worry. After guarding the mountain for a decade, his had already been invaded. He was uncertain whether submergence would bode well or ill for him. The beggar, sensing unease despite facing away, remarked, fortune and misfortune coexist. This is an opportunity for you. Furthermore, with me here, you need not fear for your life. Upon hearing the beggar's words, felt a sense of reassurance, largely due to the beggar's identity as the current heir of the sect, in a location not too distant from the mountain sealed with by Meyer's essence. The 4 members of the Fengmen Sijia knelt on one knee upon the ground. A young man stood before them, merely a meter away, casually toying with an object in his hand. Suddenly, he paused, his brows furrowing involuntarily. After a moment of contemplation, he spoke. The ancestor has instructed us not to interfere further in this matter. You 4 should return promptly. Feng Shirgu, the leader of the Fengmen Sijia, inquired cautiously, young master, what should we do regarding the investigation into the death of the left protector? The young man replied with an air of indifference, I shall take charge of this investigation. The 4 members of Fengmen Sijia dared not utter another word, rising to pay their respects before departing. Once their figures had vanished from sight, the young man revealed a chilling smile. He gazed towards the mountain ceiling by Meyer, murmuring, it seems the Wuchang sect has also sent someone. This shall be interesting. Meanwhile, in another location, Chan Biao of the 9th Division Special Operations Team, who was recuperating, suddenly opened his eyes. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, he closed them once more, and in the same vicinity, other figures emerged, one of whom sported broad wings and soared into the sky. Another figure abruptly emerged from the ground, its head appearing quite peculiar before swiftly vanishing back underground. Even more astonishingly, beneath the mountain's ceiling by Meyer, two figures were seated in meditation. Among them, an elderly woman with graying hair was smiling as she placed a chess piece, while her opponent, donning a mask resembling a paper effigy, bore an eerie and sinister expression. After the elderly woman made her move, she laughed and remarked, "Now, do you have anything to say? This is the will of heaven." The masked figure placed a black piece into a nearby container and, without uttering a word, rose and turned away. The elderly woman's smile gradually faded as she stood up, raising her hand to grasp at the air, capturing a stream of blood-red substance within her palm. After surveying the area, the elderly woman proceeded to another location. Meanwhile, the masked figure had emerged outside the mountain, strolling leisurely as if taking a casual walk. However, his pace abruptly halted as he turned his head sharply in one direction, and in the next instant, he vanished from sight. When he reappeared, it was in another area where a fire pit stood, within which rested a simple sword. A man sat with his back to the fire, his face marred by grotesque growths, obscuring his true appearance. The masked figure approached the fire pit, speaking in an oddly distorted voice. "You have arrived as well." The man with the grotesque face remained silent, merely gesturing with his hand. The simple sword from the fire pit emitted a humming sound before soaring into the grotesque man's grasp. The masked figure remarked, "You have even managed to find the Juxia." Yet the grotesque man continued to remain silent, once again turning his back to the fire, raising the sword to strike behind him. The masked figure remained motionless, and the fire pit appeared unchanged. As if the grotesque man's strike had no impact whatsoever. The masked figure turned to leave. Blood suddenly trickled from the corner of the grotesque man's mouth. After the masked figure vanished, the fire pit erupted violently, and the ground behind it convulsed as if a dragon were writhing beneath the earth. Simultaneously, trees in the surrounding forest split apart, toppling in both directions. This tumult continued until it reached a distance of 100 meters into the forest, where it finally ceased, creating a truly awe-inspiring spectacle. The masked figure reappeared near Bai Ling and her companions, yet neither the elderly woman encircled by Bai Ling nor Bai Ling herself seemed to notice the masked figure's presence. Not lingering any longer, the masked figure soon manifested near Shi Jian and the beggar. This time, however, the beggar unexpectedly glanced towards the masked figure's location, only to find it empty. This left the beggar puzzled, and with a shake of his head, he resumed his journey alongside Shi Jian. After they had moved on, the masked figure re-emerged from the spot where he had just been, disappearing once more. Jiang Wenwu and Yu Qiao, hastening on their way, were now not far from their destination. Yet at that moment, the biling sword in Jiang Wenwu's hand emitted a peculiar sound, and a strangely shaped piece protruded from its broken end once more. The sudden anomaly of the biling sword caused Jiang Wenwu to halt in his tracks, while Yu Qiao looked over in astonishment. What further surprised Jiang Wenwu was that the sword now shimmered with a dark red glow throughout its entirety. Yu Qiao's mouth fell agape, and Jiang Wenwu was at a loss, as he had yet to grasp how to wield the sword since acquiring it in an instant. The biling sword returned to its normal state. The peculiar piece retracting once more, Jiang Wenwu stared at the sword in his hand, his emotions a whirlwind, while Yu Qiao finally closed her mouth, her eyes sparkling with fascination as she fixated on the sword. Meanwhile, a few dozen meters away from Jiang Wenwu, the masked figure continued to stroll casually, his proximity to them unknown. At this moment, Jiang Wenwu sheathed the biling sword and said to Yu Qiao, "Let us proceed." While Yu Qiao swallowed hard, reluctantly tearing her gaze from the sword and resuming her pace, Jiang Wenwu and Yu Qiao approached within a kilometer of the mountain ceiling by Meyer. The ground suddenly trembled once more. Accompanying this tremor was a thunderous sound that reverberated in their vicinity. From their vantage point, they could see a surge of crimson light emanating from the mountainside ceiling by Meyer. Under the influence of his bloodline talent, Jiang Wenwu instinctively shut his eyes, overwhelmed by a sense of foreboding, as if a great peril were about to manifest. Yet, he quickly reopened his eyes, only to find that the crimson glow had vanished, replaced by a gaping black maw. Simultaneously, The sky above underwent a bizarre transformation. Where there had been no clouds, the heavens were suddenly shrouded, obscuring the stars and moon in an instant. Why, Yu Qiao Qiao exclaimed excitedly. It has begun. Indeed, as soon as Yu Qiao Qiao's words fell, the clouds erupted in a cacophony of thunder and lightning, with bolts of various hues darting through the sky. Jiang Wenwu had never witnessed such a phenomenon, nor had he even heard of it before. Even with his talent for divine sight, he could not discern the events unfolding within the clouds. Why, Yu Qiao Qiao remarked once more, these formidable beings are clashing. But it is a shame we cannot see. Listening to her voice tinged with regret, Jiang Wenwu comprehended that a fierce battle of magic must be occurring within the clouds. This was beyond imagination. Even as a practitioner of qi techniques, he had never envisioned that he could witness such a level of confrontation. It was akin to a celestial duel. As Jiang Wenwu contemplated this matter, the clouds above his head unexpectedly parted in half, as if cleaved by some unseen force. However, almost immediately, the clouds began to churn and swiftly reassemble, while the flashes of lightning faded and the thunder gradually diminished. Yet, just moments later, raindrops began to descend from the heavens, quickly transforming into a torrential downpour that enveloped the surrounding area for miles in a shroud of rain. Jiang Wenwu and Yu Qiao Qiao hastily sought shelter from the deluge. With Su Wanshan, who was similarly carried by the talismanic ant, accompanying them, at that moment, Jiang Wenwu was eager to discern the outcome of the situation, but he surmised that the conflicts among the various tiers of power were beyond his current understanding. Yu Qiao Qiao, counting on her fingers, seemed to be tallying something. When Jiang Wenwu glanced in her direction, she paused her actions. Subsequently, Yu Qiao Qiao addressed Jiang Wenwu, stating, once the rain ceases, I shall take my leave, and your elder has also awakened. Hearing this, Jiang Wenwu abruptly turned his gaze towards Su Wanshan, who, at that moment, had also risen from the ground. However, Su Wanshan still felt somewhat disoriented, and after a brief recovery, he noticed Jiang Wenwu and Yu Qiao Qiao standing nearby. Su Wanshan immediately took note of the two black and white flags in Yu Qiao Qiao's hands, causing his eyes to narrow in apprehension. Jiang Wenwu approached Su Wanshan and remarked, Director Su, it was this young lady named Yu Qiao Qiao who saved you. Upon hearing this, Su Wanshan's face displayed a look of astonishment, but he soon broke into a warm smile, saying, Thank you, young lady. Should you encounter any troubles in the future, feel free to seek me out at the 9th Division. However, Yu Qiao Qiao interjected, extending her hand, You must provide me with a token. Otherwise, should I come to find you later, how will you recognize me? Su Wanshan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled, rummaging through his belongings until he produced a pin, which he handed to Jiang Wenwu for Yu Qiao Qiao. After receiving the pin, Yu Qiao Qiao promptly stood up and declared, Very well, I shall take my leave now. Observing her departure, Jiang Wenwu followed suit, expressing his gratitude. I must thank you once more for rescuing both myself and Director Xu. Why, Yu Qiao Qiao turned to Jiang Wenwu and instructed, You must remember this. As for how you will repay me, simply inform me when we meet again after you've decided. With that, she departed, and once Jiang Wenwu watched her figure vanish from sight, he turned his attention back to Su Wanshan, only to find Su Wanshan standing, staring at him with a peculiar expression, causing Jiang Wenwu's face to flush slightly. Yet Su Wanshan soon chuckled, It is only natural to feel affection at your age. I experienced the same. Jiang Wenwu quickly replied, Director Su, please do not jest with me. How do you feel physically now? Su Wanshan moved about a bit, stating, While I cannot expect to recover to my former self immediately, I do sense a significant improvement in my condition. By the way, what exactly did that young girl give me? Jiang Wenwu shook his head, responding, I am uncertain, but it was a red medicinal pill. Su Wanshan expressed concern. That girl is from the Wuchang sect. She drove away Feng Ku and rescued me. I wonder if this was at the behest of the sect's leader. Upon hearing Su Wanshan's words, Jiang Wenwu felt a stir of intrigue. Recognizing the validity of Su Wanshan's observations, he then inquired, Director Su, what exactly is the Wuchang sect? Su Wanshan explained, The Wuchang sect emerged approximately a decade ago, when its leader suddenly swept through and eliminated several nefarious individuals overnight, quickly becoming renowned. Jiang Wenwu's heart stirred with astonishment at this revelation. Fueling his curiosity about the Wuchang sect, Su Wanshan continued, Of course, such a formidable emergence inevitably attracted trouble. An old villain from a malevolent faction once clashed with the leader of the Wuchang sect, only to be vanquished. Since then, the Wuchang sect has solidified its position, growing in influence over the past 10 years. At this point, Su Wenshan paused, then added, however, the Wuchang sect operates rather mysteriously and has appeared infrequently of late. Who would have expected that we would encounter someone from the Wuchang sect and even owe them a favor? Jiang Wenwu nodded thoughtfully, fully agreeing with Su Wenshan's insights. Su Wenshan then asked, "By the way, where exactly are we? Why has it suddenly begun to rain?" After Jiang Wenwu explained the situation, Su Wenshan's expression shifted dramatically upon gazing towards the mountains in the distance, whereby Mayer had been sealed. As he realized that a momentous event had transpired that would affect the future, Su Wenshan promptly told Jiang Wenwu, "We must hasten back to the division. Lu Ju will soon receive news and respond accordingly." Meanwhile, within the 9th Division, Lu Qian was conversing with someone beside him, and upon hearing their words, his brow furrowed with concern. He then instructed the individual, "Very well, I understand. You may return to your other duties." Once in his office, Lu Qian pondered for a moment before dialing a number, saying, "Oldly, if your matters are resolved, return to the division promptly." After hanging up, he dialed another number, similarly instructing, "Old Zhong, once you finish, hurry back." After making several calls, Lu Qian finally set the phone down, rubbing his forehead as he sank into his chair. His gaze fell upon an old photograph beneath a glass panel on his desk. Featuring over 30 individuals, both men and women, at the center stood a kindly smiling elder, surrounded by the others, all of whom were also smiling, some even making playful faces, captured in that fleeting moment. Gazing at the photograph, Lu Qian sighed deeply, muttering to himself, "Are you all also here to stir up trouble?" Chapter 28. By Mayer in a deep mountain forest, a beggar and Shi Jian watched the two figures confronting each other ahead. It was evident that both figures were injured and hesitant to make a move. The grotesquely deformed man brandished a plain sword, pointing it at the elderly woman with graying hair across from him. The woman, clutching a branch-like weapon, coldly stared at her opponent. While the atmosphere seemed calm, any intruder would surely sense the peculiar tension in the air. The grotesque man suddenly shouted, "Qin Shui, why are you not making your move?" The beggar, hearing this, chuckled. "If you two wish to determine a victor, I cannot interfere." The grotesque man retorted angrily, "Exterminating demons and eliminating evil is our duty. How dare you hesitate? Moreover, you are the current direct disciple of that sect." The elderly woman, upon hearing the grotesque man's words, raised her eyebrows in anger and turned her gaze towards the beggar and Shi Jian. The beggar quickly assured her, "Elder Bai, do not worry. I will not intervene." The elderly woman scoffed, "I doubt you would dare." At this, Shi Jian's expression darkened, while the beggar remained impassive, appearing merely as an observer. The grotesque man suddenly withdrew his sword, addressing the elderly woman, "At this rate, we will achieve nothing. We cannot harm each other." The elderly woman coldly replied, "Had it not been for my prolonged sealing, even with your exorcising evil sword, you would not stand a chance against me." The grotesque man seemed to smile briefly before departing, leaving only the elderly woman, the beggar, and Shi Jian behind. The elderly woman glanced at them again, her silence conveying a clear message. The beggar bowed respectfully, stating, "Elder Bai, we shall take our leave now." After speaking, he gently tugged at Shi Jian, who exchanged a meaningful glance with the elderly woman before turning to follow the beggar. The elderly woman then spoke. "Since you are trained under that heartless man's tutelage, you must possess a means to counteract my intrusion into his primordial spirit. However, I must inform you that although both that heartless man and I have comprehended the supreme sacred tree, we did not fully grasp its depths during our crisis. Therefore, there are surely gaps in our understanding. Do not let this lead to his ruin." The beggar responded, "Thank you, Elder Bai, for your reminder. I shall remember it well." After the beggar and Shi Jian vanished without a trace, the elderly woman with gray hair turned to face a figure and spoke, her voice as cold as ice, "Huangquan clan, since you have arrived, why not reveal yourselves?" As her words fell, a few yards away, a puddle of yellow mud began to bubble and churn, resembling boiling water. Suddenly, a figure of considerable height emerged from the muck, yet not a single drop of the yellow mud tarnished his yellow robe. This towering figure emitted a peculiar sound, prompting the gray-haired woman to retort, "Do not feign ignorance. Your Huangquan clan, with your insidious ambitions, surely understands the current tongue." The tall figure replied candidly, "Elder Bai Huxian. Now that you have re-emerged, the agreement made between the Huangquan clan and yourself should still hold, correct? The elderly woman, who was none other than the liberated by Mayer, underwent a swift transformation, shedding every strand of gray hair and erasing all the wrinkles from her face. At that moment, Bai Mayer had completely regained her former beauty. She addressed the Huangquan clan. I, Bai Mayer, shall not go back on my word, and I hope your clan will continue to honor the promise. The Huangquan figure assured her, rest easy, Elder Bai Huxian. Since we have allied with you, we shall certainly uphold our end of the bargain, especially as you alone know the whereabouts of the Supreme Saint Tree. Bai Mayer smiled, exuding a beauty that could captivate nations, then turned to leave, her voice clear and resonant. Do not harbor any treacherous thoughts. I have only been deceived by a heartless man once. Should anyone dare to cross me again, I will annihilate their entire clan. The Huangquan figure fell silent, yet his murky yellow eyes suddenly turned black. However, the Huangquan clan soon submerged back into the yellow waters, disappearing without a trace, leaving not even a hint of their presence behind. Bai Mayer wandered through the mountains and woods for quite some time. In truth, had she wished to leave, she could have done so long ago. But she lingered, awaiting a certain individual. Bai Mayer halted her steps. A shadow indeed emerged from above, blocking the light overhead, accompanied by a gust of wind that bent the treetops low. She looked up to see a figure whose true visage was obscured by black wings that enveloped his form, revealing only a pair of eerie green eyes. Bai Mayer spoke. So, the Leijin clan has indeed arrived. The figure atop the treetops, belonging to the Leijin clan, replied in a deep, resonant voice. The elder commanded. And I dare not disobey. I greet you, Elder Huxian. Bai Mayer addressed the Leijin clan. The agreement between us still stands. You may return to report. Upon hearing this, the Leijin figure wasted no time, unfurling his wings and soaring into the sky in an instant. Bai Mayer displayed a hint of relief, but her gaze soon sharpened as she looked ahead. Before long, a young and handsome man appeared, playing with an object in his hand. Bai Mayer regarded him silently, while the young man bowed and said, I am Feng Bo, a disciple of the Feng men. I pay my respects to Elder Bai Huxian, wishing you blessings as vast as the East Sea and longevity akin to the South Mountain. However, as soon as Feng Bo finished speaking, he suddenly felt an overwhelming force locking onto him, followed by a sharp pain as his brow was pierced. In that moment, Bai Mayer's right index nail had lengthened several folds, pressing against his forehead. Without a trace of emotion, she warned, if you wish to live, be gone. Cold sweat trickled down Feng Bo's face as he hastily fled the scene. Bai Mayer withdrew her hand, and a plume of white smoke erupted from where she stood, causing her figure to vanish. After running several miles, Feng Bo dared to stop, leaning against a tree and gasping for breath. The memory of the recent encounter sent shivers down his spine. Yet more than fear, he felt a deep sense of humiliation. After all, he was the young master of the Feng men, accustomed to a life of privilege. Wherever he went, he was met with utmost respect. But now, that fox demon had dared to treat him in such a manner. In frustration, Feng Bo struck the tree he leaned against, causing it to topple with a resounding crash. Having released some of his pent-up fear, he felt somewhat better, but just as he prepared to leave, he heard a cough. Startled, Feng Bo paused and turned towards the source of the sound, kneeling and exclaiming, Grandfather, I pay my respects. The newcomer was Feng Ku, who had not returned to the Feng men but had remained outside. Feng Ku approached Feng Bo, allowing him no immediate reprieve, but instead inquired, have you learned that there are greater powers beyond your own? Feng Bo bowed his head, replying, Grandfather, I have come to understand. Rise, Feng Ku commanded. Once Feng Bo stood, Feng Ku sighed. Do not assume that just because you are the young master of the Feng men, you can act with impunity. If you do not learn to temper your arrogance, you may find yourself meeting your end outside. Feng Ku's words left Feng Bo in contemplative silence. Feng Ku then placed a hand on Feng Bo's shoulder, saying, but do not lose heart. You are still young. In time, you will surpass me. The current situation is on the brink of a major upheaval, one even greater than before, making this an opportune moment for young talents like yourself to rise. After hearing Feng Ku's words, Feng Bo responded, Grandfather, I understand. Feng Ku smiled at him before saying, very well, I shall return to the clan now. I have been worried about you. Feng Bo hastily replied, Grandfather, you just witnessed the fox elder. What do you think of her current strength? Feng Ku's expression turned grave as he remarked, "Although this old fox demon has been sealed for a millennium, her cultivation has diminished, yet it seems tied to what she has practiced, rendering her depths inscrutable even to me. Moreover, I observed from the shadows and noted that a man with a scarred face, wielding the evil-slaying sword, was unable to subdue her, indicating her strength far exceeds mine." Upon hearing this, Feng Bo felt a heaviness in his heart, but he then asked, "Grandfather, do you believe there are any who can contend with the old fox demon without falling behind, or perhaps even gain the upper hand?" Feng Ku, this time, responded gravely, "There should be. I suspect the leader of the Wuchang sect might match her, and the heads of the 8 major branches should possess similar strength, as for someone capable of suppressing her. Perhaps the leader of the General Bureau could achieve that, or possibly another individual who might still be alive." Chapter 29. The Unspoken Depths. After teaching that audacious young man a lesson, Bai Mei initially intended to return to reunite with her clan. However, she changed her mind upon sensing a familiar bloodline drawing near from a certain direction. When she arrived at that location, she spotted 2 figures. One had a face resembling withered tree bark, standing behind a person who was thoroughly disguised with a hat, mask, and sunglasses. At that moment, the well-concealed individual spoke, "Elder, do you still recognize this object?" Bai Mei had already taken note of the item in his hand, resembling a pendant with a flowing crimson liquid inside. The disguised figure continued, "The patriarch of our clan once conveyed that upon your emergence, this item should be returned to you." Bai Mei swiftly grasped the pendant, which contained her fox spirit blood. Though it appeared limited in quantity, it was sufficient to significantly restore her current strength. Bai Mei then inquired of the concealed figure, "What message did the patriarch leave for me?" The figure replied, "The patriarch mentioned that you know the location of the Supreme Saint Tree. He instructed that this be passed down through generations, asking if you would grant us the opportunity to behold the Supreme Saint Tree after receiving this item." Bai Mei nodded, "That can be arranged." After saying this, she ceased her words, and with a plume of white smoke, she vanished from sight. Once Bai Mei departed, the figure with the bark-like face remarked, "Senior brother, do you think this old enchantress will go back on her word?" The concealed individual replied, "Returning her spirit blood is merely the first step. You must remember that our master helped her last night, so it stands to reason that she will soon realize she owes us another favor." At this moment, Bai Ling was in the company of the withered tree monk. But soon thereafter, her demeanor shifted to one of intense excitement. She sprang to her feet, and as a wisp of white smoke materialized, Bai Mei also made her appearance. Bai Ling hurried over to pay her respects, exclaiming, "The junior of the Fox tribe, Bai Ling, pays homage to our esteemed ancestor." Since her emergence into the world, Bai Mei revealed a gentle smile and remarked, "You share my bloodline. You must be a descendant of my sister." Bai Ling, still unable to contain her exhilaration, responded, "Indeed, I am a descendant of the venerable Bai Huier." Bai Mei nodded affectionately, then reached out to stroke Bai Ling's head, inquiring, "Last night, my kin came to my aid. There were no significant injuries, I hope?" Bai Ling promptly replied, "Report to the venerable ancestor that individual is currently the revered matriarch. Although she has sustained injuries, they are not grave. She has already returned with other clan members, leaving Bai Ling here to await your presence." Bai Mei nodded thoughtfully, then her gaze fell upon the withered tree monk, who approached to offer his greetings, saying, "Umitba, I am but a humble monk, and I pay my respects to the elder." Observing the monk, Bai Mei remarked, "You possess commendable Buddhist nature and commendable cultivation. It seems you rank among the younger generation." She continued, "I bear no animosity towards you, and you give me the impression of harboring no ill intentions." The withered tree monk straightened his posture and replied, "Elder, your words are mistaken. In truth, you and I share a profound connection in Buddhism." As he spoke, the monk produced an object that appeared to be a fragment of withered wood, roughly the size of a third of a palm, upon which vague carvings could be discerned. Upon seeing this item, Bai Mei's expression shifted dramatically, and she eagerly took it from the monk's hands, asking, "Could this be something he left behind?" The monk recited a Buddhist phrase, stating, "Umitba, this object was left by the ancestor Wang Chen. Before his passing, he uttered 3 words, never forgotten." Grasping the object tightly, Bai Mei absorbed the monk's words and, after a brief moment, declared, "I will find the time to investigate this further." The monk nodded slightly, and Bai Mei grasped Bai Ling's shoulder. Bai Ling waved at the withered tree monk, and then the white smoke twisted and danced, causing both Bai Mei and Bai Ling to vanish from their original spot. The withered tree monk softly recited a Buddhist chant before turning to leave, seeking out Xue Bing and Zhao Shuai of the 8th Division, and the three hurried back to their headquarters. By the time Jiang Wenwu and Su Wanshan returned to the 9th Division, Chun Biao had already arrived ahead of them. Liu Qian naturally inquired meticulously about the events that transpired there, though he refrained from elaborating further. This tempest appeared to have subsided, yet beneath the surface, turbulent currents swirled, with countless forces lurking, both overt and covert, poised to act. Upon returning to the 9th Division, Jiang Wenwu did not remain idle. Liu Qian had convened meetings consecutively for 3 days, during which Jiang Wenwu encountered numerous unfamiliar faces. Seizing this opportunity, he endeavored to enrich his knowledge, particularly concerning the Bai Ling sword and the other 4 extraordinary weapons, as well as the renowned figures of the 9th Division from decades past, known as the 3 heroes and 5 generals, alongside the 10 lords. However, despite discovering some materials related to these topics, he lamented that they were merely fragments of information, with many details glossed over and inadequately recorded. This led Jiang Wenwu to suspect that a monumental secret lay hidden within, for such matters would not be so deliberately obscured. He sought an opportunity to inquire with the relatively familiar Zhong Huang, yet even Zhong Huang was reticent regarding these 2 subjects, unwilling to divulge further details. Nevertheless, Jiang Wenwu learned that although Zhong Huang was not among the 3 heroes at that time, he ranked among the top 3 of the 5 generals in the 9th Division, making him a notable figure back then. After yielding little from Zhong Huang, Jiang Wenwu meandered to the archives department, where he encountered the disheartened head of the archives, Zhou Hong, who smiled and asked, "What troubles you? Do share with me." Jiang Wenwu briefly mentioned the matter at hand, and Zhou Hong's expression grew serious, prompting her to pull him into a room and close the door. She then inquired, "Why do you wish to uncover these matters?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Wenwu replied, "Sister Zhou, I seek to understand what truly transpired back then. Why both the Bai Ling sword and the 3 heroes seem to have become taboo topics. I can't shake the feeling that my father is somehow significantly involved." Zhou Hong scrutinized Jiang Wenwu for a moment before responding. "I have been part of the 9th Division for a decade now, and I too have heard whispers of these matters. I once sought the truth, but as I delved deeper, I chose to refrain from further inquiry and opted to remain uninvolved, even preferring to stay in this archives department." Jiang Wenwu regarded her with surprise, incredulous at her revelation. Zhou Hong sighed, "Of course, my reasons are personal. After all, these events belong to the past and do not directly concern me. However, since your father was significantly entangled with the 9th Division and these 2 matters, I shall offer you a clue. Perhaps it may lead you to discover something." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu's heart leaped with joy. Zhou Hong leaned in to whisper a few words to him. Once Jiang Wenwu straightened up, he asked uncertainly, "Sister Zhou, are you certain?" Upon seeing her nod, Jiang Wenwu resolved to meet that individual that very night. As night fell, the 9th Division grew eerily quiet. The lights in the guardhouse remained aglow, where the elderly doorkeeper sat enjoying some chicken feet and peanuts while sipping on liquor, listening to an old radio broadcasting stories. Appearing quite content at that moment, a knock echoed at the door. The doorkeeper grumbled, "Wandering spirits, stay away. Go die where you please." However, after his outburst, although the knocking ceased, a male voice called from outside, "Old man, it is Jiang Wenwu from the 9th Division." The doorkeeper, holding a bottle of liquor, involuntarily shook it, his expression rapidly shifting before quickly returning to normal as he replied, "What brings you here at this late hour? Seeking trouble?" Jiang Wenwu hastily responded, "Old man, I wish to ask you something. I will leave right after that." As he spoke, Jiang Wenwu's figure appeared by the window, shaking the object in his hand. The doorkeeper's expression turned complex upon seeing what Jiang Wenwu held. Yet he still rose to open the door. After entering, Jiang Wenwu cheerfully said, "Old man, I heard you enjoy a drink, and your favorite is the strong stuff. Specifically brought this aged liquor. It's from Gumashuan." The doorkeeper invited Jiang Wenwu to sit and fetched a cup for him. Jiang Wenwu promptly uncorked the bottle and filled both their cups. The doorkeeper remarked, "You're a night owl. You must have something on your mind. But first, down 3 cups." Jiang Wenwu laughed, "All to your credit." After saying this, he rolled up his sleeves and downed 3 cups, feeling a slight tipsiness. The doorkeeper, witnessing Jiang Wenwu's state, wore a smile, his initial disdain for the young man dissipating. Especially recalling the incident where he had caught Jiang Wenwu, it brought amusement to his heart. The doorkeeper lifted his cup and drank, and Jiang Wenwu eagerly filled it again. Once he set the bottle down, the doorkeeper got straight to the point, saying, "Kid, what do you want to ask me?" Jiang Wenwu wasted no time and asked, "Old man, I came to inquire about the Bai Ling sword and the 3 heroes and 5 generals of the 9th Division." The doorkeeper snorted, maintaining a composed demeanor, revealing no surprise at Jiang Wenwu's sudden inquiry. He then said, "Kid, do you know that you are asking about something that most avoid? Whenever a newcomer joins the 9th Division, they inevitably hear about these topics and end up coming to me for answers, so there are at least dozens, if not 100, who have sought me out." Jiang Wenwu was taken aback and quickly raised his cup, cautiously clinking it with the doorkeeper's, asking, "Then you must have shared some information?" The doorkeeper nodded, taking a sip from his cup. "Certainly, discussing such matters is futile." Jiang Wenwu felt a tinge of disappointment in his heart, yet he still clung to a thread of hope and said, "If you could just share a little with me." The old doorman scrutinized him for a moment, leaving Jiang Wenwu feeling somewhat exposed. Before finally responding, "Since you are Jiang Xian's son, I shall divulge a few things to you. However, it would be prudent for you to refrain from spreading this information outside. Otherwise, it could lead to unnecessary troubles for yourself." Jiang Wenwu promptly nodded in agreement and eagerly raised his glass to toast with the old doorman, fully aware that alcohol often fuels conversation. After a brief pause, the old doorman inquired, "Do you recall the last time you drunkenly stumbled into the 9th Division late at night to relieve yourself in the corridor?" Jiang Wenwu acknowledged with a sound, and the doorman chuckled, continuing, "If I told you that the occurrences at the 9th Division during the night were linked to your father and the spirit-breaking sword, would you not consider that a significant matter?" At this revelation, Jiang Wenwu was taken aback, as he recalled the chilling events from that night at the 9th Division, which had truly horrified him. The old doorman seemed satisfied with Jiang Wenwu's reaction and proceeded, "What you encountered was merely the tip of the iceberg in the heyday of the 9th Division, when the 3 heroes, 5 generals, and 10 officials were at their peak. Far more extraordinary incidents transpired. Even now, many within the 9th Division remain oblivious to those events." Jiang Wenwu naturally concurred, recognizing that those who had survived those times were reluctant to discuss them, fearful of the implications. In contrast, those who had joined the 9th Division in the past decade or two had only a superficial understanding of such matters, perhaps knowing slightly more than Jiang Wenwu himself. But not by much. As for those who had arrived a few years earlier, like the enigmatic Wen Binbin, their knowledge was even more limited, perhaps only having heard whispers. The old doorman glanced at Jiang Wenwu before looking out into the ominous depths of the 9th Division building, which loomed like a malevolent spirit in the night. At that moment, the old doorman was flooded with memories, as scenes from the past flickered through his mind like a film reel. Among these memories were moments of laughter, tears, and battles fought. Yet with the passage of time, these recollections had coalesced into the solitary figure of an old man within this room. A hint of melancholy glimmered in the old doorman's eyes. He had never been particularly remarkable, yet he possessed tenacity. Gil put it bluntly, he was stubborn and never looked back. It was this very quality that had allowed him to attain a notable position among the 3 heroes, 5 generals, and 10 officials, earning him the title of Big Brother from all around. Jiang Wenwu observed that the old doorman seemed lost in thought, and he chose not to disturb him, instead waiting patiently. After a while, the old doorman regained his focus, lifted his glass, and addressed Jiang Wenwu, "Young man, I could share everything I know with you, but do you believe you are equipped to handle such secrets given your current situation and abilities? If you were to learn what transpired back then, which continues to influence the present, I doubt you would wish to hear it." Jiang Wenwu felt a jolt of realization. He could discern that the old doorman spoke from the heart. After a brief pause, the old doorman finished the remaining contents of his glass and set it down with a thud, declaring, "You are the son of Jiang Xian, the closest blood relative to the foremost of the 3 heroes of the 9th Division. If you wish to uncover the past, you must first possess sufficient strength. You have witnessed firsthand that, before those individuals, you are but a fledgling destined for slaughter. Even with the spirit-breaking sword, can you wield it? It would merely serve as a garment for others." The old doorman's words struck a chord within Jiang Wenwu, as his recent experiences had made him acutely aware of his own inadequacies. When Lu Qian had sent him away, it was not only to evade trouble, but also to highlight the chasm between him and those formidable figures. The old doorman urged Jiang Wenwu to refill his glass and continued. In truth, you were born at a fortunate time. With the 8 major divisions and the headquarters restraining the powers and extraordinary beings, had it been several decades ago, a fledgling like you would have perished the moment you stepped out. Jiang Wenwu raised his glass and took a drink, deciding against further inquiries into the old doorman's knowledge, as he now understood that knowing too much could be detrimental to his well-being. Just as he was about to refill his glass and share another drink with the old doorman, a sudden roar pierced the air, unmistakably emanating from within the 9th division. The old doorman's expression darkened. These rascals, they've begun to stir again. As he spoke, he rose from his seat and turned to Jiang Wenwu, saying, Are you interested in accompanying me to take a look? Perhaps you will realize that I was not merely trying to frighten you. Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu felt a flutter of apprehension but nonetheless stood up, following the old doorman outside. The two of them approached the entrance of the 9th division, where the previously indistinct roars had now grown increasingly clear. Seemingly originating from below, the old doorman entered the building first, with Jiang Wenwu hastily following. They reached the left corridor on the first floor, where a large iron door was secured with chains and a padlock. Jiang Wenwu had noticed this door during his previous visit and, although curious, had not paid it much mind. Now, as he watched the old doorman deftly unlock it, he felt an inexplicable sensation that something could burst forth from behind that iron door at any moment. As the chains rattled ominously in the stillness, the old doorman set aside the lock and pushed the heavy door open. In that instant, Jiang Wenwu felt as though he had been plunged into icy waters. Shivering involuntarily, the old doorman turned to him, and Jiang Wenwu noticed a profound change in his demeanor. His eyes now held an intensity that suggested he had transformed from a dull blade into a sharpened weapon. Ready to strike down any foe. Stay close to me and do not stray from the path, the old doorman instructed. Jiang Wenwu's mind raced with questions. Did this door lead to multiple routes? Why else would the old doorman caution him so? At that moment, the old doorman stepped through the open iron door, and Jiang Wenwu quickly followed suit. However, upon entering, he was struck by the complete absence of light. It was as if they had stepped into a void. He walked with caution, each step uncertain in the darkness. To his astonishment, his ability to perceive the surroundings had failed him here. He could see nothing at all. The old doorman's voice broke the silence. Take this orb. It may come in handy if you happen to get lost. I can track you using it. As he spoke, a soft white glow emanated from the orb in his hand, illuminating him with an almost ethereal quality. Jiang Wenwu accepted the orb, feeling its chilling surface, the faint white light within seeming to harbor profound truths. Chapter 31. Kunwu. Yet, Jiang Wenwu's thoughts were not consumed by the orb. He firmly grasped it and continued to follow the old doorman. Strangely, the white orb only illuminated his immediate vicinity, failing to cast light beyond, as if they were no longer traversing the left corridor of the 9th division, but had entered another realm altogether. Before long, Jiang Wenwu halted, sensing the old doorman had stopped ahead. To his surprise, he heard the sound of a lock clicking, followed by the earlier roars, now clearer than ever. With a resounding clang, the old doorman turned to Jiang Wenwu, stating, All right, let us proceed. But remember my words, stay close behind me. As Jiang Wenwu followed the old gatekeeper, he once again ventured forward, only to discover that this place was not engulfed in utter darkness, but remained shrouded in dim light. Yet, he noticed that a multitude of luminescent insects flitted about in the surroundings. Just as Jiang Wenwu raised his hand, intending to touch one, the old gatekeeper, seemingly possessing a pair of eyes in the back of his head, admonished him sharply, Do not recklessly touch anything here, lest you invite trouble. Jiang Wenwu hastily withdrew his hand, his curiosity deepening. He pondered where he had come from and where he found himself now. Moreover, it seemed that even the small insects in this place were off limits. What manner of place was this? As Jiang Wenwu wrestled with his doubts, a deafening roar erupted ahead, echoing through the space. The old gatekeeper appeared unfazed, yet Jiang Wenwu could hardly contain himself. He quickly covered his ears with both hands, but the sound relentlessly penetrated, causing a persistent buzzing in his ears. Only when the roar finally subsided did he lower his hands. Though the ringing in his ears continued unabated, the old gatekeeper pressed on, and Jiang Wenwu followed closely. Soon, he spotted 5 low hills arranged in a circular formation ahead. At that moment, the old gatekeeper addressed someone. Kunwo? What brings you here? In the center of the 5 hills, a commotion ensued, and upon witnessing the commotion, Jiang Wenwu's heart raced. The creature, resembling a tiger yet not quite, emerged. A dark beast towering 3 zhang and stretching 6 zhang, with a head adorned with black scales and fiery red eyes that scrutinized him. Remarkably, the creature referred to as Kunwo instantly shrank in size, transforming into a man clad in a black robe. This man, exuding a nonchalant demeanor, stood before the old gatekeeper, saying, "You young one, if I hadn't called for you, would you have come?" The old gatekeeper retorted, "What is it you want? If there is nothing of importance, I shall take my leave." The black-robed man, Kunwo, immediately replied, "Of course there is something. I wish to venture outside for a while, but I wonder if your esteemed director can grant me permission." As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Jiang Wenwu, his eyes narrowing. Although his eyes resembled those of an ordinary person upon taking human form, they now emanated a crimson glow. At that moment, the spirit-dispelling sword Jiang Wenwu carried began to hum. Inexplicably separating from him and darting towards Kunwo, preparing to retaliate, was halted by the old gatekeeper's warning. "Kunwo, do not forget the divine curse upon you. Should you act, there will be consequences," Kunwo retorted angrily. "Are you suggesting I should simply allow myself to be slain?" To his astonishment, the spirit-dispelling sword faltered just before reaching him, as if drained of strength, and returned to Jiang Wenwu's hand. This unexpected turn caused Kunwo's heart to stir, and he burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Could it be that this lad is not the reincarnated form of your director? Yet, the bloodline essence cannot be mistaken. He must be a descendant of your director." The old gatekeeper nodded, affirming, "Indeed, he is Jiang Xian's son, Jiang Wenwu." Kunwo resumed his previous languid demeanor, stating, "You must relay my request to Director Jiang. Assure him that I shall not cause any trouble, especially now that I am afflicted by the divine curse." The old gatekeeper hesitated before responding, "Kunwo, I must inform you that Director Jiang Xian has passed away." Upon hearing this news, Kunwo was momentarily taken aback, his expression shifting to one of confusion, before he broke into laughter, only to be overtaken by tears soon after. Jiang Wenwu observed the creature's bizarre behavior, feeling a profound unease within himself, astonished that such a being existed within the 9th Bureau. After a considerable time had passed, Kunwo gradually regained composure, pointing an accusatory finger at the old gatekeeper. "Do not deceive me." The old gatekeeper shook his head, and Kunwo descended from the low hill, suddenly contorting his face in anguish. Chains had materialized around him, binding him to the 5 hills, rendering him unable to escape. The old gatekeeper addressed him. "Even though Jiang Xian has passed, the divine curse still lingers. I brought his son here for a purpose." Kunwo retreated, his voice laced with fury. "What do you intend to do? Do you mean to reinforce the divine curse, trapping me here forever?" The old gatekeeper shook his head, clarifying, "You misunderstand. I wish to release you. However, only the blood of Jiang Xian's son can break the curse. When he uses his blood to free you, a life and death pact will be established. Should you harm him, you harm yourself, and if he dies, so shall you." Kunwo seethed. "This is clearly cheating." The old gatekeeper countered, "Would you prefer to remain here indefinitely?" Kunwo hesitated, and the old gatekeeper did not press him further. After a moment, Kunwo finally declared, "Let him break the curse for me." The old gatekeeper turned to Jiang Wenwu, saying, "You have heard. Whether you wish to release him is entirely up to you." Jiang Wenwu looked at Kunwo, who was also gazing back at him. After a brief moment of mutual understanding, Jiang Wenwu nodded. The old gatekeeper added, "What he will release is merely the external divine curse. The curse upon your inner spirit will persist, which is why it can restrain you." Kunwo nodded slightly, and the old gatekeeper ceased further discussion, imparting the method to Jiang Wenwu. At this moment, Jiang Wenwu took the knife the old gatekeeper handed him and made a small incision in the center of his left palm, causing blood to flow forth. To his astonishment, the blood began to swirl and coalesce, forming 5 orbs that flew towards the chains binding Kunwo and seamlessly merged with them as the chains vanished. Akin to snow melting away, it was as if they had never existed. The old gatekeeper then staunched Jiang Wenwu's bleeding, and in a short time, his wound healed, leaving only a faint white mark. A result of the old gatekeeper's own vital energy aiding him, which would not have occurred so swiftly otherwise. Once freed, Kunwu found it hard to believe. He glanced behind him and confirmed that the chains were indeed gone. Taking a step forward, he stood before the old gatekeeper and Jiang Wenwu, towering over them even in human form. However, he refrained from taking any action. The old gatekeeper warned him, "You will only attract trouble if you venture out in this form." Heeding the advice, Kunwu shrank once more, his size diminishing to that of a domestic cat, though he retained some features of his former self. The old gatekeeper instructed Jiang Wenwu to cradle Kunwu as he approached the 5 low hills. He placed his hand upon one of the hills and began to chant swiftly in no time. The hills shrank dramatically, eventually vanishing altogether, replaced by a scholar's inkstone that bore a striking resemblance to the former hills. Save for its reduced size, Jiang Wenwu was taken aback, realizing that the 5 low hills were, in fact, an inkstone, a revelation that reshaped his understanding. The old gatekeeper approached Jiang Wenwu, presenting the inkstone and explaining, "This is a magical artifact, intended to deal with formidable beings like Kunwu." Jiang Wenwu gazed at the inkstone, finally gaining a newfound understanding of the magical artifact. During his 3-month training, he had heard tales of such a thing. Yet it was not something one encountered easily. Chapter 32. The Spirit Realm. Now, the old man at the door held a genuine magical artifact in his hands, and Jiang Wenwu had just witnessed its true nature. This artifact, in conjunction with a divine incantation, effectively imprisoned Kunwu in this very place. Had it not been for his own blood, which could activate the divine incantation, the Kunwu he cradled in his arms would still be trapped here, unable to escape. This, of course, underscored the formidable power of Kunwu, as it required not only the artifact but also the incantation to confine it. Once they exited the place where Kunwu was imprisoned, they were once again engulfed by the darkness of the outside world. The white orb in Jiang Wenwu's hand continued to emit a radiant glow, illuminating his surroundings. At that moment, the Kunwu he held unexpectedly spoke. The 2 instruments divine pearl. Jiang Wenwu was startled by this sudden utterance, but he quickly realized that it was the Kunwu in his grasp who was speaking. Given the extraordinary nature of this being, it seemed reasonable for it to converse in human language under such circumstances, and he felt no excessive surprise. He learned from Kunwu that the object gifted by the old man at the door was called the 2 instruments divine pearl. At that moment, the old man at the door once again emitted the sound of a heavy iron door closing and locking. Seizing the opportunity, Kunwu directly inquired of Jiang Wenwu, "Kid, this is your first visit here, isn't it? Do you know where this place is?" Jiang Wenwu shook his head, and Kunwu spoke in a tone meant to intimidate. "Then allow me to enlighten you. This place connects to various realms of the spirit world. If you happen to stray, you could find yourself trapped in some perilous locations." The spirit world? Jiang Wenwu had heard whispers of it during his training, but the details had been elusive. It seemed that this spirit world was a realm inhabited by entities beyond mere mortals, and it was said that there were connections between the spirit world and the world in which Jiang Wenwu resided. However, such places were often difficult to locate, requiring serendipity to access, and whether one could emerge unscathed was another matter entirely. Kunwu continued, "You are traversing the left corridor of the first level of the 9 sections bureau, which connects to the spirit world. The right corridor of the first level, however, leads to the realm of the underworld, which is far more treacherous than the spirit world. Even this old man before you would not dare to easily unlock the Qilin lock and the heavenly passage Jade Emperor Gate." Upon hearing Kunwu's words, Jiang Wenwu felt a profound sense of astonishment. Just then, the old man at the door coughed heavily and admonished, "Kunwu, do not divulge too much." Kunwu let out a few peculiar chuckles and fell silent. The old man then instructed Jiang Wenwu, "We must leave this place now, but remember what I said. You must stay close to me." This time, as Jiang Wenwu followed the old man ahead, he began to notice peculiarities. Although he could not see anything in this place, his senses became remarkably acute. It felt as though the path they traversed had a distinct pattern, and the route in and out was not the same. Suddenly, Jiang Wenwu sensed an unusual disturbance in the surroundings, and the old man erupted in anger. "How dare you cause trouble here? You seek death." A thunderous roar erupted before Jiang Wenwu, and he felt a powerful force lift him, sending him tumbling backward. Kunwu, whom he held, leaped away, disappearing into the unknown. Jiang Wenwu felt himself plummeting, as if there were no ground beneath him, and amidst this descent, a sudden fragrance enveloped him, rendering him dizzy until he lost consciousness. In a foggy haze, Jiang Wenwu gradually regained awareness. Piecing together the events that had transpired, he began to sense his own body, but when he attempted to rise, he discovered that he had no control over it whatsoever. He tried to open his eyes, and instead of darkness, he was greeted by a verdant luminescence hovering above, emanating from the plants overhead. Curiously, Jiang Wenwu surmised that this illumination was due to some form of electrical lighting within the vegetation. Soon, however, he noticed a face materializing within the glowing flora, complete with distinct features resembling a human visage. Yet, just as quickly, the face vanished, replaced by a series of murmurs emanating from across from him. Though he could not comprehend the language, he soon found he could control his body once more. As he sat up, he took in his surroundings. A lush landscape abundant with flowers and trees, where even the very spot he had lain upon was now a gathering of blossoms, beginning to disperse. Startled, Jiang Wenwu rose, his gaze sweeping the enchanting environment. He observed that the flora and fauna were adorned with various hues of light, yet were not overly ostentatious. At that moment, he noticed two figures approaching from across the way, one in front and the other behind, both appearing to be female. However, their features were unlike anything Jiang Wenwu had ever encountered. The one in front had skin of a pale pink hue, her hair and brows mirroring the same shade, while the one trailing behind boasted hair and brows of a soft green. Her complexion similarly tinted. He even saw leaves and flowers sprouting from the two peculiar girls, only to dissipate into wisps of the same color. As the two girls reached Jiang Wenwu, he remained entranced. Staring blankly at them, the girl with the pale pink complexion emitted a curious sound, reminiscent of leaves rustling in the wind. Jiang Wenwu became even more bewildered, and noticing his confusion, the girl asked in a language he understood, "Are you from the human realm?" This startled Jiang Wenwu, for the question felt akin to asking a corpse if it hailed from the land of the living, as such inquiries were typically reserved for the deceased. The girl, observing his expression, exchanged glances with her companion before asking again, "Can you speak?" Before Jiang Wenwu could respond, a voice emerged from behind the two girls. Of course he can speak, and he indeed hails from the human realm. However, he has inadvertently wandered into the spirit world and arrived here. The two girls abruptly turned, and to Jiang Wenwu's astonishment, they manifested root-like appendages akin to tree roots, rushing toward the source of the voice. Yet, both the pale pink-skinned girl's attack and the pale green-skinned girl's entanglement fell short. At that moment, the voice resonated once more. "Two little ones, how dare you assault me, considering your ignorance of my identity? I shall let this transgression slide." The two girls hurriedly glanced forward, only to find a black cat lounging lazily at the feet of a man, a cat that had seemingly appeared out of nowhere. Just as the girls were about to take action again, an extremely aged voice echoed in the air. "You two, cease your actions." Following this, a wizened visage emerged from above, declaring, "Kunwo, you have actually returned?" The black cat flicked its tail and replied, "Indeed, I have returned, and I cannot allow him to perish, so I followed him here." The elder's expression remained impassive, yet he soon addressed the two girls, "Bring them both to me." Amidst his astonishment, Jiang Wenwu found himself drawn to a colossal tree that towered majestically ahead. He could not help but gaze upward in awe, for it was truly a sight to behold. The black cat that was Kunwo transformed into human form, resembling the figure Jiang Wenwu had encountered before, clad in a flowing black robe. Kunwo then remarked, "Old wood, it has been decades, yet you remain unchanged." Upon his words, another face emerged upon the massive tree, and as its lips moved, a voice resonated. "Kunwo, I never anticipated that the prophecy of my wood spirit clan would manifest in you and this child." Kunwo chuckled and replied, "Old wood, this is what we call destiny." The visage upon the colossal tree now addressed Jiang Wenwu, stating, "Your appearance evokes memories of a person I encountered 2 decades ago. Furthermore, your bloodline bears a striking resemblance to his. It appears that destiny indeed weaves its intricate tapestry." At this moment, Kunwu interjected, "Old tree, he is the son of that very individual you recall. Otherwise, how could that sword have ended up in his possession? His appearance here is no mere coincidence. He is destined to aid your wood spirit clan in overcoming adversity, and in turn, You must assist him in restoring that sword." Just as Kunwu finished speaking, something abruptly plummeted from above, landing at Jiang Wenwu's feet. Upon inspection, he realized it was the previously elusive Bai Ling sword, which now appeared entirely transformed. Chapter 33. Drawing talismans. The original form of the Bai Ling sword was peculiar, perhaps even eccentric, yet now it radiated a haunting emerald hue, reminiscent of a tree bursting forth with life. The former sword, entirely black with a metallic sheen, was now a stark contrast. Most astonishingly to Jiang Wenwu was the fact that the jagged, bone-like fractures of the sword had vanished, replaced by a segment shaped like the sword itself, glowing with a verdant luminescence. The current incarnation of the Bai Ling sword was imbued with an air of mystery, as the inscriptions resembling ancient seals were now more pronounced and vivid than before. Jiang Wenwu reached out and grasped the hilt. An unexpected sensation of harmonious unity coursed between him and the sword. At that moment, Kunwu exclaimed, "Old tree, you have indeed prepared in advance." The face of the enormous tree suddenly vanished, and a mist of woodsy azure began to rise, revealing an elderly figure, hunched and leaning on a staff. Kunwu, taken aback, remarked, "Old tree, you can actually leave?" The ancient man chuckled softly, responding, "Naturally, but I cannot venture too far." Jiang Wenwu momentarily set aside his astonishment, sheathing the rejuvenated Bai Ling sword, and turned his attention to Kunwu and the elder. Kunwu introduced, "This is the supreme elder of the Wood Spirit clan in the spirit realm. This tree is his physical embodiment. You may refer to him as Old Mr. Mu." Despite Kunwu's words, Jiang Wenwu opted for a more respectful approach. Bowing and stating, "Jiang Wenwu pays his respects to Elder Mu, and I thank you for your assistance." The supreme elder of the Wood Spirit clan replied, "There is no need for such formalities. Young Jiang, this was a promise made long ago with your father. Now, you must also lend your aid to my clan. It is a duty I shall inevitably fulfill." With a gesture, the elder beckoned Jiang Wenwu to follow, with Kunwu trailing behind as they approached the magnificent tree. Pointing to a section of the tree, the elder remarked, "Do you see, young Jiang? A portion of my essence is ensnared by these ethereal violet chains." Jiang Wenwu, utilizing his bloodline's innate sight, beheld the chains as described by the elder, confirming their existence entwined around the tree's trunk. The elder continued, "This affliction originated from an invasion by dark forces in the spirit realm. When I was wounded, it left this lingering malady. I had hoped to seek assistance from your father, but he too was injured and promised to send his descendants if he could not return." Curious, Jiang Wenwu inquired, "Elder Mu, what must I do?" The elder instructed, "With your blood, you shall draw a talisman to dispel these chains." Jiang Wenwu found the task seemingly straightforward, yet he pondered why it required the blood of the Jiang lineage, recalling that his earlier release of Kunwu had also necessitated his blood. Setting aside his questions, Jiang Wenwu requested the elder to teach him the method of drawing the talisman. The elder promptly provided the intricate design. Upon seeing the complexity of the talisman, Jiang Wenwu felt a surge of apprehension, realizing it would demand a significant sacrifice of his blood. Fortunately, the elder reassured him, stating that the Wood Spirit clan possessed treasures that could replenish his vitality. However, the creation of the talisman also required immense focus and energy, complemented by his own chi techniques and the infusion of spiritual energy. This process was inherently taxing. Although Jiang Wenwu had dabbled in talisman drawing during his training, it was merely an introduction, and he now faced a daunting challenge. Meanwhile, Kunwu chose not to remain with them, instead leaning against the trunk of the elder's tree, arms crossed and eyes closed. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and regarded Jiang Wenwu as he approached. "You've grasped it so quickly, young one. You truly embody the Jiang lineage," Kunwu remarked. Jiang Wenwu retorted, "Are you mocking me, elder?" Kunwu chuckled, prompting Jiang Wenwu to inquire, "Elder, do you know what became of the individual who brought me to the spirit realm? What transpired there?" After a brief hesitation, Kunwu replied, "I cannot say for certain, but anyone bold enough to intervene in such a setting undoubtedly possesses considerable power. However, you need not worry. That young one accompanying you is quite formidable, and he will surely utilize the two instruments Divine Pearl to retrieve you." Reassured by Kunwu's words, Jiang Wenwu felt a measure of calm. Yet he was curious, "Elder, do you intend to remain in the spirit realm or accompany me as I depart?" Kunwu straightened, dropping his arms. "Naturally, I shall leave. The spirit realm pales in comparison to the wonders of the mortal realm." Jiang Wenwu nodded in agreement. Kunwu continued, "The Bai Ling sword is no longer as it was. You can now wield it with ease, controlling its size at will." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu hastily retrieved the sword from his back and sought Kunwu's guidance, who explained that mastering the qi techniques would allow him to manipulate the sword's form and size. The former appearance of the Bai Ling sword had been tainted by impurities, which had prevented it from being properly purified. Originating from the Wood Spirit clan, it was crafted from the core of the sacred tree, enabling the Supreme Elder to cleanse it of its corruption. Jiang Wenwu inquired about the cause of the sword's contamination, but Kunwu merely stated that he would come to understand in due time. Now, Jiang Wenwu could effortlessly adjust the size of the Bai Ling sword, which had grown longer than before. He could shrink it to the size of his palm, stowing it away in his pocket, thus alleviating the burden of carrying it. According to Kunwu, the sword could shrink further, even to the size of a sesame seed. But Jiang Wenwu had yet to master such precision. He had reached his limits. Meanwhile, in the 9 Points Bureau, an elderly doorman emerged from the left corridor, appearing somewhat disheveled, his eyes bloodshot with fury. He returned to the front desk, retrieving an old box from which he produced a yin-yang disc, along with a black orb. Placing the black orb upon the disc, it began to float and spin. The doorman pointed upwards, and scenes began to materialize upon the orb, revealing the figures of Jiang Wenwu and Kunwu. However, the images soon became blurred and vanished. Nevertheless, the doorman had gleaned their general whereabouts. Contemplating for a moment, he picked up the phone on the table and dialed a number. Once connected, he stated, "I need to venture into the spirit realm. You stay behind and oversee the division." After the elderly doorman hung up the phone, he picked up the yin-yang board and black beads, and once again made his way to the left corridor of the Jiofan Bureau building. He pushed open the door and entered. Jiang Wenwu had now begun his preparations, ready to draw symbols with his own blood. Taking a deep breath, he used the wooden knife gifted by the elder of the Wood Spirit clan to slice open his palm. He then started to draw according to the symbols depicted in the diagram. At that moment, Jiang Wenwu concentrated his vitality to the utmost. With each stroke, he was determined to ensure no mistakes occurred. Throughout this process, both the elder of the Wood Spirit clan and Kunwu stood silently by, refraining from any interference with Jiang Wenwu's current endeavor. In such an environment, Jiang Wenwu immersed himself in the drawing of the symbols. To his astonishment, he realized he possessed an extraordinary talent in this regard, as he had completed half of the drawing without a single error. This remarkable feat did not escape the watchful eyes of the elder and Kunwu, who were both secretly taken aback. However, they maintained their silence, allowing Jiang Wenwu to continue his work. As time passed, Jiang Wenwu's drawing of the symbols approached its conclusion. At this moment, his complexion had turned pale and his body trembled slightly, yet an inexplicable excitement radiated from his face. In Chapter 34, A Return, as Jiang Wenwu finished the final stroke, he suddenly flushed and then, without warning, collapsed towards the ground. Fortunately, Kunwu had been prepared. In the blink of an eye, he caught Jiang Wenwu and helped him to sit down. Immediately, Kunwu began to channel his own elemental energy into Jiang Wenwu's body, gradually reviving his somewhat withered meridians. Simultaneously, Jiang Wenwu's complexion shifted from flushed to pale, though he still remained in a state of euphoric confusion. This was due to his intense focus while drawing the symbols, which had concentrated his entire being into this unique state. The elder of the Wood Spirit clan approached. Signaling Kunwu to pause, he placed a hand gently on Jiang Wenwu's shoulder, and in that moment, Jiang Wenwu's life energy surged, becoming more vibrant. Astonishingly, he even began to snore softly. Observing this, Kunwu let out a quiet sigh of relief. Deeply admiring the elder's abilities, were it not for him, Kunwu knew it would have been far more challenging to restore Jiang Wenwu. After Jiang Wenwu was settled in a resting place, the elder of the Wood Spirit clan entrusted Kunwu with the next steps. Holding the symbol that Jiang Wenwu had drawn with his blood, infused with Kunwu's essence, Kunwu nodded appreciatively. The elder then returned to his true form, transforming into a mist of greenwood energy that merged back into his essence. Kunwu, with a swift movement, vanished from his previous spot and reappeared on a tree branch. However, he still had some distance to cover to reach his destination, so he moved closer once more. Yet, the presence of the elder's true form exerted a certain resistance upon Kunwu. Even without any deliberate action from the elder, it still influenced Kunwu. Upon reaching the area adorned with the eerie purple, chain-like symbols, Kunwo had to move twice more before he could place the symbol there. At that moment, the eerie purple symbols suddenly stirred, revealing a head entirely formed of these symbols. The head bore 3 faces, each displaying different emotions of joy, anger, and sorrow, and each forehead featured a single purple eye. In that instant, Kunwo heard a voice echoing in his mind. "Those who dare to oppose me shall perish," Kunwo retorted. "Begone. Your saint has long since perished. Besides, I am not swayed by such threats." As his words fell, he pressed the symbol firmly against the head, causing both the eerie purple chain and the massive grotesque head to vanish in an instant. The symbol itself ignited, swiftly turning to ashes. Kunwo leaped down, exhaling a breath of relief. At this moment, the true form of the elder of the Wood Spirit clan began to tremble. The 2 women from earlier, along with other members of the Wood Spirit clan, observed this scene. Remarkably, the elder's true form gradually diminished from its immense size until it transformed into a young man holding a lush green branch, standing where the elder's original form had been. All the clan's people immediately began to pay their respects, exclaiming the elder's name. However, Kunwo gazed in another direction, and the young man, now embodying the elder of the Wood Spirit clan, joined him in looking that way. Kunwo spoke solemnly, "As you are freed from your bonds, the remaining 5 clans will gradually follow suit." The elder replied, "It is all part of destiny." The disturbances within the spirit realm did not go unnoticed by the arriving doorman, whose gaze flickered slightly before he sighed. "From Jiang arises an ending. From Jiang begins a new beginning. It is the will of heaven." Not long after, the doorman arrived at the Wood Spirit clan, where he found Kunwo, his expression less than favorable. Kunwo, however, paid no mind, instead wearing a cheerful demeanor, while the elder of the Wood Spirit clan warmly welcomed the doorman. Eager to see Jiang Wenwu, the elder wasted no time in leading the doorman to him. At this moment, Jiang Wenwu had awakened. Although his complexion was still not ideal, he appeared otherwise normal. The doorman had no desire to linger in the spirit realm, taking Jiang Wenwu with him as they departed the Wood Spirit clan. After bidding farewell to the elder, Kunwo followed suit. Once Jiang Wenwu accompanied the doorman through a rather short tunnel, they emerged once more in the left corridor of the Jiofan Bureau. This time, the doorman was cautious, urging Kunwo to remain vigilant. Fortunately, no mishaps occurred, and they all safely exited the corridor. Subsequently, the doorman secured the door, locking it without hesitation. Kunwo transformed once more into a cat-sized form, trailing Jiang Wenwu as they approached the doorman's abode. Upon entering, Jiang Wenwu encountered an unfamiliar face, a woman likely in her 50s or 60s. The doorman introduced her, saying, "This is my wife." Jiang Wenwu promptly exclaimed, "Auntie." The woman smiled and nodded, gesturing a few times. The doorman interpreted, "She wants me to tell you that you bear a striking resemblance to your father." Jiang Wenwu understood that the doorman's wife was mute. Thus her gestures were sign language, which the doorman comprehended. At that moment, the doorman's wife noticed the black cat, her expression shifting abruptly, revealing a stark difference from before. The doorman quickly intervened, saying, "There's no need to worry. This is Xiao Zhang's friend." Upon hearing this, her demeanor softened, and the unsettling aura dissipated in an instant. However, Jiang Wenwu, having sensed the earlier tension, couldn't help but glance at the doorman's wife, realizing that appearances can be deceptive. The doorman then asked Jiang Wenwu a few more questions before observing the now diminutive, palm-sized, and altered spirit-repelling sword. He remarked, "Since the elder of the Wood Spirit clan has assisted you in purifying and restoring the spirit-repelling sword, it shall no longer attract undue attention, unless you choose to wield it." Jiang Wenwu felt a surge of joy upon hearing this. After all, when he wielded the spirit-breaking sword in the past, he had been rather ostentatious. Under the current circumstances, this was indeed the most favorable outcome. The old man at the entrance continued, however, "Even though the spirit-breaking sword appears to resonate with you now, remember, you must never allow yourself to be controlled by the sword. You must master it, lest you fall under the influence of the sword spirit, which could lead to dire consequences." Jiang Wenwu was taken aback by the old man's warning. He realized the gravity of the situation. It seemed prudent to minimize the use of the spirit-breaking sword in the future. The old man did not keep Jiang Wenwu lingering, allowing him to depart. As Jiang Wenwu walked alongside the black cat Kunwo on the now sparsely populated streets, silence enveloped them. At that moment, Jiang Wenwu was lost in the reflections of recent events, while Kunwu appeared to be deep in contemplation, his feline eyes betraying a thoughtful expression. With the sun's emergence heralding the dawn of a new day, Jiang Wenwu arrived at the 9th Division, invigorated. Naturally, he kept the events of the previous night buried deep within his heart. As he passed by the old man at the entrance, he greeted him as usual. However, upon entering the building, his mind began to wander, and he instinctively glanced towards the left corridor. There, a locked iron door, secured with a chain, stood like a barrier between two worlds, concealing unknown secrets beyond. Jiang Wenwu then turned his gaze to the right corridor, which, as he learned from Kunwu, led to the realm of the underworld. Within this modest 9th Division lay an abundance of secrets, leaving Jiang Wenwu to ponder what mysteries might be hidden within the other 7 divisions and the headquarters. Just as Jiang Wenwu was lost in thought, a colleague from the 9th Division approached and tapped him on the shoulder, exclaiming, "Wenwu, hurry to the conference hall. Director Liu has important matters to announce. Everyone from the division must attend." Jiang Wenwu snapped back to reality and followed his colleague up the stairs, soon finding himself in the conference hall, which was already filled with people seated in concentric circles, though not at full capacity, as some from the divisions were absent. Chapter 35. Major operation indeed. Some may have perished, rendering their attendance impossible. Jiang Wenwu took a seat against the wall at the outer edge. Before long, Lu Qian entered alongside Qin Biao, the head of the Special Operations Department, and Su Wanshan, the head of the Spirit Dynamics Department. Their expressions revealed that the matters to be discussed were of extraordinary significance. Without preamble, Lu Qian addressed the assembly. "Ladies and gentlemen, please turn off all communication devices and place them on the table." Jiang Wenwu noticed a signal jammer discreetly positioned in a corner of the room. The atmosphere in the conference hall grew increasingly tense. It was evident that something monumental was about to transpire. After surveying those present, Lu Qian cleared his throat and announced, "We have received orders from headquarters. The 9th Division, along with the 7th and 8th Divisions, must collaborate to swiftly eradicate the sealing gate." Jiang Wenwu's heart raced at Lu Qian's words. He had encountered the formidable Feng Ku before, an individual who had nearly claimed Su Wanshan's life and almost taken his own. Fortunately, the sudden appearance of Yu Qiao had driven Feng Ku away. It was astonishing that such an event could unfold so soon after his last encounter. Clearly, the preparations for this operation had been underway for quite some time, rather than being a spontaneous decision from headquarters. Lu Qian then turned to Qin Biao, saying, "Director Chen, please announce the list of participants." Qin Biao nodded and stood up, declaring, "This operation will be led by my Special Operations Department, utilizing the personnel listed as the main force. All other departments are required to cooperate fully. Now, I will read the list." As Qin Biao recited the names, Zheng Kai, Deng Chaoyue, Qin Qiqi, Li Qinyang, and Jiang Wenwu. Jiang Wenwu was startled to hear his name among them. Once Qin Biao finished announcing the names, he promptly sat down. Liu Qian then gestured to Su Wanshan, who rose with a smile and said, "The Spirit Dynamics Department will handle the aftermath, so we will also need your cooperation. I will read another list, and I hope everyone will lend a hand." After Su Wanshan finished reading his list, Lu Qian concluded, "Those on Director Chen's list will follow him immediately. He will arrange your journey to Fengmin Ancient Village. The rest will await further notice. This meeting is adjourned." The meeting wrapped up swiftly, and Jiang Wenwu felt as though he had barely settled into his seat before rising again. He joined Chen Biao and the others mentioned in the list, where Chen Biao briefly outlined some precautions before leading them out of the conference room and into the open air. Outside, vehicles were already prepared. Once Jiang Wenwu and the others boarded, the engines roared to life, and they quickly departed from the 9th Division. Meanwhile, outside Fengmin Ancient Village, Xia Tian perched on a tree, gazing intently in the direction of the village. Alongside her, several figures were strategically positioned, all monitoring the enigmatic locale. At that moment, Xia Tian abruptly turned her head toward another tree, where Zhou Lan from the 8th Division stood, smiling at her. Xia Tian merely nodded before resuming her watch on Fengmin Ancient Village, which appeared devoid of life, the village shrouded in an eerie stillness. Numerous rumors circulated online about Fengmin Ancient Village, but those were mere tales for the uninitiated. For individuals like Xia Tian and her companions, they understood the village's ominous legacy. It was the stronghold of Fengmin, existing since time immemorial. The rumors surrounding Fengmin Ancient Village stemmed from its inhabitants' reluctance to allow outsiders to intrude, thus earning its infamous reputation as a ghost village. Suddenly, Xia Tian's eyes narrowed as she noticed something unusual. A door in one of the houses had swung open, and a figure emerged. It was one of Fengmen's denizens, appearing at the same time as always to conduct their patrol of the village. This time, however, Xia Tian sensed something amiss as the individual's path diverged from their usual route. What struck her as even stranger was that the person paused for several seconds at each location they reached. Given the considerable distance, Xia Tian could not discern further details, and using binoculars would risk detection. It was only after the figure completed their inspection of the village and returned that Xia Tian gracefully descended from the tree. Zhou Lan, who had been perched on a branch behind her, also leaped down. Soon, several others joined them, having descended from their own hiding spots, converging with Xia Tian and Zhou Lan. Zhou Lan inquired, "Did you notice anything unusual?" Xia Tian replied, "The patrolling individual is behaving oddly, deviating from their usual path and pausing intermittently." Upon hearing this, the others exchanged glances, and Zhou Lan remarked, "Perhaps it is a protocol of Fengmen." Yet, Xia Tian shook her head, insisting that shouldn't be the case. "We have been monitoring for quite some time, and this sudden abnormality has unsettled me." Zhou Lan's expression turned contemplative as she addressed her companions. "The personnel from the 3 major divisions should be arriving soon. We must ensure our intelligence is accurate, so I urge everyone to remain vigilant and document any anomalies." The others nodded in agreement, recognizing that they were to follow the directives of Zhou Lan and Xia Tian, who held considerable authority as the leaders of their 10-person team. Once everyone had returned to their posts, Zhou Lan reassured Xia Tian, "Do not fret. The information provided by our infiltrator within Fengmen is undoubtedly reliable." Xia Tian nodded gently, declaring, "I have awaited this day for far too long." Zhou Lan gazed at the visage of Summer, her heart filled with a twinge of compassion, for it was rumored that the demise of Summer's parents was intricately linked to the Fengmen. Moreover, the ancestral figure of Fengmen, Feng Ku, was indeed one of the culprits responsible for the death of Summer's parents. Thus, for Summer, Fengmen represented a profound and blood-soaked vendetta. Summer returned to her original perch atop the tree, steadfastly fixated on the direction of the ancient village of Fengmen. Jiang Wenwu sat in the rear of the vehicle, enveloped in a profound silence, as the occupants within the cabin refrained from conversation, imparting a palpable sense of pre-battle tension upon him. Simultaneously, a flicker of excitement coursed through Jiang Wenwu's veins, albeit intermingled with a hint of trepidation, for the magnitude of this operation was undeniably formidable. It could even be deemed the most significant endeavor executed by the headquarters and its branches in the past decade or two. The atmosphere inside the vehicle was fraught with an austere stillness. Some individuals had already begun to polish their equipment, standard issue from the 9th Bureau, known as the Moonslaying Sword. Its shape bore resemblance to a Tang saber but was considerably shorter to facilitate swift deployment and ease of transport. Jiang Wenwu, too, possessed a Moonslaying Sword, cognizant that the use of the spirit-breaking sword was a luxury reserved for life-and-death crises. In addition to the Moonslaying Sword, the standard kit included the Xian Guang Mirror, the very instrument Jiang Wenwu had previously witnessed Summer utilizing. They also carried various miscellaneous items, their attire reminiscent of Special Forces operatives on a mission, complete with armor designed to withstand substantial assaults and protect against supernatural attacks. Within the vehicle, there was another individual, distinguishable by the 2 swords strapped to his back, which were not moonslaying swords. This person's hair was styled akin to that of a Taoist priest, and he donned a robe typical of such practitioners, albeit now encased in armor. Jiang Wenwu recognized him as a renowned Taoist within the 9th Bureau. However, this Taoist was notoriously taciturn, often choosing silence even when confronted directly. After a day and night of travel, Jiang Wenwu and his companions finally arrived near the ancient village of Fengmen. To avoid alarming the enemy, they disembarked the vehicle and proceeded on foot. Chen Biao led their group of 20, advancing swiftly toward the ancient village. As they drew closer, Jiang Wenwu sensed his heartbeat intensifying, prompting him to clench his fists and take several deep breaths to steady himself. Fengmen ancient village loomed close, and suddenly, Chen Biao raised his hand, forming a tight fist, signaling Jiang Wenwu and the others to halt. Chapter 36. Sudden Assault. Although Jiang Wenwu and his companions could not emulate the military's strict discipline entirely, they were well versed in fundamental signals and commands, having undergone 3 months of intensive training upon joining the 9th Bureau, during which they learned such protocols. Now, as Chen Biao commanded them to stop, it was evident that a reason lay behind it. Sure enough, moments later, the sound of birdsong resonated in a rhythmic, cadenced manner. Chen Biao responded in kind with another bird call. Soon after, several figures emerged from the front. Among them a diminutive man who approached directly. Director Jiang, Chen Biao remarked, "You arrived earlier than us." The small man, Director Jiang, smiled and replied, "After all, our 7th Bureau is closest, so it is only fitting. However, the 8th Bureau has yet to arrive. It seems we shall have to wait a while longer," Chen Biao noted. He then instructed Jiang Wenwu and his party to continue onward. As Jiang Wenwu passed by Director Jiang, the latter pointed at him with an expression of mild surprise before glancing at Chen Biao. Chen Biao nodded at the 7th Bureau's Director Jiang, affirming his observation. The two men from the 7th Bureau then leaned closer, lowering their voices. "Director Chen, you truly are formidable," allowing his son to enter the 9th Bureau. Director Jiang remarked. Chen Biao sighed. This was Director Lu's directive. Perhaps there is a deeper significance. Director Jiang from the 7th Bureau immediately responded, "Your Director Lu is quite the slippery character indeed. Last time at headquarters, he certainly put our Director Gu through the ringer, but the worst embarrassment fell upon Director Lu from the 8th Bureau. That was truly a disgrace." Curious, Chen Biao inquired, "What exactly transpired?" Director Jiang from the 7th Bureau lowered his voice even further. And upon finishing, a bemused expression crossed Chen Biao's face, indicating that whatever Director Jiang had recounted had indeed caused great embarrassment for Director Lu of the 8th Bureau. While Chen Biao and Director Jiang of the 7th Bureau engaged in conversation, Jiang Wenwu and his group had already arrived at their temporary encampment, where members of the 7th Bureau were already present. Upon noticing the 9th Bureau's arrival, the 7th Bureau personnel cast several curious glances their way. Before long, a few members from the 7th Bureau approached the 9th Bureau, heading directly toward the Taoist. At that moment, the Taoist sat cross-legged in meditation, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. However, the leader among the 7th Bureau's visitors reached out and playfully tapped the Taoist on the head, exclaiming, "You arrogant one! I heard you were quite the bully last time. You even beat up my brother. Care to spar with me again so I can witness your skills?" The Taoist continued to ignore him, remaining in his meditative state. Incensed by the disregard, the 7th Bureau individual grew furious, for being so openly dismissed in front of so many was a blow to his pride. He promptly launched a punch aimed at the Taoist's head, only to find himself grimacing in pain almost immediately. He dared not cry out, fearing that his outburst might alert the Fengmin villagers nearby, potentially jeopardizing their mission and inviting severe repercussions. Though the Taoist had firmly grasped his wrist, inflicting pain that drained the color from his face and left him sweating profusely, he made every effort to suppress any sounds of distress. Soon, the Taoist released his grip, leaving the man shaken. For the Taoist had seized his vital point in a single movement. Had the Taoist unleashed his energy, the outcome could have ranged from injury to death. However, the Taoist was discerning, opting only to teach him a lesson without resorting to excessive measures. Aware that this was neither the time nor place for a serious conflict, the man pointed at the Taoist threateningly, declaring, "Just you wait. After this operation, I'll make sure you crawl back to the 9th Bureau." After the group from the 7th Bureau departed, the atmosphere returned to normalcy, and aside from Jiang Wenwu, the novice, the others paid little heed to the earlier incident. Such occurrences were commonplace for the 8 major bureaus. Despite standing orders, most opted to turn a blind eye to such trivial matters. The previous conflict between Jiang Wenwu's group and Zhou Lan from the 8th Bureau had escalated only because it had drawn undue attention. After a short while, Chen Biao and Director Jiang from the 7th Bureau reconvened for a brief exchange before returning to their respective teams. Chen Biao meticulously inspected the belongings of Jiang Wenwu and his companions, ensuring that their gear and armor were in order. Not long thereafter, the bird calls echoed once more, followed by a reciprocal chirping from the surrounding area. Chen Biao and Director Jiang from the 7th Bureau then departed, soon joined by 20 to 30 others arriving at the site. These newcomers were naturally from the 8th Bureau, led by the capable Chief Miao Ying, who approached alongside Chen Biao and Director Jiang from the 7th Bureau. Jiang Wenwu was taken aback upon seeing Miao Ying. Since joining the 9th Bureau, he had only encountered the female Chief Zhou Hong, with all other department heads being male. The sight of a female leader from the 8th Bureau, who stood alongside both Chen Biao and Director Jiang, spoke volumes of her prowess. Miao Ying, with a hint of apology, addressed Chen Biao and Director Jiang. "I apologize for the delay. We encountered some issues on the road." Director Jiang from the 7th Bureau smiled. "No worries, you're not late. especially since the 8th Bureau is the farthest from here. Chen Biao nodded in agreement with Director Zhang's sentiment. Miaoing then turned to Chen Biao, stating, Director Chen, I've been asked to convey a message to you from someone. Upon hearing Miao Ying's words, Chen Biao furrowed his brow slightly before responding, Please inform Section Chief Miao. Miaoing chuckled and said, She mentioned that you, as her senior, have not fulfilled your responsibilities, neglecting to visit the sect for such a long time. Have you forgotten where your skills originated? Naturally, Chen Biao felt a ripple of emotion at Miao Ying's remarks. Yet his expression remained impassive as he coldly replied, Then please tell her upon your return that I have severed ties with the sect. I am no longer one of their own. Miao Ying responded, It would be best if you conveyed that directly to her, as the three engaged in conversation. A sudden gust of wind swept through, prompting them to cease their idle chatter and regard the horizon with grave expressions. Once the tempest subsided, an unfamiliar figure appeared not far from them. This person surveyed Chen Biao and the others before stating, The operation is about to commence. I urge the 3 section chiefs to mobilize their respective teams and cooperate to ensure the success of this mission. Chen Biao and his companions nodded in agreement and swiftly returned to their teams. Chen Biao then gestured for Jiang Wenwu and the others to rise. With a wave of his hand, Jiang Wenwu and his group swiftly followed Chen Biao towards Fengmin Ancient Village. Upon Chen Biao's command to halt, they found themselves less than 100 meters from their destination. At that moment, the previously dark windows of Fengmin Ancient Village suddenly illuminated with candlelight. This caused Chen Biao's pupils to constrict to pinprick size. According to the intelligence he had received, Fengmin was supposed to be unaware of this operation. It appeared that the information had been leaked, though it was impossible to ascertain which individual or individuals from the Bureau were responsible. Time was of the essence. Missing this opportunity would make it unrealistic to uproot Fengmin entirely. This operation had been meticulously planned for an extended period, and there were indeed insiders within Fengmin. More than one, in fact, indicating a coordinated effort. Abandoning the mission would undoubtedly expose those infiltrators, and while it was unlikely to uncover them all, identifying even 2 or 3 would deliver a significant blow. Chen Biao pointed decisively ahead, prompting Jiang Wenwu and his team to surge forward into Fengmin Ancient Village. Yet, amidst this maneuver, a series of piercing sounds filled the air, and several members of the 3 major bureaus fell in response. Simultaneously, the bureaus retaliated. Jiang Wenwu rolled up his sleeves, lowered his stance, and as he moved swiftly, the darts on his wrist flew forth in rapid succession. However, another complication arose. The ground suddenly caved in, causing some members of the 3 bureaus to plunge directly into the abyss. Jiang Wenwu halted abruptly, quickly drawing a ground escape talisman, slapping it against himself while reciting an incantation. Instantly, he sank into the earth, his moon-slaying sword drawn and poised to strike. Before him stood a figure, who, upon being pierced, let out a cry. Jiang Wenwu surged forth from underground, and the figure, gripping the blade of his moon-slaying sword tightly, was now at his mercy. The tip of the sword had indeed pierced the figure's abdomen, but Jiang Wenwu showed no signs of hesitation. He had been forewarned by Chen Biao that mercy toward those from Fengmin would only seal his own fate. This was a moment of life and death. Yet, it was Jiang Wenwu's first true battle for survival, and despite the adrenaline coursing through him, he felt an innate reluctance to take a life. The Fengmin adversary, however, was devoid of such hesitation, his eyes gleaming with a bloodthirsty rage. Abruptly, he released his grip on the blade, causing Jiang Wenwu's sword to plunge deeper into his abdomen until half the blade protruded from his back. The force drew Jiang Wenwu closer to the dying man, and he suddenly felt a searing heat in his own abdomen. Realization dawned upon Jiang Wenwu. The Fengmin figure intended to take him down with him, employing a strategy of mutual destruction. Fortunately, he was clad in armor, which mitigated the blow from the short blade aimed at him. The sensation of heat was due to the armor being penetrated, the blade grazing his skin. Were it not for the armor, the blade would have surely impaled him. Just as Jiang Wenwu prepared to push the Fengmin adversary away, a flurry of piercing sounds reached his ears. The figure before him trembled violently, transforming into a veritable pincushion, arrows protruding from his back. After this barrage from Fengmin, Jiang Wenwu withdrew his moon-slaying sword and dashed forward into the depths of Fengmin Ancient Village. Most of the personnel from the 3 bureaus had already infiltrated the village. Yet, the rooms within the village, previously aglow with candlelight, now shifted to a menacing red HUIT, was evident that a crimson veil had been cast over the candles, serving as a covert signal among Feng Min, indicating the severity of the situation. As Jiang Wenwu entered Feng Min ancient village, an involuntary tension gripped his entire being. He sensed an omnipresent aura of danger. What unsettled him further was the sudden cessation of Feng Min's counterattacks. The quiet only foreshadowed impending peril. Indeed, in the blink of an eye, Feng Min ancient village transformed. The air was filled with wailing cries, and a chilling wind began to howl. Jiang Wenwu activated his bloodline ability, Heavenly Sight, revealing spectral forms within the village. They were all apparitions, densely packed, sending shivers down his spine. Jiang Wenwu swiftly retrieved the Xian Guang mirror, aiming it at the approaching phantoms. The mirror blazed with light, obliterating every spirit it illuminated. Yet the sheer number of these entities was overwhelming. This realization dawned upon Jiang Wenwu, illuminating why, during the time he was in the vehicle, perusing the documents dispatched to him by the branch bureau, he had encountered references to the nefarious activities orchestrated by the Feng Min. Such actions were deemed both heinous and morally reprehensible. The Feng Min, employing the art of sealing, had ensnared the vengeful spirits that were destined for reincarnation, thus exploiting them as tools for their own sinister rituals. It is worth noting that the subjugation of these restless souls was merely one of the many vile practices of the Feng Min. Indeed, their most malevolent act involved desecrating ancestral graves, meticulously seeking out specific feng shui locations, unearthing corpses to utilize in their grotesque corpse refining processes. Consequently, the General Bureau harbored an intense loathing for the Feng Min. Yet they had long operated with an air of elusiveness. Although their base was known to be hidden within the ancient village of Feng Min, the true location of their activities remained shrouded in mystery. The village served merely as a FAAD.IT was only when the General Bureau and the senior officials of the other 8 major branches united in a concerted effort, formulating a plan that had been decades in the making, that they were finally able to deliver a resounding blow against the Feng Min. The Shuangguang mirror in Jiang Wenwu's grasp was now nearly depleted of its spiritual energy, necessitating a period of recovery. However, he swiftly retrieved the ghost sealing gourd, chanting an incantation before striking it, causing the gourd to draw in all the surrounding spectral beings. Yet, the ghost sealing gourd had its limitations. Jiang Wenwu could only seal it with its lid. He then produced 3 talismans of exorcism, affixing them around himself. The spirits surged forth like a tidal wave, but the exorcism talismans radiated a formidable protective light. Nevertheless, as the spirits continued to assail him, the efficacy of the talismans began to wane, and the number of spirits showed little sign of diminishing, leaving Jiang Wenwu feeling a prickling sensation of dread regarding the sheer number of vengeful souls the Feng Min had ensnared. At that moment, the spirits encircling Jiang Wenwu dissipated like a gentle breeze. Simultaneously, a figure emerged from behind, brandishing a sword, their Taoist robe billowing in the wind. This was the dual sword-wielding Taoist from the 9th Bureau. After dispatching the spirits surrounding Jiang Wenwu, he did not linger but hastened toward further reinforcements. Jiang Wenwu hurriedly followed, yet the Taoist's movements were swift, leaving him unable to keep pace. He came to a halt, gazing ahead into the shadows, where a sudden beam of crimson light shot forth. Jiang Wenwu instinctively dodged, the red light missing its mark. Soon after, he felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, prompting him to sidestep just in time to evade a descending blow. The rush of wind from the strike palpable. As the attack missed, a follow-up assault ensued. Jiang Wenwu raised his Zhanyu sword to parry, but the force of the blow sent him staggering back several steps, the impact astonishingly powerful. Steadying himself, he prepared for the next onslaught, raising his sword in defense. The clash echoed with a resounding clang, leaving Jiang Wenwu's arms tingling and his calves quaking. Forced into a defensive posture against the relentless barrage of strikes, he realized that his adversary was formidable, exhibiting both remarkable speed and devastating strength. Having successfully blocked that attack, Jiang Wenwu seized a moment to catch his breath, suddenly bending low like an arrow released from its bow, charging at the opponent who had persistently pressed him. The Zhanyu sword, held horizontally, became the embodiment of his resolve. This technique, developed by the 9th Bureau, was not to be underestimated in its potency. The assailant from the Feng Min, now revealed, wielded 2 large hammers and, rather than retreating, adopted a stance to confront Jiang Wenwu head-on. Long Yuanqing, with a disdainful smirk gracing his lips, had already concluded that Jiang Wenwu was a novice, confident that he would subdue him in a matter of mere exchanges. As Jiang Wenwu closed the distance, he unexpectedly leaned back, evading a direct confrontation and slipping past Long Yuanqing's legs. In an instant, he appeared behind Long Yuanqing, crouched low, ready to strike. Yet, as Long Yuanqing attempted to pivot, he suddenly swayed, his left calf severed cleanly. A cry of agony escaped him as he stumbled, collapsing to the ground. Jiang Wenwu turned, standing tall with his Zhanyu sword pointed directly at Long Yuanqing's heart, who was now utterly defenseless. Just then, Jiang Wenwu sensed a foul gust of wind approaching, prompting him to evade. A series of shrill cries erupted, revealing a monkey emerging beside Long Yuanqing. It became evident that this was the creature responsible for the earlier attack against him. And Jiang Wenwu quickly deduced that it had been the same monkey that attempted to blind him with that crimson light. Had it been another member of the Fengmen, they would have rushed to assist Long Yuanqing during their clash. Yet that had not transpired. Now, with Long Yuanqing facing imminent death at Jiang Wenwu's hands, the monkey finally revealed itself to save its master. Jiang Wenwu, undeterred by the presence of this creature, intended to deal with it as well when suddenly, a scream pierced the air nearby. Glancing back at the incapacitated Long Yuanqing, who could no longer pose a threat, Jiang Wenwu swiftly moved toward the source of the anguished cry. Meanwhile, Long Yuanqing exhaled deeply, utilizing his qi to staunch the bleeding from his severed leg, attempting to stabilize himself. After halting the blood flow, Long Yuanqing's face was ashen. He struggled to sit upright, reaching for the nearby octagonal hammer. But to no avail. The monkey scampered to Long Yuanqing's side, and a flicker of vitality returned to Long Yuanqing's eyes as he stroked the creature's fur. Just then, a shadowy figure materialized behind Long Yuanqing. Rendering their features indistinguishable, an icy chill enveloped Long Yuanqing, as though he had plunged into a glacial abyss, causing him to shudder violently. The piercing, ghostly voice echoed around him. "Useless wretch, the Fengmen have no need for your kind of filth." Long Yuanqing's eyes widened in terror, desperate to scream. Yet no sound escaped his lips, for he recognized the identity of the intruder, and the realization paralyzed him with fear. This newcomer was a mysterious figure within the Fengmen, shrouded in rumors of bloodshed and malevolence. Before long, Long Yuanqing's visage visibly withered, his features gaunt as his eyes widened in horror. Ultimately, he collapsed lifelessly to the ground, resembling a desiccated corpse. The monkey, initially startled, now shrieked in despair at the sight of its fallen master, darting toward the shadowy figure behind Long Yuanqing. A heart-wrenching shriek echoed as the monkey was hurled into the darkness. Meanwhile, the figure behind Long Yuanqing gradually receded into the inky blackness. Murmuring softly, marvelous, at the entrance of the Fengmen ancient village, a black cat appeared. This was Kunwu. Originally, Jiang Wenwu had instructed Kunwu to remain at home, but due to his involvement in this mission, he had not returned, causing Kunwu great concern. After all, should Jiang Wenwu perish, Kunwu would meet the same fate. Thus, Kunwu had followed the trail of Jiang Wenwu's aura, ultimately arriving at this locale. Kunwu muttered to itself, "If you were to die here, young one, my efforts would be in vain." With that, Kunwu dashed into the ancient village of Fengmen, his form transforming into a mere shadow as he swiftly arrived at the spot where Long Yuanqing had met his demise. Suddenly, Kunwu came to an abrupt halt, inhaling the surrounding scents. His feline-like nose crinkled in distaste, for the trace of Jiang Wenwu's essence, which he had followed to this place, had grown faint. Instead, an exceedingly foul odor assailed his senses, overwhelming the scent of Jiang Wenwu. Approaching Long Yuanqing, Kunwu sniffed at his body, and his cat-like visage morphed into a visage of horror. From Long Yuanqing, he detected an unpleasant aroma that was of the same origin as the foul scent he had encountered earlier, yet far more potent. This revelation evoked memories of an individual who, by all accounts, should have perished in an incident over a decade ago. The presence of such a scent in this location was utterly confounding. As Kunwu circled Long Yuanqing, a furry monkey suddenly emerged from the side, surprisingly alive yet limping towards Long Yuanqing. Upon noticing Kunwu, the creature exhibited signs of fear, trembling uncontrollably. However, Kunwa's eyes lit up upon recognizing that this monkey possessed the bloodline of the three-eyed spiritual monkey. Given time, it could potentially awaken its third eye. Kunwa emitted a peculiar sound, and the initially anxious monkey gradually calmed, even responding with chirps, as if engaging in a conversation with Kunwa. Soon, both ceased their vocalizations, and Kunwa proceeded in the direction Jiang Wenwu had taken earlier, with the monkey following closely behind. At this moment, outside the ancient village of Fengmin, Xiatian and Zhou Lan, along with their team, had gathered with 9 other groups. In their midst stood an individual who addressed them. Your current task is to closely monitor anyone escaping from Fengmin village. Upon sighting one, notify me immediately. Now, return to your observation points. Xiatian's group returned to their original positions. In truth, Xiatian yearned to infiltrate Fengmin village personally, but as per his orders, he was bound to remain vigilant. Thus, he fixated his gaze on Fengmin village, determined to observe any potential escapees, knowing that those who could flee would not be ordinary individuals. As fate would have it, at that very moment, Xiatian spotted a figure emerging in his direction. Hastening towards the forest, he immediately raised an alert, and soon the earlier figure appeared. Intercepting the elusive shadow, a fierce confrontation ensued, both engaging fiercely as they moved deeper into the woods. However, it was evident that the individual fleeing from Fengmin village held the upper hand, easily outmatching the one attempting to stop him. Yet, before long, the escapee began to retreat. The individual he had been battling ceased his attacks, and Captain Jiang of the 7th Division stepped forward, wielding a staff that towered over him by more than half. The fugitive from Fengmin glanced at Captain Jiang, his voice low. Are you Jiang Yuan of the 7th Division? Captain Jiang nodded. I am on official duty, so I shall refrain from further discussion. Please proceed. The fugitive's brow furrowed deeply, for he was aware of Jiang Yuan's notorious reputation among extraordinary beings, known as the Rolling Dragon of Death. The staff he wielded was the Rolling Dragon Staff. Comprising 72 techniques, the fugitive felt uncertain about his chances of overcoming Captain Jiang and, despite his apparent calm, beads of sweat began to trickle down his forehead. Meanwhile, he subtly prepared a move, producing a bead in his hand. With a flick of his finger, he sent the bead hurtling towards Captain Jiang. However, with a swift motion, Captain Jiang deflected the bead, which exploded upon impact, unleashing a thunderous crack that surged towards the staff. Yet, with a powerful shake of his arm, Captain Jiang dispelled the crackling energy, which fell to the ground, igniting a fire. Captain Jiang chuckled, Thunderfire bead, quite a treasure. Seizing the opportunity, the fugitive attempted to flee, but abruptly halted. Staring in disbelief at his own chest, where the tip of a staff protruded, a voice resonated from behind him. Your refusal to fight after seeing me is the reason for your swift demise. With that declaration, Captain Jiang twisted the rolling dragon staff, and the fugitive's life extinguished, his body collapsing to the ground. After sheathing his staff, Captain Jiang bore a grave expression, casting a solemn gaze towards Fengmin village. Then surveying the surroundings. Despite the mobilization of the 3 major divisions to eradicate Fengmin, the depths of Fengmin were not to be underestimated. The leaders of the 7th, 8th, and 9th divisions were each stationed at critical exits of the village, intent on intercepting any escapees. Yet, those who had emerged thus far were merely minor figures. The true masters had yet to reveal themselves. It was only a matter of time before the formidable beings within Fengmin would emerge. For among those who infiltrated the village were not only individuals like Jiang Wenwu, but also some formidable entities concealed within. Furthermore, there were accomplices within Fengmin, ensuring that the powerful figures would eventually be forced out, leading to a genuine battle for survival. Of course, Captain Jiang was not overly concerned about ancient figures such as Feng Ku, as there were others capable of countering them. Given that the headquarters had initiated action, thorough preparations had undoubtedly been made. Captain Jiang's left, Miao Ying of the 8th Division utilized her bone fan to deflect an incoming thrust, countering with a palm strike of her own. Both combatants retreated, Miao Ying eyeing her opponent with utmost seriousness. The man before her was the Fengmu Wolf, a guardian of Fengmin, and his strength was indeed on par with hers. With a slight shift in stance, Fengmu Wolf launched himself forward, and Miao Ying responded by advancing with her bone fan raised, leading to yet another fierce exchange. Meanwhile, Chun Biao remained in an eerie silence, having yet to encounter any escapees from Fengmin. But he remained vigilant, fully alert. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed from ahead, and as Chen Biao blinked, blue electricity flickered in his gaze. Chapter 39. The dual eyes. The sound of rustling persisted, growing increasingly distinct to Chen Biao's ears. He realized that the moment the sound emerged, he had unwittingly entered a realm of illusion. The power of the opponent's consciousness was formidable, enabling such a feat, however. Everything around him remained unchanged, identical to how it had always been. This only served to unearth the skill of the one casting the illusion. Blue currents of energy coalesced in Chen Biao's pupils as he surveyed his surroundings. At last, he detected a clue. He raised his fist and struck a nearby tree with a punch composed entirely of blue arcs. Yet, rather than splintering into fragments, the tree simply vanished. At that moment, Chen Biao felt the tension in his body dissipate, indicating his emergence from the illusion. Yet, the illusionist remained elusive, causing a heaviness to settle in his heart. He had thought he had pinpointed the individual, only to discover that they were not by the tree. Chen Biao resumed his scrutiny of the area, this time directing his gaze upward toward the sky. To his astonishment, a full moon hung above, a sight impossible at the beginning of the lunar cycle. He picked up a pebble from the ground and flicked it toward the moon, and just like the tree, it disappeared from the heavens. Despite this revelation, Chen Biao was cautious, for the illusionist had yet to reveal themselves, confirming that he remained ensnared within the illusion. However, he sensed he was close to locating the individual, as they had hastily constructed this illusion in their flight. A remarkable feat, yet achieving precision was another matter altogether. The layers of illusion were not easily fabricated in a short span of time. As Chen Biao scanned his surroundings once more, his gaze settled upon an unremarkable stone ahead. He recalled that there had been no such stone in his path earlier. However, before he could act, the stone vanished, and a woman appeared in its place. She looked at Chen Biao, and he was taken aback to see that she possessed dual eyes. This revelation startled him. For those endowed with such eyes inherently held an advantage in navigating illusions. It was no wonder that she had ensnared him within a triple-layered illusion in such a brief moment. The woman appeared youthful, likely not much older than Zhang Wenwu. Chen Biao felt a sense of admiration for her talent, and noting the absence of any malevolent deeds associated with her in the records, he believed there was a possibility for her redemption. However, before Chen Biao could utter a word, the dual-eyed woman collapsed to the ground. Taken aback by this sudden turn of events, Chen Biao quickly recovered and approached her. Throughout this process, he carefully monitored her breathing, finding no irregularities. After assisting the woman to her feet, he promptly signaled for help, and soon, officers from the precinct arrived to escort her away. Chen Biao cast one last glance before waiting in place once more. Within the narrow alley of Fengmin Ancient Village, a male officer from the 7th Precinct had been severely injured, his tendons pierced and suspended upside down by Fengmin's agents. As Zhang Wenwu prepared to eliminate the assailant, he was startled by a cry of anguish from that direction. He soon spotted an individual at the end of the alley, gripping two chains that were embedded in the officer's heels. Zhang Wenwu, with the tip of his moon-slaying sword lightly touching the ground, calculated his chances of rescuing the officer. The assailant, with an extraordinarily grotesque visage, managed a repulsive grin, extending a long, nasty tongue to lick around his lips. This sight unsettled Zhang Wenwu, prompting him to tighten his grip on the sword and execute a swift maneuver he had mastered during 3 months of intensive training. His movements were fluid, reminiscent of the Big Dipper, and his speed was so great that his figure flickered from one side to the other. Yet, the assailant remained motionless, merely using his elongated nails to prod at his mouth. Zhang Wenwu found himself less than a meter away from the foe, thrusting his sword forward. But in an instant, the assailant vanished before his eyes. Zhang Wenwu hastily dodged, narrowly avoiding a chain that crashed into the spot he had just occupied. To his astonishment, the assailant had scaled the wall, pulling the chain from the officer's heels to launch an attack against Zhang Wenwu. He evaded repeatedly, but the chains pursued him like a black python, striking the ground where he had just been. Driven back, Zhang Wenwu found himself at the mouth of the alley, while the assailant let out a cackling laugh, retracting the chain to plunge it back into the officer's heels. The officer cried out in pain and lost consciousness, collapsing to the ground. Zhang Wenwu realized he had encountered a formidable adversary. This assailant was cunning and malevolent, entirely different from the previous foe he had faced. Long Yuanqing. With Long Yuanqing, he could strategize ways to avoid his strengths and strike at his weaknesses. Now, however, Jiang Wenwu could not approach the assailant, let alone rescue the officer. With his supply of hidden projectiles depleted, he knew that stones or debris would be futile. A cry of agony echoed once more from the officer as he was hoisted up by the assailant. Enraged, Jiang Wenwu decided to leap onto the wall again. But the chain shot toward him, piercing the wall he aimed to climb and causing part of it to collapse. Returning to the ground, Jiang Wenwu resorted to kicking stones toward the assailant. However, the chains effectively shielded him, rendering each stone harmless. Yet, in a moment of inspiration, Jiang Wenwu continued to kick stones, taking advantage of the assailant's distractions to close the distance and position himself nearby. He then hurled his moonslaying sword upward at the assailant. The assailant, realizing his oversight, withdrew the second chain from the officer's heel to block the approaching sword. But soon, the assailant's grin faded, for a short sword, now reduced to its hilt, had embedded itself in his chest. This was the work of Jiang Wenwu, who had successfully dispatched the assailant with the spirit-dispelling sword. After securing his weapon, he landed on the ground and sheathed the moonslaying sword. The assailant, clutching the chains, fell from the wall into a neighboring courtyard, lifeless. Jiang Wenwu rushed to the officer's side, quickly staunching the bleeding. "I cannot remain here," he told the officer. "Our backup should be arriving soon. Stay here and wait." The officer, gritting his teeth against the pain, replied, "Thank you." Jiang Wenwu nodded slightly, then he turned and rolled into the adjacent courtyard to inspect the deceased individual from the Fengmen. Upon confirming that the person was beyond any semblance of life, Jiang Wenwu exited the courtyard and once more checked on the situation at the 7th Division before departing from that place. Just as he left, a black cat and a monkey arrived at the scene. The personnel from the 7th Division looked on in astonishment at these two creatures, yet the black cat and monkey made no pause and swiftly followed the direction Jiang Wenwu had taken. The officers of the 7th Division found this peculiar, but soon their attention was drawn back to their own pain. Chapter 40. The end of the road several miles away from Fengmen. Unbeknownst to Chen Biao and his companions, a few figures emerged, each positioned in different directions. Among them was a man with a face full of lumps, seated as he polished a simple sword in his hand. Its hilt adorned with a string of red tassels. Soon, he ceased his task and lifted his gaze forward. At that moment, 3 silhouettes appeared from across, one of whom was the venerable ancestor of Fengmen, Feng Ku. The other 2 appeared aged as well. One was an elderly man missing his left arm, while the other was an elderly woman without her right arm. Upon arriving at this location, they all halted. Feng Ku, wearing a bitter smile, surveyed the 5 individuals positioned around him. The elderly man with the severed left arm spoke to Feng Ku. "Master, I shall hold them off along with Xionyang. You must flee from another direction." The elderly woman, missing her right arm, nodded in agreement. However, Feng Ku addressed them both, saying, "It seems that the fate of Fengmen has reached its end. Tonight marks my demise." The elderly man, alarmed, replied, "Master, as long as you live, Fengmen shall never perish." The elderly woman echoed, "Master, while the green hills remain, one need not worry about firewood." Yet, Feng Ku burst into laughter. "Ha ha! Disciples, do you truly believe I can still escape?" Then, lowering his voice, he said to the elderly man and woman, "Fortunately, my grandson Boer is not within the gate. Otherwise, this time, we would surely face calamity. As long as he lives, he can avenge me and seek retribution for our fallen brethren of Fengmen." Upon hearing Feng Ku's words, the 2 ceased their entreaties and a look of comfort crossed their faces. Next, Feng Ku respectfully addressed each of the 5 individuals scattered around him. "It has been many years since we last met. I did not expect all of you to still be alive. Such a grand assembly to see me off is indeed an overestimation of my worth." A sallow-faced elder, neither tall nor short, neither fat nor thin, chuckled. "As the current ancestor of Fengmen, Feng Ku, figures of your stature truly warrant our utmost regard. If only a few had come, we might not have been able to hold you back." Feng Ku turned to this elder and said, "Director Gong of the 7th Division, I never imagined that after stepping back from the front lines, you would come for me again. Why, heartfelt thanks." The sallow-faced elder chuckled but offered no further comments. Feng Ku then glanced at a graceful woman, addressing her with a smile. "In the past, how many men longed to languish beneath your skirts, yet you chose to remain solitary. Feng Hongxue, your presence here to see me off is indeed a worthy gesture." The elegant woman, Feng Hongxue regarded Feng Ku with indifference, saying, "Feng Ku, had you chosen the righteous path back then, this day would not have come to pass. It was your elder brother who led you astray." Feng Ku seemed momentarily struck by Feng Hongxue's words, his gaze becoming somewhat distant, but he quickly regained his composure. He refrained from further discourse with Feng Hongxue and instead addressed the man with a lump-filled face, who sat with a sword resting on his knee. "Though I cannot recognize your visage, your appearance reminds me of someone from the 9th Division, one of the 5 generals, Quan Longhu." The man with the lumpy face remained silent. Yet the sword resting on his knee hummed, seemingly expressing his sentiments. With a satisfied smile, Feng Ku remarked, "Quan Longhu, you once followed Xia Donghai. When we annihilated the Xia family, you were the one afflicted by the Shi Hua Yao poison, which transformed you into your current state." As Feng Ku spoke these words, the simple sword of the man with the lumpy face radiated with sword energy, creating a series of sword slots in the surroundings. This spectacle elicited further delight from Feng Ku, for he recognized his intuition was accurate. The man with the lumpy face was indeed Quan Longhu, one of the 5 generals from the 9th Division, a Taoist from Longhu Mountain, who had fortuitously found himself in the 9th Division, always remaining by Xia Donghai's side. Feng Ku exclaimed, "Excellent, excellent, excellent, truly exhilarating." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to another individual, a tall figure standing with an upright posture, exuding a unique aura. After a moment of observation, Feng Ku recognized him and stated, "The instructor from the General Bureau, it seems you are the one orchestrating the actions against Feng Min this time." The instructor from the General Bureau nodded slightly, acknowledging Feng Ku's inquiry. Feng Ku then focused on the final individual, who bore a face marked by deep anguish and was scanning the surroundings restlessly, deliberately avoiding eye contact with Feng Ku. Feng Ku was well aware of this person, the madman from the 8th Division, whose intentions remained shrouded in mystery, making him the one Feng Ku regarded with the utmost caution, even more so than the instructor from the General Bureau. This time, to eliminate any chance of Feng Ku retreating, representatives from the 3 major divisions included the sallow-faced Director Gong from the 7th Division, the madman from the 8th Division, and the notorious Quan Longhu from the 9th Division. As for Feng Hongxue, she was neither from the 8 major divisions nor the General Bureau. Her presence here concealed other underlying motives, leaving only the instructor from the General Bureau, Feng Ku, and his 2 disciples. The elderly man with the severed left arm and the elderly woman with the severed right arm now stood resolutely prepared. At this moment, Feng Ku addressed the 5 individuals loudly. "Come forth. Let us settle this today." The instructor from the General Bureau nodded, and the 5 engaged in combat. Meanwhile, at the ancient village of Feng Min, Chun Biao suddenly sensed something and looked toward the direction where Feng Ku was besieged. A sentiment mirrored by Jiang Yuanjiang from the 7th Division and Miao Ying from the 8th Division. However, Chun Biao quickly averted his gaze, adopting a posture of meditation, patiently awaiting the escape of any fish that slipped through the net from Feng Min. At that moment, Jiang Yuanjiang from the 7th Division murmured, "When the sky falls, a tall figure will hold it up to at this moment." Miao Ying from the 8th Bureau smiled faintly, casting a glance at the lifeless corpse of Feng Mu Lang sprawled on the ground, before retracting her gaze and retreating back into the forest. Meanwhile, Zhang Wenwu and a member of the Feng Min organization burst through a window simultaneously from a room, still engaged in combat. However, the Feng Min member was clearly at a disadvantage against Zhang Wenwu, yet suddenly resorted to underhanded tactics, unleashing a cloud of black ash toward him. Zhang Wenwu quickly closed his mouth and nostrils, darting backward while shielding his eyes. Just as the Feng Min member appeared behind him, poised to strike, the tip of Zhang Wenwu's sword pierced through his back. With the retrieval of the Zhan Yu sword, the Feng Min member collapsed lifelessly onto the ground. Without pausing, Zhang Wenwu dashed toward a nearby room, which was lit by candles and covered with a red drapery, undoubtedly harboring more members of the Feng Min. He kicked the door open and entered, using his Zhan Yu sword to dismantle a mechanism, rendering it completely inoperative. Immediately afterward, he swung his sword toward the candles on the table, but his attack was thwarted as a figure descended from the ceiling. It was a female disciple from the Feng Min. Jiang Wenwu acted swiftly once more, but the Feng Min disciple showed no signs of retreat, extinguishing the candles before he could intervene. After exchanging dozens of blows with the Feng Min female disciple, he suddenly managed to pin her against the wall with his sword. Yet, she did not perish, as the blade had merely pierced her shoulder. Just as Jiang Wenwu was about to extinguish the remaining candle, he felt a sudden numbness spread through his arm. He hastily employed his qi technique to protect his body's meridians. Halting the encroaching numbness, he then noticed a peculiar insect on his wrist, its back resembling a skull of a deceased individual. The Fengmen female disciple coldly remarked, "Fengmen skull insect, you are doomed." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu allowed a few drops of black blood to flow from the wound inflicted by the insect, right before the Fengmen disciple's astonished gaze. She was well aware of the poisonous potency. Even someone trained in qi techniques would succumb within mere minutes, with no hope of salvation. Yet, the man before her had expelled the venom from his body, appearing unscathed. Jiang Wenwu addressed the Fengmen female disciple, declaring, "With the candle extinguished, you shall perish. I had intended to spare your life, but mercy has no place here." He then extinguished the candle, and with a sharp sound, silence enveloped the room. Jiang Wenwu emerged from the chamber, shaking the blood from his Zhanyu sword. At that moment, his expression was grim, haunted by the thought of how close he had come to death, leaving him unsettled. Chapter 41. A breakthrough in the office of the Ninth Bureau. Shrouded in the night's embrace, a spark flickered in midair, illuminating the dim surroundings. At that moment, the door to the office swung open, and a figure entered. The occupant, seated in the office chair, glanced toward the doorway. Neither spoke immediately. Instead, they fell into a heavy silence. After a brief pause, the seated individual broke the stillness. "Have you come for the one named Jiang?" The visitor remained silent, but took a step forward, causing the shelves and cabinets within the office to tremble, while the chair remained undisturbed. The seated figure continued, "Wu Zhua, life and death are fated." The individual who had stepped forward took 3 additional steps, shattering the office windows in a series of explosive cracks, while the cabinets and shelves disintegrated in the chaos, sending splinters flying. The seated figure still did not rise, letting out a sigh. "It appears you did not come solely for the sake of Jiang. You also wish to challenge me," the former leader of the 5 generals of the Ninth Bureau, the Tianzhong general. As he spoke, the glowing ember of his cigarette was flicked toward the approaching figure. In midair, the ember split apart, as if captured in slow motion, with the tobacco and ash scattering, even the foremost spark echoing the same disintegration. Wu Zhua, the former leader of the 5 generals, extended his hand like a claw. The scattered embers attempted to reassemble, but suddenly, his hand trembled, igniting in flames that quickly vanished. This proved his inferiority, yet he still questioned, why allow him to participate? The seated individual stood and turned to face the window, stating, "If the Jiang family continues to act like a turtle, it would be better for him to live as an ordinary person." Since Jiang Xian intended to assign him to the Ninth Bureau, I understood his intentions. Upon hearing Lu Qian's words, Wu Zhua inhaled deeply, exhaling the tension from his garments. "But you must realize that the Jiang family is both righteous and wicked. Should he take too many lives and lose control, it could lead him down a path of darkness. Surely you have not forgotten?" Lu Qian nodded slightly. "I certainly have not forgotten. The bloodline of the Jiang family is unique, and precisely for this reason, he must venture into that realm and undergo an experience." Wu Zhua sighed inwardly at Lu Qian's words and turned toward the door. Just as he stepped outside, he added, "I previously allowed that young man to unleash Kunwu, and you did not intervene. Do you share my thoughts?" Lu Qian did not respond, yet Wu Zhua understood, and without further delay, he departed. After Wu Zhua had walked away, Lu Qian slowly turned, gazing into the darkness. At that moment, a figure emerged from the shadows, kneeling at Lu Qian's feet. A woman's voice broke the silence. "My lord, will Wu Zhua jeopardize our plans?" Lu Qian responded calmly, "No, he is not that kind of person, nor does he possess the capability to interfere with this matter." The woman continued, "But what if Jiang Wenwu returns and cannot suppress his inner demons? What then?" Upon hearing this, Lu Qian's eyes narrowed momentarily before relaxing. "Fate will decide. If he cannot withstand it, then let him live as an ordinary person." After Lu Qian finished speaking, the kneeling figure replied, "Understood." She then disappeared into the shadows, leaving Lu Qian, whose gaze flickered with unspoken thoughts. In the 8th Bureau, within a highly concealed underground chamber, 7 candles radiating a greenish glow stood in a 7-star formation. Behind these candles, seated at the center of a colossal yin-yang diagram, was a hunched figure with disheveled hair. Opposite him, another figure knelt on both knees. The hunched figure, in a chilling voice, inquired, "Did you see clearly?" The kneeling figure responded, "I saw clearly. Jiang Wenwu is on the list within the 9th Bureau." The hunched figure chuckled ominously. "Lu Qian is quite daring to take such risks." The kneeling figure retorted, "He is playing with fire and courting death." The hunched figure shook his head, "Incorrect. Lu Qian's ambitions are vast. Ever since the 9th Bureau produced the 3 heroes, 5 generals and 10 vice ministers, their aspirations have exceeded what you comprehend." Hearing this, the kneeling figure felt a pang of dissent. The hunched figure pressed on, "Are you unconvinced? That is because you have not lived through those times. The 9th Bureau's former glory overshadowed the other 6 divisions. Even the headquarters paled in comparison. I still lament the loss. Had it not been for that incident, the 9th Bureau would have been the mightiest division aside from the headquarters." The kneeling figure had heard such sentiments from the hunched figure many times before, feeling as though his ears would wear out from the repetition. The hunched figure concluded, "Enough, you may leave now." In the office of the Deputy Director at the General Administration, Deputy Director gazed at the list in his hand. Suddenly, his eyes fell upon a name, prompting him to look up and inquire of the young Chu across from him. "Does the 9th Division still have anyone with the surname Jiang? Why has the pedagogue never mentioned this to me?" Young Chu promptly replied. This name was reported only after the operation. Initially, Director Zhuang was unaware of it as well. Deputy Director responded with an understanding "Oh," and continued, "Please ensure that this list is also sent to the Director." Young Chu appeared quite troubled as he conveyed to Deputy Director "And Director, I am unable to reach the Director again. I suspect he has once more ventured into areas with signal interference." Upon hearing this, Deputy Director sighed in resignation. That fellow, despite his age, remains a source of concern. Let us set this aside for now, but do ensure to present the list to him upon his return. Young Chu nodded hurriedly, and Deputy Director gestured for him to take his leave. Once Young Chu departed, Deputy Director stood up and approached his desk, lightly tapping the surface with his fingers, lost in thought. He then picked up the phone, hesitated for a moment before setting it down, only to take it back up again, his finger hovering over the dial key without pressing it immediately. After a brief pause of contemplation, Deputy Director finally pressed the dial key, and the call connected swiftly. With a smile, he said, "I need your assistance with a matter." After hanging up, Deputy Director pondered for a while longer. He returned to his desk and opened the drawer, retrieving a black and white photograph featuring a group of individuals, among whom was a young man strikingly similar to the current Deputy Director, unmistakably a youthful version of himself. His fingers glided over the image of a vibrant young man, and his expression grew complex as he regarded the figure. After placing the photograph back into the drawer, he murmured, "Perhaps it is time to pay a visit to your family." Within the confines of Fengmin ancient village, Jiang Wenwu regarded the black cat and the monkey with a hint of surprise. Not long ago, Kunwu and the monkey had caught up with Jiang Wenwu, and he was now grappling with the reality of the situation, still momentarily at a loss. Kunwu, having transformed from the black cat into a figure clad in black robes, addressed Jiang Wenwu, "Kid, I can refrain from intervening, but should your life be in peril, I will be compelled to save you." Jiang Wenwu sighed in resignation, fully aware that his life was now intertwined with Kunwu's. Should he perish, Kunwu would undoubtedly follow suit. Upon seeing Jiang Wenwu nod in understanding, Kunwu vanished into the shadows like a specter, taking the monkey along with him. Jiang Wenwu felt a sense of reassurance with Kunwu by his side. Just then, a sudden flurry of sword energy surged forth, illuminating the area with a brilliant light. Kunwu's voice reached Jiang Wenwu's ears, remarking, "What a formidable opponent!" Jiang Wenwu felt astonished, for such a commotion could only signify a fierce confrontation between powerful adversaries. By the time he arrived at the scene, he discovered that the clash had concluded, and the Taoist from the 9th Division, adorned with twin swords, was kicking the corpse of the individual from Fengmin aside. Kunwu, who had remained hidden from Jiang Wenwu's sight, commented, "This young Taoist is quite impressive. He seems to be on par with the leader of your team." Jiang Wenwu, taken aback by Kunwu's assessment, had not anticipated the sword-bearing Taoist to possess such formidable prowess, as he had initially assumed the Taoist strength to lie somewhere between Chen Biao and Xia Tian. Chapter 42. Fengdian Hall. The Taoist bearing twin swords had now noticed Jiang Wenwu. Turning to regard him, though he soon glanced elsewhere, a flicker of confusion crossing his features. However, he quickly lost interest and departed. Kunwu, concealed in the shadows beside Jiang Wenwu, voiced his surprise. This young Taoist possesses remarkable perceptiveness. Jiang Wenwu inquired, "Did he see you?" Kunwu replied, "No, but he likely sensed something." Jiang Wenwu nodded, his curiosity toward the sword-bearing Taoist intensifying. Meanwhile, although Fengmin Ancient Village served as the stronghold of the Fengmin faction, the three major divisions were gradually gaining the upper hand, causing the Fengmin's influence to wane as they refrained from direct confrontations. Even those within candlelit houses of the Fengmin had retreated through secret passages, returning to their true stronghold. Before long, the candlelit homes throughout Fengmin Ancient Village were extinguished one by one. The village had fallen under the control of the three major divisions, and several secret passages had been discovered. Jiang Wenwu found himself among a group that included members from all three divisions, united in their common mission, sharing a common animosity toward the Fengmin. The secret passage within the room was not particularly deep. Yet there was a small opening nearby, the destination of which remained uncertain. A member from the 7th Division proposed, "Let us descend together. I believe this passage should lead to the heart of Fengmin." However, a more cautious member from the 8th Division interjected, "I suggest we do not all go down together. At least one of us should remain outside for backup. We cannot ascertain whether this passage contains traps or if it is merely a false lead that does not lead to Fengmin at all." The sole representative from the 9th Division present suggested, "How about we send 2 individuals to scout ahead?" After his suggestion, the others appeared to deliberate, and soon someone asked, "But who will go first?" This time, hesitation filled the air, and Jiang Wenwu, standing quietly, refrained from volunteering himself, aware of the uncertainty that lay ahead in the passage. However, Kunwa's voice whispered in his ear, "Kid, declare that you will go. The destination of this passage is a remarkable place." Jiang Wenwu, understanding that he could not question Kunwa's motives at this moment, felt assured of Kunwa's honesty. If there were any danger that could cost him his life, Kunwu would certainly not allow him to proceed. Resolutely, Jiang Wenwu declared, "I will go in." Upon his declaration, the expressions of the other members from the 3 divisions shifted as they turned to regard Jiang Wenwu. The member from the 8th Division quickly responded, "Since a colleague from the 9th Division wishes to descend, we need one more person to accompany him for mutual support." The member from the 7th Division chimed in, "I'll join you." With Jiang Wenwu and Gu Ming from the 7th Division determined to proceed, they wasted no time in descending, making their way down the passage that required them to bend low as they advanced. Gu Ming led the way, treading carefully. Fortunately, the passage revealed no traps or hidden mechanisms, allowing both Gu Ming and Jiang Wenwu to arrive safely at their destination. They found themselves standing upright in a space akin to a room spanning several dozen square meters. Within, they discovered various daily necessities, including pots and pans, indicating that it had once served as a living space for the Fengmin. Yet, upon arriving in this place, they were left bewildered as to where they had ended up and how the inhabitants had departed. After reaching this point, they encountered no further paths or entrances. This area, spanning several dozen square meters, appeared to be a dead end. Jiang Wenwu felt perplexed. Kunwu had explicitly stated that this place held valuable treasures. So why had they arrived only to find mundane items? Just then, Kunwa's voice echoed in Jiang Wenwu's ear once more. "The front is not a dead end, but rather an illusory wall that can be passed through directly." Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Wenwu instinctively moved forward, directing the beam of his flashlight towards the source. Ji Ming from the 7th Bureau, noticing this, ceased his search and glanced in Jiang Wenwu's direction. To his astonishment, he witnessed Jiang Wenwu's flashlight beam piercing straight through the muddy wall, followed by Jiang Wenwu himself vanishing entirely from sight, as if possessing the ability to traverse walls. However, Gu Ming discerned that Jiang Wenwu could not possibly wield such profound techniques, leading him to conclude that there was something amiss with the muddy wall. Consequently, Gu Ming hurried over and soon discovered the anomaly, passing through the wall to emerge on the other side. At that moment, Gu Ming was taken aback by the scene before him, as was Jiang Wenwu, who had just entered. They found themselves in an expansive internal space that was not shrouded in darkness. Rather, 7 orbs, each approximately the size of an adult's head and emanating a pearlescent glow, were arranged in the formation of the Big Dipper overhead. Not far ahead, ancient architectural structures loomed, accessible via 4 stone bridges that encircled them like a moat from antiquity. However, beyond this protective circle, the ground gave way to an abyss of impenetrable darkness, the depth of which was unfathomable. This was the true location of the sealed gate, revealing itself in such a manner. Jiang Wenwu and Gu Ming began to advance towards the stone bridge directly ahead of them. That moment, Jiang Wenwu heard Kunwa's urging voice in his ear, "Hurry, otherwise the treasure will be lost." Responding immediately, Jiang Wenwu stepped onto the stone bridge, while Gu Ming, initially hesitant, intended to call out to him. However, he was left in stunned silence as Jiang Wenwu completely vanished before his eyes the moment he set foot on the bridge. After a brief moment of hesitation, Gu Ming quickly followed suit, only to find Jiang Wenwu ahead of him once more. To his horror, he noticed a corpse lying at the far end of the bridge, accompanied by pools of blood. This indicated that an incident had indeed transpired within the sealed gate prior, and the reason it had gone unnoticed was likely due to the bridge itself. Only upon crossing it could one witness the true state of the sealed gate. Kunwa remarked to Jiang Wenwu, "Indeed, there are infiltrators within the sealed gate, and there must be other entrances to it. Seems the situation inside has devolved into chaos, presenting you with an opportunity to seize the treasure." Jiang Wenwu could not help but inquire, "What treasure are you referring to?" Kunwa replied, "It is a highly formidable treasure within the sealed gate, as relayed to me by that monkey. This object originally came from here." Intrigued by Kunwa's words, Jiang Wenwu quickened his pace, while Gu Ming, trailing behind, pondered whom Jiang Wenwu was conversing with, as it seemed he was speaking to himself. Ji Ming took out his Xian Guang mirror to shine it beside Jiang Wenwu, but found nothing. Initially suspecting that Jiang Wenwu might be harboring some spectral entity, he reconsidered, realizing that if even the mirror could not reveal anything, perhaps Jiang Wenwu was experiencing a split personality. Determined to maintain a safe distance from Jiang Wenwu, Gu Ming resolved that should Jiang Wenwu's psyche fracture and he mistake Gu Ming for an enemy, it would lead to an untimely demise. As the two approached the cluster of ancient structures, they were indeed met with the sounds of battle echoing from ahead, a stark contrast to the silence they had experienced on the bridge. Following Kunwa's guidance, Jiang Wenwu sprinted towards a particular direction, while Gu Ming kept a prudent distance behind him. Throughout their journey, Jiang Wenwu encountered no obstacles. The sealed gate and the intruders remained elusive. When Jiang Wenwu finally halted and gazed upon the grand structure ahead, he noticed an inscription upon a plaque that read Feng Dan Hall. It dawned upon him that he had arrived at the place of alchemy within the sealed gate. He speculated that perhaps the monkey had pilfered elixirs from here, erroneously deeming them treasures. He then voiced his thoughts to the unseen Kunwu. Could it be that the monkey simply craves elixirs, hence claiming this place holds treasures? Kunwu, agitated, urged him, "Quickly enter. The treasure lies within." With a resigned sigh, Jiang Wenwu approached the Feng Dan Hall, and just as he pushed open the heavy doors, a fierce wind erupted from within, knocking him off his feet and sending him tumbling down the steps. Ming, who had just caught up, swiftly drew his moonslaying sword, steadying Jiang Wenwu while glancing towards the now ajar entrance of the Feng Dan Hall. In a different location, the grotesque-faced Quan Longhu wielded his unadorned Zhu Xian sword, its sword energy clashing fiercely with the elder who had lost his left arm. The elder, with a silver whip in hand, moved with serpentine grace, producing thunderous sounds as he engaged in an evenly matched duel with Quan Longhu. At that moment, Quan Longhu flicked his sword against the blade of the Zhu Xian sword, causing it to emit a resonant tone that echoed in the elder's ears, prompting blood to seep from his ears and unsteadiness in his stance. Seizing the opportunity, Quan Longhu unleashed a decisive strike towards the elder's neck. However, the elder swiftly retracted his head into his torso, evading the blow with a peculiar maneuver. Undeterred, Quan Longhu redirected his attack downward, successfully severing the elder's remaining right arm, as the elder's head emerged once more. He let out a heart-wrenching scream. Yet, Quan Longhu remained vigilant, noting that no blood flowed from the severed limb. As Quan Longhu prepared to strike again, the now armless elder retreated rapidly, evading direct confrontation. To Quan Longhu's astonishment, the elder bore an eerie smile. More astonishingly, blood began to seep from the stumps of his shoulders, and visible veins and arteries emerged with alarming speed. This sight caused Quan Longhu's eyes to narrow in disbelief, as the elder's methods were reminiscent of an ancient and sinister technique known as the Heavenly Dragon's Tail continuation technique, originating from a distant land. This technique drew inspiration from the gecko, which, after losing its tail, could regenerate it over time. Although this technique had long been lost to history, its appearance here was unexpected, especially in the hands of the elder who had previously lost his left arm. Nevertheless, Quan Longhu sensed that the elder's approach differed significantly from the original technique, exhibiting a more malevolent nature. At that moment, the grotesque features of Quan Longhu's face reflected a glimmer of insight, as he discerned a five-headed beast lurking behind the elder, continuously infusing the elder with its malevolent essence. Realizing that the elder was harnessing this dark energy to regenerate his arms, Quan Longhu pondered why the elder had not reattached his left arm. Perhaps the timing was not yet right, or the beast was sealed within the elder's body, sustained by the elder's own vitality, or perhaps the left arm had been entirely replaced by the beast. These thoughts flitted through Quan Longhu's mind as he remained undeterred, turning his back and closing his eyes in concentration. In an instant, he shielded himself from all sensations save for the vital energy emanating from the elder. Grasping the Zhu Xian sword, he swung it down towards the elder with unwavering resolve. The elder's smile faltered, and a crimson line appeared on his forehead, rapidly spreading downward. Boom! The old man's body, following a resounding explosion, was instantaneously cleaved in two. At that moment, a roar filled with profound reluctance reverberated through the air. The fearsome creature behind the old man was similarly severed in an instant, vanishing without a trace shortly thereafter. It was then that one could witness a streak of sword energy sweeping across in a straight line, reaching a distance of 100 meters, carving a deep trench into the ground. Naturally, the wielder of this sword, Quan Longhu, was now beaded with fine droplets of sweat on his forehead, his face, marred by fleshly tumors, appearing significantly paler than before. With the death of the old man, Feng Ku, who was engaged in a fierce battle with 3 adversaries, along with the elderly woman who had lost her right arm, both trembled visibly. The elderly woman let out a piercing scream, and in a desperate act, she struck her own left arm, severing it. Much like the deceased old man, the woman exhibited no blood flow from her severed limb. Instead, she retreated rapidly, distancing herself from Feng Hongxue. Although Feng Hongxue was oblivious to the unfolding events, the woman's actions instilled a sense of unease within her. She naturally would not grant the woman an opportunity to escape and pursued her relentlessly. However, the woman's movements were astonishingly elusive, and the rate at which new arms began to sprout from her severed shoulders surpassed that of the previously deceased old man by a considerable margin. Nonetheless, the woman's complexion rapidly turned ashen, her lips taking on a purplish hue, indicating the significant toll this transformation exacted upon her. A glimmer of divine light flickered in Quan Longhu's eyes as he directed his gaze towards the elderly woman. Discovering that behind her loomed a 5-headed beast, albeit smaller in stature compared to the one that had accompanied the old man. Each head of this fearsome creature bore a singular horn, distinguishing it further from the previous beast. Yet, at this moment, Quan Longhu found himself incapable of employing the same technique to assist Feng Hongxue. Realizing she could not catch up to the woman, Feng Hongxue ceased her pursuit. Suddenly, she clasped her hands together, fingers deftly forming seals as she chanted incantations. Following this, a series of crimson projectiles erupted forth from her, hurtling towards the elderly woman. Remarkably, the woman, despite her severed limbs, had already regrown one of them to a considerable extent when the red projectiles encircled her, rendering her immobile. The woman, sensing the urgency of her predicament, was alarmed to find that the red constructs had formed an intricate Bagua diagram around her. Almost instantaneously, a thick mist enveloped her, transporting her to a foreign realm that felt entirely distinct from her previous surroundings. Simultaneously, the woman was horrified to discover that in each of the 8 cardinal directions, another Feng Hongxue had manifested, each extending an arm and pointing directly at her. The woman felt an overwhelming constriction envelop her, and her vital energy became stagnant, causing the regrowth of her severed arm to halt abruptly. Xian Nu's mysterious gate technique, she exclaimed in sheer terror, yet even as her arm had begun to regrow, it now began to retract, leaving her utterly helpless against this occurrence. What filled her with even greater dread was the backlash from the 5-headed beast behind her. In a mere moment, her life force and vitality were entirely consumed by it. The woman felt an overwhelming fatigue wash over her, an irresistible urge to succumb to slumber overtaking her. Ultimately, her eyelids could no longer bear the weight of consciousness, and she collapsed to the ground. At this juncture, Feng Hongxue observed the fallen woman with a slight sigh, but soon after, She acted once more, ensnaring the five-headed beast that sought to flee. Feng Hongxue did indeed bring about the elderly woman's demise. Yet compared to the old man's end at the hands of Quan Longhu, her method could be considered relatively gentle. The elderly woman experienced little pain before her passing, as if she had simply drifted into sleep. The ensnared five-headed beast struggled desperately to escape, yet Feng Hongxue's use of the Xian Nu's mysterious gate technique rendered its efforts futile. Then, a white jade gourd hanging from Feng Hongxue's waist suddenly flew into the air, its lid popping open, and the five-headed beast was drawn into it. The gourd then sealed itself once more, returning to its place at Feng Hongxue's side. After retracting her power, Feng Hongxue glanced towards Feng Ku, hesitating momentarily before refraining from further action. Feng Ku, of course, realized that both of his prized disciples had perished, leaving him utterly alone. He now faced 5 opponents of equal strength, and his ability to endure thus far was due to the full extent of his prowess, while his adversaries had refrained from employing lethal force. However, with the death of Feng Ku's 2 disciples, the retired Director Gong from the 7th Bureau, the maniac from the 8th Bureau, and the scholar from the General Bureau all ruthlessly engaged him, leaving no room for mercy. After a few feeble attempts at resistance, Feng Ku was forcefully cast aside, crashing heavily to the ground. Motionless, as they gazed at the fallen Feng Ku, Director Gong of the 7th Bureau furrowed his brow. Taken aback by the unexpected turn of events, for he had anticipated a different outcome, he was acutely aware that, despite Feng Ku's desperate struggle, he had not yet revealed his trump card. The scholar from the General Bureau and the maniac from the 8th Bureau shared similar sentiments, approaching Feng Ku with caution. However, their expressions soon shifted as the scholar from the General Bureau exclaimed, "Not good! We've been deceived." Director Gong's face paled dramatically. He had not foreseen that their elaborate efforts had led to the demise of not the true Feng Ku, but rather a mere shadow or decoy. It was indeed a cunning ploy, for Feng Ku had sacrificed his own 2 prized disciples to create this illusion. Moreover, it was likely that those 2 devoted disciples had perished without ever realizing that they had been protecting a mere facsimile of their master. Quan Longhu and Feng Hongxue also approached, discovering that a layer of skin had formed over Feng Ku's face, beneath which lay another visage entirely. Quan Longhu tightened his grip on the exorcising evil sword, while Feng Hongxue furrowed her brow in concern. The scholar from the General Bureau stated, "We must relay this information post-haste." However, Director Gong countered, "It may already be too late. The Feng Gate should have been breached by now. Quickly, we must flee." Suddenly, the maniac from the 8th Bureau cried out, prompting alarm among the remaining 4. They swiftly dispersed in 5 different directions, while the decoy Feng Ku's body began to emit a luminous glow beneath its skin. A deafening explosion resonated through the area, accompanied by a surge of smoke and debris, the shockwave rapidly expanding outward. Even though the 5 had managed to escape in time, they were still caught in the blast's aftermath, tumbling and rolling a considerable distance. Once the chaos subsided, the 5 regrouped, disheveled and covered in dirt. Director Gong of the 7th Bureau remarked, "That was close. Feng Ku truly is treacherous, hiding such a device within his decoy." The scholar from the General Bureau solemnly added, "This must be Thunderwood." Feng Hongxue, glancing at the crater left in the wake of the explosion, noted with trepidation, "It seems Feng Ku had long been cultivating such deadly substitutes, likely feeding them Thunderwood from a young age, merging its power with their life force. Upon death, the accumulated energy cannot circulate with the blood, hence the explosion." The remaining 4 readily concurred with Feng Hongxue's assessment, recognizing it as the crux of the matter. Feng Ku, indeed, was worthy of being the progenitor of the Feng Gate. His cunning and meticulous scheming made him a formidable adversary, having ensnared them in his machinations. Without further delay, the 5 hastened towards the ancient village of Feng Gate, for their immediate concern was to mitigate the casualties of this operation. It was entirely plausible that Feng Ku had never truly left the confines of Feng Gate, and that the figure who had emerged was merely a substitute. There has long been a saying that Feng Ku has been the one behind the curtain, with always a substitute acting on his behalf. Moreover, the younger generation within the Feng family has never even laid eyes on what Feng Ku truly looks like. Even Feng Ku's grandson, Feng Bo, has never beheld the visage of his grandfather. There are further rumors that Feng Ku is not even Feng Bo's biological grandfather. In fact, Feng Bo is the true grandson of Feng Ku's elder brother. However, Feng Ku murdered his own brother and eliminated his brother's son and wife, leaving only the infant Feng Bo alive. The ensuing bloody turmoil within the Feng family turned this event into a taboo and a secret, and as time passed, the number of those who knew the truth dwindled. By the present day, the bloody upheaval that once transpired within the Feng family has long been forgotten, and even those who initially accompanied Feng Ku during that incident have been systematically eliminated by him in the years that followed. Yet, for Jiang Wenwu, who now stands in the heart of the Feng family, gazing in astonishment at the entrance of the Feng Dan Hall, none of this is known to him. Just moments ago, he had pushed open the hall door, only to be swept here by a gust of fierce wind. Jiang Wenwu and Gu Ming looked at the figure standing at the entrance of the Feng Dan Hall. It was an elderly man, clad in ancient robes, his sleeves billowing gracefully, imparting an otherworldly aura as if he had attained immortality, especially as an indistinct substance, whether vapor or aura, flowed from within the hall like water, further enhancing the ethereal presence of the old man. At that moment, both Jiang Wenwu and Gu Ming found themselves captivated by the elder's presence, rendered motionless. However, the elderly man at the entrance, with his elongated Danfeng eyes, did not gaze upon them. Instead, his attention was directed elsewhere. In a voice as booming as thunder, he addressed, "Since a fellow Taoist has arrived, why not reveal yourself for a meeting?" Only then did Jiang Wenwu realize he had been utterly captivated by the elder's demeanor. This was indeed terrifying, for the elder had not even lifted a finger, and yet he had already subdued him, which only underscored the elder's formidable nature. Jiang Wenwu then turned to the side, where Kuan Wu, who had concealed his form, now revealed himself. Clad in a black robe, Kuan Wu had a small monkey perched upon his shoulder, its fur bristling with agitation, emitting a series of anxious squeaks. Upon spotting the monkey, the elder's eyes sparkled with delight, and a rare smile graced his otherwise stern visage as he remarked, "So it is you, mischievous monkey, who has pilfered so many of my elixirs and now brought outsiders into my domain. Truly, you are treacherous." Despite the elder's amiable tone, filled with laughter, there was no hint of murderous intent. Yet, Kuan Wu's eyes suddenly gleamed with malice, while the little monkey, sensing danger, leapt from Kuan Wu's shoulder and scurried behind Jiang Wenwu and Gu Ming for safety. The elder's smile faded as he turned his gaze to Kuan Wu, stating, "You carry the aura of beasts. However, you have genuinely cultivated a human form from a beastly one, unlike those lesser demons who merely transform their shapes. You are worthy of my attention." After the elder spoke, Kuan Wu replied, "You do not strike me as one who concocts elixirs in this chamber. Rather, you resemble a formidable figure among the myriad of heroes in this world. Yet, it is somewhat laughable that one of your stature would confine himself to this elixir chamber within the Feng family." Hearing Kuan Wu's words, the elder's eyes narrowed further, a flicker of divine light passing through them. And he inquired, "I did not expect you to possess such insight. May I inquire about your background?" Kuan Wu flicked his black robe dramatically and declared, "I am Kuan Wu of Kuan Wu Mountain." The elder's hand, concealed in his flowing sleeves, suddenly clenched into a fist, yet his face remained impassive as he mused, "Kuan Wu. Could it be the divine beast that stirred the world some 15 or 20 years ago? I have heard that the Kuan Wu divine beast was imprisoned within the 9th Bureau, suppressed by Jiang Xian's 5-finger inkstone artifact, and sealed with its own divine blood." Kuan Wu laughed heartily, "Indeed, but I have since escaped my confinement." The elder nodded slightly, saying, "So it is. This is excellent news. In this era of hunting for heroes and rising champions, the greater the commotion, the more interesting it becomes." Kuan Wu nodded in agreement. "Indeed. However, do you not feel that remaining here is beneath your talents? You ought to join the fray and partake in such grand affairs." The elder smiled again. "Though my body is aged, my heart is even older. I have no desire to engage in worldly matters. I shall remain here in this elixir chamber, continuing my alchemical pursuits." After the elder finished speaking, he focused his attention on Kuan Wu, who replied, "Is it not true that alchemy is also a means of contending with the myriad of heroes? It is akin to playing a game of Go. Do not claim that alchemy merely tempers your character." Upon hearing Kuan Wu's words, the elder broke into laughter, the mirth growing louder until Kuan Wu joined in the laughter as well. However, the elder's laughter was abruptly interrupted by a coughing fit. Pointing at Kuan Wu, he exclaimed, "We are kindred spirits. Thus, I am not alone. Yet, after uttering this line, the elder's expression returned to normal, and his voice grew colder as he continued. In light of your sentiments, I shall spare the lives of these two, but it would be wise for you to depart from this place. Kuan Wu extended his hands, pressing down on his fingers before stating, Now that I am here, I have no intention of leaving so swiftly. After enduring for so many years without a proper battle, it would be unbearable. Moreover, having encountered someone as formidable as you, I am even more eager to engage. With a flick of his sleeve, the elder turned and walked downward, but to Jiang Wenwu and Gu Ming's astonishment, the ethereal substance flowing from the elixir chamber cradled the elder's every step. Allowing him to walk as if suspended in the air, the elder then remarked, Do not destroy my elixir chamber. Let us find another place to spar. There is ample space elsewhere for the two of us to unleash our prowess. Chapter 45. The eerie hall. After Kuan Wu and the elder departed, Gu Ming remained in a state of disbelief, for the events that had just transpired were far too shocking. Whether it was Kuan Wu suddenly appearing beside them, or the elder emerging from the Fengdan Hall, everything was overwhelming. Moreover, the conversation between Kuan Wu and the elder hinted at deeper matters, suggesting that Kuan Wu might be a divine beast, while the elder appeared to be a significant figure within the Feng family. Compared to Gu Ming, Jiang Wenwu found it easier to regain his composure, as he had always been aware of Kuan Wu's presence. The only thing that truly surprised him was the elder within the Fengdan Hall. Jiang Wenwu felt that the discussion between Kuan Wu and the elder held profound significance. Furthermore, the existence of such a powerful individual within the Feng family seemed to elude even the three major bureaus involved in their current operation. Not to mention the headquarters. What was the true identity of this elder? Jiang Wenwu began to ponder, yet he could not deduce the elder's background. That moment, the little monkey, having seen the elder leave the Fengdan Hall, let out a series of excited squeaks before darting back inside. However, upon reaching the entrance, it abruptly halted. Jiang Wenwu also turned his gaze toward the Fengdan Hall, with the elder now absent. The interior of the hall should be empty, presenting a prime opportunity. Nevertheless, Jiang Wenwu was not so reckless as to rush in. The little monkey, perched at the entrance, seemed to be anxiously gesturing with its paws, as if inviting Jiang Wenwu and Gu Ming to follow. Jiang Wenwu turned to Gu Ming, asking, Should we go in? Gu Ming, his expression conflicted, ultimately replied, Let us first take a look at the entrance. If things seem amiss, we will retreat. Jiang Wenwu wholeheartedly agreed with Gu Ming's suggestion. Thus, the two of them cautiously approached the entrance of the Fengdan Hall, while the little monkey appeared to be fidgeting restlessly, eager to enter. However, noticing the little monkey's fearful demeanor, which rendered it hesitant to step inside, Jiang Wenwu decided to peer into the hall. The floor of the Fengdan Hall was shrouded in a layer of mist, approximately a foot deep, and several screens obscured his view. It appeared that these screens were not ordinary, as they were adorned with talismans. Jiang Wenwu turned to Gu Ming and remarked, It seems the alchemical furnace must be hidden behind those screens. As Jiang Wenwu concluded his words, the little monkey immediately began to chirp in agreement, seemingly endorsing what he had said. The monkey then dashed inside, prompting Jiang Wenwu and Gu Ming to follow suit. They proceeded with utmost caution, wielding their moon-slaying swords, ever vigilant of their surroundings, ready to respond to any unforeseen circumstances. The monkey, having reached ahead of them, did not venture past the screen but instead crouched down, fixated on what lay ahead. Inside the Fengdan Hall, there were no candles lit, yet a source of light emanated from the pearls embedded in the walls. Jiang Wenwu and Gu Ming approached the monkey, now just a step away from crossing the screen. However, for reasons unknown, both hesitated. That moment, Gu Ming voiced his concern. I can't shake this feeling of unease. Jiang Wenwu harbored a similar sentiment, to the point where he contemplated retreating from the Fengdan Hall altogether. Just then, with a sudden crack, the doors of the hall closed on their own. This unexpected turn of events startled both Jiang Wenwu and Gu Ming, who turned to find the doors firmly shut. At that moment, an eerie giggle echoed within the hall, reminiscent of a child's laughter. Such a scenario only heightened their apprehension, and even they felt a chill run down their spines. After all, this was the very place where the old man had lingered. Who knew what strange occurrences might transpire here? As the childlike laughter filled the air, the monkey's fur bristled, and it began to fidget, yet it refrained from vocalizing its distress. What astonished Jiang Wenwu and Gu Ming further was the gradual dimming of the hall's illumination, casting a gloomy shadow over the Fengdian Hall. Jiang Wenwu also noted that his vision had been adversely affected, limiting his ability to see his surroundings. He could barely make out Gu Ming and the agitated little monkey. Suddenly, a flicker of crimson caught Jiang Wenwu's eye, and it appeared to be quite small. Something just darted past. He warned Gu Ming. The latter scanned the area but, unlike Jiang Wenwu, could not discern the object. Jiang Wenwu looked elsewhere and spotted another diminutive crimson shadow flitting by, not too far from him. He gripped his moonslaying sword tighter. The eerie, childlike laughter echoed again, now unsettlingly closer to Jiang Wenwu and Gu Ming. At that moment, the monkey leaped up, emitting a loud squeal. Jiang Wenwu swung his sword towards the spot where the monkey had been, but struck nothing but air. Almost immediately, he felt a chilling sensation encircle his neck, causing him to freeze in place. He even held his breath as the icy feeling spread along his neck, raising goosebumps across his body. What terrified Jiang Wenwu further was the sound of a child's voice. "Big brother, will you stay and play with me?" Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu's head spun, and he bit his tongue to regain his senses. He then silently recited the Exorcism Sutra, causing the cold sensation around his neck to vanish in an instant. After taking a deep breath, he realized he had narrowly escaped a dire fate, but Gu Ming, at that moment, began to shout wildly, swinging his moon-slaying sword and nearly striking Jiang Wenwu in a panic. Jiang Wenwu stepped back and called out to Gu Ming, "Gu Ming, get a hold of yourself!" Yet, Gu Ming remained oblivious, continuing to shout and swing the sword until he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Just as Jiang Wenwu was about to approach him, Gu Ming sprang back to his feet, and at that moment, the once dim pearls began to glow brightly once more, illuminating the Fengdian Hall. Jiang Wenwu glanced at Gu Ming, noticing that he seemed untroubled, albeit visibly panicked as he scanned his surroundings. After a moment's hesitation, Jiang Wenwu asked, "Did you not feel anything unusual just now?" Gu Ming looked back at him, shaking his head in confusion. "Of course not. Why do you ask so suddenly?" Having received Gu Ming's response, Jiang Wenwu chose not to press further but instinctively maintained some distance from him. As Gu Ming turned his gaze away, Jiang Wenwu noticed something peculiar. Within Gu Ming's pupils, new pupils seemed to emerge, as if one set enveloped another. However, Jiang Wenwu was oblivious to this detail. Yet the little monkey had noticed, its fur standing on end. Gu Ming smiled at the monkey, causing it to flee in fright, darting past the screen. Although Jiang Wenwu had intended to leave the Fengdian Hall due to its eerie atmosphere, Gu Ming crossed the screen without hesitation, compelling Jiang Wenwu to follow. Upon stepping through, he discovered a cauldron within, and the walls ahead were adorned with numerous compartments, each housing bottles of various colors and shapes. The little monkey scampered to one of the compartments, snatched a bottle, and promptly opened it, pouring out several round, transparent pills, which it consumed eagerly. Witnessing the monkey's actions, Jiang Wenwu confirmed his suspicion that it was indeed a habitual thief. Otherwise, it would not have navigated the hall with such ease, particularly since the old man had previously mentioned that the monkey had visited the Fengdian Hall, and Kunwer had also learned of its existence through the monkey. However, Jiang Wenwu pondered the monkey's origins. Why did the old man allow it to pilfer the elixirs without intervention, and why did Kunwer seem to regard the monkey with such importance? This suggested the monkey had a significant background. Yet Jiang Wenwu had no opportunity to inquire about it. Chapter 46. Golden Boy and Jade Maiden. As Jiang Wenwu contemplated these matters, his gaze continued to scan the compartments on the wall, soon landing on something peculiar: two dolls placed among the items. They resembled figures from traditional paintings, one a boy and the other a girl, both adorned in vibrant red aprons. Jiang Wenwu approached to examine the dolls, which appeared lifelike. He was tempted to reach out and touch them but quickly abandoned the thought, aware of the malevolent aura surrounding this place. He did not wish to provoke any further disturbances. Just as he turned to leave, he paused, recalling the crimson figure that had flitted past him moments earlier, along with the child's laughter and the chilling sensation around his neck. Jiang Wenwu turned back to the dolls and noticed that the boy's face had transformed, now bearing a smile, while the girl remained expressionless. Yet, he distinctly remembered that both dolls had been devoid of expression earlier. Furrowing his brow, Jiang Wenwu ultimately decided to disregard them and hastily departed. He had initially come to the Fengdian Hall on Kunwa's word of treasures within, but his interest had waned significantly. He feared that remaining any longer could trap him within this uncanny place. Therefore, Jiang Wenwu sheathed his moon-slaying sword and retrieved the spirit-repelling sword, feeling a sense of reassurance wash over him. He called out to the little monkey, "Let's go. If you choose to stay, you may do so at your own peril." The mischievous little monkey was originally busy reaching for other elixir vials, but upon hearing Jiang Wenwu's words, he appeared to genuinely comprehend the situation. Without hesitation, he scurried over, clutching a few vials and presenting them at Jiang Wenwu's feet like a treasure. Jiang Wenwu couldn't help but chuckle at the sight, yet he still took the extra elixir vials from the little monkey. Meanwhile, the monkey clung tightly to one of the vials, refusing to let go. After Jiang Wenwu had gathered the vials, he called out to Gu Ming, saying, "It's time to leave." However, Gu Ming stood unmoved by the cauldron, completely unresponsive. Jiang Wenwu observed this and sensed that something was indeed amiss with Gu Ming. He approached but stopped at a respectful distance, reiterating, "Let us go." This time, Gu Ming turned his gaze towards Jiang Wenwu, who noticed something peculiar about Gu Ming's eyes. He had an additional pair of pupils that seemed to be gazing back at him. Jiang Wenwu immediately barked, "What exactly are you? Get out of his body at once." Gu Ming then spoke, "Big brother, I want you to stay with us." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu felt a chill run down his spine, and he pointed the spirit-dispelling sword directly at Gu Ming, the blade regaining its original length. The little monkey tugged at Jiang Wenwu's pant leg, but he ignored it, keeping his focus on Gu Ming, wary of any sudden movements. Yet, the little monkey continued to pull at his pants, prompting Jiang Wenwu to exclaim in frustration, "Monkey, stop fidgeting." Startled by Jiang Wenwu's voice, the little monkey scampered between him and Gu Ming, setting down the elixir vial and gesticulating wildly while chattering, "It's he first." Jiang Wenwu was utterly baffled, but after a moment, he began to grasp some of the monkey's intentions. He pointed towards the boy and girl and asked, "Are you suggesting that I take them with us?" The monkey nodded vigorously, leaving Jiang Wenwu feeling incredulous. After a brief hesitation, he agreed, "Very well. Let us bring them along." The little monkey then pointed at the large cauldron on the ground, mimicking the action of opening its lid. After contemplating for a moment, Jiang Wenwu approached the cauldron and attempted to lift the lid with one hand, only to find it immovable. The little monkey hurried back to Gu Ming, urging him to assist. Surprisingly, Gu Ming complied, gripping the edge of the lid with both hands. Observing this, Jiang Wenwu secured his sword to his side and took hold of the other side of the lid. With a synchronized effort, they exhaled and finally managed to lift the lid as the lid was fully raised. A burst of colorful smoke erupted from within the cauldron, accompanied by a refreshing aroma that wafted through the air. Jiang Wenwu felt a jolt of vitality, as if his senses had been heightened to an extraordinary degree. Curiously, he peered inside the cauldron, only to discover not elixirs but a fist-sized three-legged cauldron, imbued with an ancient charm that spoke of its long history. From the 5 openings atop the cauldron, the vibrant smoke continued to billow forth. At that moment, Jiang Wenwu realized that the earlier colorful smoke had originated from this small cauldron, which was undoubtedly a treasure. Without hesitation, he reached in and grasped the small cauldron. Upon retrieving it, no adverse reaction occurred, allowing Jiang Wenwu to breathe a sigh of relief. He then moved to the alcove where the little boy and girl in bright red garments were displayed. Taking them both with him, to his astonishment, he found them to be truly corporeal. But there was no time to ponder this further as he called for Gu Ming and the little monkey to leave. What struck Jiang Wenwu as curious was that Gu Ming seemed to have returned to his normal self, albeit with a bewildered expression, as if he were unaware of the events that had transpired. Upon reaching the entrance of the sealing elixir hall, they attempted to open the door, but to no avail. Even their more forceful attempts failed to breach the door's defenses. Just then, the hall plunged into darkness once more, the luminosity of the orbs vanishing. The sound of children's laughter echoed throughout the hall once again, this time emanating from the very entrance of the sealing elixir hall. With a creak, the door before them opened with a groan. Jiang Wenwu scooped up the little boy and girl, dashing out of the hall, with Gu Ming and the little monkey close behind. Once outside, Jiang Wenwu finally exhaled a long-held breath and sheathed his spirit-dispelling sword. At that moment, the little boy and girl, adorned in their fire-red attire, began to stir. This caused Jiang Wenwu to release them, and they tumbled to the ground, peering around with wide-eyed wonder. Jiang Wenwu and Gu Ming exchanged glances. While the little monkey darted over, engaging the two porcelain-like children in playful antics, Ji Ming then remarked to Jiang Wenwu, "These must be the legendary Yin-Yang children. It is said that in ancient times, cultivators greatly prize such beings." Jiang Wenwu nodded, still somewhat incredulous, and turned his attention back to the children. The little boy approached Jiang Wenwu, looked up, and said, "Thank you." Jiang Wenwu was at a loss for words. Merely managing an awkward smile, Ji Ming then inquired, "What are your names?" In unison, the little boy and girl replied, "Jin Jin and Yu Yu." "Golden boy and jade girl?" Jiang Wenwu exclaimed, taken aback by their names. Gu Ming chuckled, "It seems fitting enough." Meanwhile, far removed from the hall, Kuan Wu and the elders stood in silence, surrounded by constant disturbances and rumblings. They had opted for a battle of spiritual wills. A far more perilous endeavor, as a single misstep could lead to their utter annihilation. Suddenly, the elder's body trembled, and his previously shut eyes flew open, mirroring Kuan Wu's reaction. The elder cast a glance towards the direction of the ceiling elixir hall and coldly remarked, "Those two brats." Upon hearing this, Kuan Wu understood that Jiang Wenwu and his companions had succeeded, for the elder had previously held the upper hand before abruptly retreating. Chapter 47. A trap for the guests. The elder quickly averted his gaze. Focusing on Kuan Wu, who had no intention of striking again but was more than capable of restraining the elder. To this moment, the elder smiled and said, "Kuan Wu, do you really think that by stalling me here, you can ensure those two kids escape unscathed?" Kuan Wu replied with a steady gaze, "I find great satisfaction in knowing that I have managed to keep you, the venerable ancestor of the Sealing Gate, trapped in this place." The elder did not refute Kuan Wu's words but instead stated, "Let us remain here. I have no doubt that this location will soon attract some formidable entities, and when that time comes, we shall bury them all here." Kun Wu held no doubt about the words spoken by the old man. It was highly likely that he was the true Feng Ku. His ability to remain within the confines of Fengmen for such an extended period indicated a remarkable cunning and scheming mind. Should a formidable adversary from the outside indeed enter this trap, the outcome would be far from favorable. This old trickster seemed intent on orchestrating the downfall of powerful figures. At present, Kun Wu found himself unable to send a warning, as he was simultaneously entangled with the old man. Outside the ancient village of Fengmen, Qian Biao sensed the approach of 5 astonishing auras, rapidly advancing towards their location. Before long, 5 figures materialized, the very elite responsible for vanquishing the false Feng Ku. Director Gong of the 7th Bureau immediately inquired of Qin Biao, "Qin Biao, are there many individuals entering Fengmen now?" Qin Biao promptly responded, "Over half of the personnel brought by the 3 major divisions have likely entered Fengmen through the secret passage." Upon hearing Chen Biao's words, Director Gong glanced at the 4 individuals beside him. Feng Hongxue spoke solemnly, "If we also account for those entering Fengmen from other locations, we may truly be facing a grave situation." Director Gong then instructed Qin Biao, "Quickly gather all those currently outside to this location." Upon receiving the command, Chen Biao swiftly relayed the signal. Before long, Jiang Yuan from the 7th Bureau arrived, followed closely by Miao Ying from the 8th Bureau. Additionally, those who had previously come to the ancient village of Fengmen, like Xia Tian and others, hastened to join them. Once everyone had gathered, Director Gong declared, "This time, we may have overlooked a significant detail. The genuine Feng Ku has, in fact, remained within Fengmen all along, intending to lead us into a trap and eliminate those who enter." The revelation stunned those present, leaving some utterly speechless. After all, it had been apparent that they possessed an overwhelming advantage. How could they suddenly find themselves as the prey, while the hunters awaited their arrival? The instructor from the headquarters spoke, "The reason for sharing this information is to alert you. Regardless of the provocations we may face upon entering Fengmen, do not fall for them. For if we do enter, it is likely we shall never escape." At this moment, Chen Biao interjected, "Are we to simply abandon our comrades, allowing them to perish within Fengmen? How can we be certain that Feng Ku remains inside?" Director Gong replied, "The 5 we previously defeated were confirmed to be mere impostors of Feng Ku, mere substitutes. As for how we ascertain that the true Feng Ku still resides within Fengmen, it is due to various indications suggesting his continued presence." As Director Gong concluded his statement, the instructor from the headquarters added, "I too hope we are merely overthinking this, that our comrades will safely emerge from Fengmen." perhaps even eradicate the threat entirely. However, we must prepare for the worst, for the cost of rescuing our people may be exceedingly high. Chen Biao clenched his fists tightly, rendered speechless, for it was indeed as Director Gong and the instructor had stated. Attempting a rescue could lead to even greater loss of life. The instructor from the headquarters surveyed the surroundings and continued, "This is a failure on our part. I shall draft a detailed report on this situation, and the consequences shall rest upon our headquarters." As the instructor finished speaking, a heavy silence enveloped the area, affirming the gravity of the situation. Unbeknownst to them, within Fengmin, Jiang Wenwu and Gu Ming, accompanied by the Golden Boy and Jade Girl, had arrived in another hall, scavenging for valuable items. The monkey, well acquainted with the layout of Fengmin, navigated with ease, knowing every nook and cranny. Whenever they encountered traps or hidden dangers, the Golden Boy and Jade Girl could foresee the threats, neutralizing them before they could manifest or minimizing their severity. Thus, Jiang Wenwu and Gu Ming found themselves amassing considerable rewards. Their spirits soared even higher upon discovering a Qinkuan bag, a marvelous treasure capable of holding numerous items without altering their weight or size. Consequently, all the treasures found by Jiang Wenwu and Gu Ming were now stowed within the Qinkuan bag. Gradually, they approached the central hall of Fengmin, the Feng Tian Hall, from which the sounds of clashing and battle echoed. Upon arriving at the Feng Tian Hall, they found it in utter chaos, with many figures engaged in fierce combat. Witnessing this, the Golden Boy and Jade Girl swiftly shrank in size, retreating into Jiang Wenwu's Qinkuan bag. The monkey attempted to follow but failed, remaining close to Jiang Wenwu and Gu Ming. Jiang Wenwu recognized that, given their limited strength, they could not intervene in the ongoing conflict. It was then that he spotted several familiar figures, the four evils of Fengmin, who were also embroiled in battle. Among their opponents were individuals Jiang Wenwu had not encountered before, likely newcomers from other divisions. From the current circumstances, it was evident that Fengmin was at a disadvantage, gradually being forced back towards the center. The defenders were relying on the Feng Tian Hall as their last bastion, but their hold would not last long. At that moment, the elderly man who had been confronting Kunwu suddenly changed expression. Turning his gaze towards Fengmin, Kunwu followed suit, sensing an alarming presence that had just entered Fengmin. An exceptionally powerful individual, detectable only by those of their caliber. The old man could no longer maintain his composure. He abruptly leaped into the air and sped towards Fengmin. Observing this, Kunwu leisurely trailed behind, recognizing the old man's genuine urgency. The old man landed with a thunderous crash in the Feng Tian Hall. Both the defenders and attackers were swept back by the fierce winds he unleashed. Shortly after his arrival, a figure adorned with a paper face suddenly broke through from above, landing amidst the chaos, a star among the constellation of the Big Dipper. The old man gazed at this paper-faced figure, his expression betraying a flicker of emotion as he stammered, "The Transcendence Realm." The paper-faced figure did not respond, instead surveying the surroundings before fixing its gaze upon Jiang Wenwu and Gu Ming. In an instant, the figure appeared before them, seizing both and preparing to depart. The old man bellowed, "Even if you are a master of the Transcendence Realm, you must seek my permission before leaving." As his words fell, a violet beam surged forth from within the Feng Tian Hall, aimed directly at the paper-faced figure. Yet, the paper-faced individual merely raised a finger, effortlessly dissipating the violet light as if it were nothing. The old man's shock was unmasked, realizing the true might of the Transcendence Realm. The paper-faced figure, seemingly displeased by the old man's defiance, kept its finger extended, from which a white feather materialized, swiftly darting towards the old man. Though the old man shielded himself, the feather pierced through his shoulder, drawing forth droplets of blood. However, the feather transformed into white motes of light, vanishing into thin air. This feather had been conjured from the paper-faced figure's own essence, effortlessly inflicting injury upon the old man, rendering it an entity of immense terror. Chapter 48. Return. The paper-faced figure once again seized Jiang Wenwu and Gu Ming, while the monkey swiftly grasped Jiang Wenwu's leg. Subsequently, the body of the paper-faced figure lifted off the ground and soared upwards, piercing through the pearl it had just broken. By the time Jiang Wenwu realized he was outside, the paper-faced figure had already vanished without a trace. However, the monkey called out a few times in a specific direction. Ji Ming, who had been brought out alongside him, remained in a state of shock, unable to recover from the recent scene. Jiang Wenwu beckoned to the monkey. urging it to come over. This creature proved to be quite astute, having followed him outside. Now, at the location of the sealed door within the Seal Heaven Hall, the old man's shoulder wound had ceased bleeding. Yet his complexion was as dark as iron. At this moment, Kunwoo also arrived. Having witnessed the entirety of the recent events, he was astonished not only by the prowess of the paper-faced figure, but also gained considerable insight into the true strength of the old man. Previously, during their confrontation, the old man had indeed held back. When the paper-faced figure had attacked the old man, it had aimed to take his life. The feather formed from condensed primordial energy had directly targeted the old man's heart. Yet, in that critical moment, the old man had managed to evade the fatal blow with his bizarre identity and agility, resulting in the feather merely grazing his shoulder. Undoubtedly, Kunwoo believed that had the old man been at his peak, the paper-faced figure would not have even been able to inflict a scratch upon him. As it stood, Kunwoo still bore seals within his body, significantly diminishing his strength. At this juncture, Kunwoo's voice resonated throughout the area. All participants in this operation withdraw immediately. The old man naturally did not obstruct Kunwoo's actions, for he was currently injured. Engaging Kunwoo in combat would be fraught with uncertainty. Had it been earlier, the old man would have been confident of his victory. Furthermore, he was reluctant to take risks, as the variables here were too numerous. If the paper-faced figure were to return, although the old man could ensure his own escape, the remaining forces of the sealed door would likely suffer devastating losses. Thus, the old man refrained from gambling on the situation and could only watch as those besieging the sealed door retreated. Throughout this process, Kunwoo remained steadfastly present. Before long, he too departed from this place, swiftly locating Jiang Wenwu and rendering Gu Ming unconscious. Seeing this unfold, Jiang Wenwu hurriedly inquired, "What are you doing?" Kunwoo had placed a hand on Gu Ming's head and replied, "Do you not understand the adage about bearing precious stones? If this fellow proclaims your acquisition of treasures, you will undoubtedly become a target of scorn." Jiang Wenwu retorted, "But you cannot kill him. Moreover, the old man should be aware of the treasures I obtained from the sealed door." "Right?" Kunwoo sighed. "I merely intend for him to forget this segment of memory. I do not wish to take his life that as for the sealed door's sealing suffering. Although he knows you have taken treasures, he will certainly not disclose the significance of the 5 Immortals' furnace, for it is his most prized possession. He will assuredly come to retrieve it personally." After Kunwoo finished speaking, he immediately began casting a spell to erase Gu Ming's memories of the prior events. However, Jiang Wenwu was taken aback by Kunwoo's words, for he had just mentioned that the ethereal old man was indeed the sealing suffering. This contradicted Jiang Wenwu's recollections of the sealing suffering, as he had nearly fallen victim to him previously, leaving an indelible mark on his memory. Therefore, Jiang Wenwu exclaimed in astonishment, "You mean that old man is the sealing suffering? But the sealing suffering does not resemble that at all." Kunwoo chuckled, "Young man, this is the brilliance of such individuals. They cultivate numerous avatars while the true self remains in a position of advantage, observing the tides of the world. The sealing suffering of the sealed door is indeed a formidable figure. Although this incident has severely weakened the sealed door, given time, he will undoubtedly rise again." At this point, Jiang Wenwu was left reeling from the shocking news, feeling utterly dazed. Meanwhile, Kunwoo had ceased his actions and transformed back into a black cat. Kunwoo advised Jiang Wenwu, "You must return swiftly. This lad will eventually be found by someone, and I too must temporarily retreat. I will take the monkey with me." Having imparted this counsel, Kunwoo dashed forward and soon vanished from sight, with the monkey closely following him. Jiang Wenwu felt somewhat dazed, glancing at the unconscious Gu Ming. After a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a fan from his Qian Kuan pouch, an item scavenged from the sealed door, and placed it beside Gu Ming before departing from the area. However, Jiang Wenwu had not ventured far when he was soon discovered by those sent to find them and was swiftly escorted to Chen Biao. Chen Biao was already aware of the events that had transpired at the sealed door, realizing that Jiang Wenwu and Gu Ming had been rescued by a mysterious paper-faced figure. Most crucially, the old man within the sealed door was highly likely to be the venerable ancestor, the sealing suffering. Now, the personnel from the 9th Bureau's Zhujiang West operation had gathered together, some injured, some deceased, though fortunately only a few. Yet, for the others, this was a profoundly sorrowful affair, resulting in a heavy silence. Jiang Wenwu also noticed a Taoist with dual swords on his back, who too bore injuries. with his sleeves entirely absent and his arms stained with blood. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared before Jiang Wenwu. Upon seeing her, he was momentarily stunned, at a loss for words. Instead, Xia Tian approached, assessing him from head to toe, even reaching out to pat him, saying, "I heard from Section Chief Chin that you were part of this operation. I was genuinely worried that you might not survive." At this moment, Jiang Wenwu finally regained his composure and replied with a smile, "I am fortunate and blessed. I certainly would not perish in such a place." Following this, he remembered something and asked Xia Tian, "How did you end up here? I recall that you were not among those participating in the Zhujiang West operation." Xia Tian responded, "I arrived here even earlier than you." Upon hearing these words from Xia Tian, Jiang Wenwu was reminded of the time when Lu Qian had arranged for their group to be dispersed. And it seemed that Xia Tian had an extraordinary mission to undertake. It turned out that Xia Tian had arrived at Fengmin, ostensibly to conduct an investigation. When Jiang Wenwu and the others departed from the ancient village of Fengmin, Xia Tian remained behind to continue monitoring the situation. After all, Fengmin had not been extinguished. This operation had succeeded in part and failed in part. Yet, for the General Bureau and the 8 sub-bureaus, it was deemed a failure, a setback they had not encountered in decades. Perhaps it was their prolonged success that led them to mistakenly believe that every endeavor would conclude smoothly. Upon returning to the 9th Bureau, Jiang Wenwu refrained from discussing the events within Fengmin, keeping the treasures akin to those in the Qinkuan bag locked away in his heart. After his return, he inquired about the situations in the other 2 sub-bureaus. Guming had been located and was unharmed, though he had indeed forgotten the previous experiences in Fengmin. However, a more pressing issue arose. Jiang Wenwu found himself grappling with physical and psychological disturbances stemming from the act of taking a life during the events at Fengmin. Initially, the mere thought of having killed someone would cause him to break into a cold sweat, and later, he became unable to sleep, as every time he closed his eyes, the faces of those he had slain would haunt him. The 9th Bureau thus initiated psychological counseling for Jiang Wenwu, imparting to him a mental technique designed to temper the inner demons that had arisen from his actions. In the beginning, these measures yielded some effect. Yet as time wore on, the tormenting specter within him began to diminish. Jiang Wenwu was confined, but even so, individuals continued to visit him daily to recite the Heart Sutra. After a fortnight, an unexpected event occurred. Jiang Wenwu fell into a deep slumber. Sleeping for 3 consecutive days and nights, Lu Qian, astonished, checked on him and found his breathing steady, indicating no immediate concerns. Though somewhat relieved, Lu Qian instructed others to keep a vigilant eye on him. On the 4th day, Jiang Wenwu awakened, and all seemed to return to normal. Following Lu Qian's approval, he was released but continued to undergo psychological treatment and various examinations. Ultimately, it was confirmed that he was truly well. Upon returning home, he gazed into the mirror and, to his surprise, a wicked smile emerged on his otherwise valiant face. At that moment, the spirit-repelling sword in his hand pulsated with a faint crimson aura. Yet Jiang Wenwu's expression quickly returned to normal, and the sword appeared unremarkable. Chapter 49. A visit to Mother. Just then, a sudden cat's meow resonated, followed by a series of squeaks. Jiang Wenwu turned towards the window to see a black cat and a furry monkey leap into the room. Upon entering, the black cat transformed into a figure clad in black robes, while the monkey scurried off to munch on a few bananas it had procured from somewhere. The robed figure was none other than Kun Wu, who approached Jiang Wenwu, placing the Qinkuan bag before him and remarking, "Everything within is intact. You've done well to safeguard it." Jiang Wenwu rose and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior Kun Wu." Kun Wu stood momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "You're actually being polite to me." He then shifted the conversation, cautioning, "You should refrain from using the 5 immortal furnace for the time being, as it bears a unique sealing technique that I cannot decipher. This may well be how Feng Ku managed to locate it." Jiang Wenwu nodded in understanding and inquired, "Senior, what sort of elixirs can be refined in such a small furnace?" Kun Wu explained, as the name suggests. "The 5 immortal furnace is designed to produce celestial elixirs, though I am uncertain of the specific process. After all, I have relied solely on my own development since birth, and I am unfamiliar with your methods of alchemy." Hearing this, Jiang Wenwu felt a pang of disappointment, as he had hoped to glean the furnace's usage from Kuanwu. Seemed he would need to seek out a proficient alchemist for that knowledge. Noticing the change in Jiang Wenwu's expression, Kun Wu added, "In truth, You have acquired quite a treasure this time. The Chinkoan bag is without doubt, and the other 7 items within are equally valuable. Jiang Wenwu nodded and stowed the Chinkoan bag away. Next, Kunwu inquired about Jiang Wenwu's experiences in the Ninth Bureau, learning that he was in stable condition yet likely would not be assigned duties for the foreseeable future. Consequently, Jiang Wenwu decided to visit his mother, having not seen her for a considerable time. Although his father, Jiang Xian, had divorced his mother when he was young, neither had remarried, and both had treated him well, despite Jiang Xian's consistent financial support each month. Jiang Wenwu had been primarily cared for by his aunt, who had passed away 3 years prior without Jiang Xian's presence. At that time, Jiang Wenwu had felt his father was callous, but now he understood that as the director of the Ninth Bureau, Jiang Xian must have been entangled in circumstances beyond his control. Upon hearing Jiang Wenwu's intentions, Kunwu understood what needed to be done. The next day, Jiang Wenwu boarded a high-speed train to his mother's residence. He gazed out the window at the swiftly passing scenery, quickly becoming lost in thought. It was not until the train arrived at the station that he snapped back to reality. After disembarking, he immediately hailed a cab, intending to surprise his mother without prior notice. Upon arriving at the private villa complex where his mother resided, Jiang Wenwu found it hard to believe the stark contrast to his own life. He chose not to enter through the front entrance, as it would be cumbersome and likely alert his mother, ruining his surprise. Instead, he skillfully navigated through another entrance and made his way to his mother's residence. Inside the villa, 2 elegantly poised women were engaged in conversation. Suddenly, the woman on the left remarked, "Someone has arrived, and they seem quite formidable." The woman on the right furrowed her brow and replied, "Hong Shui, do you mean those individuals have come?" The woman referred to as Hong Shui stood and headed toward the door, asserting, "No need to worry. If they dare to come, we shall ensure they do not leave." At that moment, the woman on the right also rose and approached the entrance, observing the external surveillance feeds, which revealed no one present. Yet, Hong Shui boldly opened the door. "Surprise!" a joyful voice exclaimed from the side. But the person who had shouted was swiftly sent flying by a kick. As Jiang Wenwu was propelled backward, he felt a sudden halt in his entire circulation, and the vital energy within his body ceased to flow. As if sealed, alarmed, he was struck by a terrifying thought. Had his mother been captured because of him? Before he could ponder further, he collided with a nearby vehicle, creating a significant dent and shattering its windows. The alarm blared, echoing throughout the villa complex, while Jiang Wenwu slid to the ground. Though the kick had not been lethal, it rendered him utterly defenseless, sealing away any ability to retaliate. Desperately trying to rise, he found himself unable to muster any strength, and after several failed attempts, he succumbed to failure. "Wenwu!" Suddenly, a familiar woman's exclamation echoed from ahead. Immediately, Jiang Wenwu saw his mother charging towards him, with his aunt trailing closely behind. Lying on the sofa, Jiang Wenwu gazed at his aunt with a mix of surprise and uncertainty, while his mother was engaged in a heated exchange with the security guard who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. His aunt, fixated on Jiang Wenwu, remarked, "Now you know." Although Jiang Wenwu remained silent, his facial expression conveyed everything. His aunt sighed in resignation and approached him, giving his shoulder a gentle pin. In that instant, he felt a surge of vitality coursing through him, and the previously blocked energy began to flow freely through his meridians. Jiang Wenwu then sat up, still astonished as he regarded his aunt. In his memory, she was not only an exceptionally beautiful and gracious woman, but also notably unmarried to this day. However, to his surprise, she turned out to be quite extraordinary herself. Otherwise, she would not have been able to incapacitate him with a single kick earlier. "Wenwu, are you all right? Hong Shui, what on earth were you thinking?" After dismissing the security guard, Jiang Wenwu's mother hurried in, inquiring about his condition while reprimanding her sister. Jiang Wenwu stood up, still feeling a pang of pain in his chest, but he endured it and replied, "Mom, I'm fine." Yet, his mother's demeanor, shaped by years of navigating the tumultuous business world and past experiences, suggested she suspected something was amiss. The fact that her son had risen unscathed from his sister's kick indicated to her that he might be facing issues. Her expression darkened as she demanded, "You better tell me the truth. Have you been involved in something that I'm unaware of?" Seeing his mother in such a state, Jiang Wenwu could only look to his aunt for help. However, his mother quickly silenced her sister, saying, "Hong Shui, don't say a word. I need to question this boy." After a tense exchange of wits, Jiang Wenwu finally confessed to his mother that he had become a member of the Ninth Bureau. His decision to share this information was also motivated by a desire to gauge his mother's view on his father's past actions, especially since he had recently witnessed his aunt's formidable abilities firsthand. Right in front of his mother, which raised suspicions. Upon hearing Jiang Wenwu's account, his mother fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. His aunt interjected, "Sister, I honestly don't see the problem here." Yet, Jiang Wenwu's mother shook her head, exclaiming, "Why does everyone insist on pursuing this path? Do you truly believe that you can ascend to immortality?" Witnessing his mother's reaction and her words, Jiang Wenwu became convinced that she was aware of his father's true identity. This implied that the divorce between his parents was shrouded in deeper complexities than he had previously understood. Jiang Wenwu's aunt glanced at him, and he quickly began to comfort his mother with soothing words. Chapter 50. Kunwa's old friend. Meanwhile, outside the villa, a black cat appeared, circling the window before swiftly departing. Once it reached a secluded area, it came to a halt. This black cat was none other than Kunwu, whose eyes shimmered with a glint of light. Moments ago, he had clearly observed a woman inside the villa whom he had glimpsed in Fengmin ancient village. Her strength was formidable, likely comparable to that of a deputy director within a mid-tier bureau. This was merely Kunwa's estimation, as he had yet to witness her in action, but such individuals often possessed hidden talents that could render their true power unpredictable. Kunwa found himself increasingly intrigued by Jiang Wenwu's family. His father had been the previous director of the Ninth Bureau, and it appeared that this woman was somehow related to Jiang Wenwu, possibly as a family member. The reason Kunwa chose not to remain close to protect Jiang Wenwu stemmed from concern that this woman might detect his presence, leading to unnecessary complications. Moreover, with her around, Kunwa was confident that Jiang Wenwu would remain safe. Kunwa had not anticipated that Jiang Wenwu would come to this place, a city that held fragments of Kunwa's past memories. Compelling him to revisit, he quickly transformed from a black cat into a human figure, though his appearance was markedly different from before, now clad entirely in a black cloak. In this modern era, such an eccentric outfit would attract undue attention. Nevertheless, Kunwa donned a black leather jacket and pants, a black hat, and a mask that concealed his face, leaving only his eyes visible. After contemplating for a moment, Kunwa released the immobilized monkey companion, which promptly became invisible again. His first destination was the locking dragon well in the city. Upon arriving, he noticed that the chains within the well began to rattle ominously. This location had become a tourist attraction, and numerous visitors were drawn to the commotion, eagerly snapping photos. Had it not been for the iron railings and chains surrounding the well, they would have rushed over without hesitation. Despite the barriers, curious tourists gathered, engaging in animated discussions. "Good heavens, did you hear that? There is something moving in the well. I heard it too. Could the locking dragon well truly be hiding a dragon?" Various speculations and doubts echoed among the visitors. Kunwa found himself pushed to the outskirts of the crowd, watching the tourist with a touch of exasperation before shaking his head and deciding to return later in the evening. Just then, another strange noise emanated from the well, this time resembling a ferocious roar echoing from within. Simultaneously, the sky above the locking dragon well began to change dramatically. What had started as a clear blue sky swiftly transformed as dark clouds gathered, and a fierce wind whipped through the area, causing visitors to stumble unsteadily. Kunwa suddenly looked up to see the clouds above the well swirling ominously. They began to form a spiral shape resembling a funnel. Directly connecting to the mouth of the well, thunder rumbled across the heavens, and a bolt of lightning struck down into the locking dragon well. As the celestial thunderbolts penetrated the well, the strange phenomena in the world dissipated in the blink of an eye. As if everything that had just occurred had never happened. My goodness, that was incredible. I captured it all on video. I can post it on Kuaishou. I've already uploaded it to Douyin. As the extraordinary phenomenon faded, a series of gasps erupted from the crowd. Among the tourists who had previously turned pale with fear, some began to cheer with excitement. Observing this, Kunwa could only shake his head helplessly, feeling a profound sympathy for his old friend trapped within the dragon lock well. Soon enough, Kunwu noticed another development. Several individuals, evidently practitioners of the arts, were hastily making their way towards this location. However, their attire mirrored that of the ordinary bystanders surrounding them, giving no indication of their true nature. Yet, Kunwu could sense that these individuals belonged to one of the 8 divisions, tasked with monitoring the crucial Dragon Lock well. Given the recent commotion, it was only natural for them to investigate the situation. Before long, some of them began urging the tourists to vacate the area. Although some visitors resisted, those ordering them away spun tales of nearby dangers that could threaten their lives. Once the tourists were cleared out, the vicinity of the Dragon Lock well was swiftly cordoned off. One individual even tossed a chain into the well. Kunwo had already distanced himself from the Dragon Lock well and decided to return later that evening when the timing would be more appropriate. Contemplating his next move, he ventured to the city god temple. Upon entering, he was taken aback as he noticed a fleeting glimmer in the eyes of the statue of the city god. Only Kunwo could perceive a faint, ethereal figure descending from the statue, approaching him and standing before him. Kunwo nodded in acknowledgement before exiting the temple, and as the spectral figure dissipated, he felt a sense of relief knowing that his old friend, who had fortuitously become the local city god after death, remained in good standing and free from misfortune. After leaving the temple, Kunwo proceeded to a public cemetery, where he beheld the ancient tree still flourishing with vibrant leaves. He approached it and gently caressed the trunk, reminiscing about the time when the tree had attained sentience and they had aided it in overcoming its tribulations. Regrettably, the tree had faced calamity thereafter, ultimately reduced to a mere essence, which Kunwo and his companions had returned to its original form. Hence, remnants of its past vitality lingered within the tree, yet it remained in a state of oblivion, unsure of when it might regain its consciousness. Just as Kunwo contemplated departing, he suddenly halted, his gaze drawn downward to a silver-haired elder approaching him. Upon seeing the elder, Kunwo's eyes widened in recognition. The elder drew near, glanced at Kunwo, then turned his attention to the ancient tree, remarking, "It has been many years since anyone paid a visit. I am pleasantly surprised to see a visitor today." As he spoke, the elder walked past Kunwo and settled beneath the tree. Kunwo stood with his back to the elder and inquired, "What is it that you desire?" The elder chuckled softly before replying, "I merely wish to engage in conversation. For years, I have observed this cemetery in solitude, with few words exchanged." The elder sighed wearily, yet his lament resonated powerfully in Kunwo's ears, reminiscent of a tempestuous wind. Causing the tree's branches to sway and rustle, Kunwo replied, "I have come with no particular agenda, simply to reconnect with an old friend." The elder nodded, "I can see that. You must have visited the Dragon Lock well. The one within must be your acquaintance, as it would explain the recent uproar." Kunwo was not taken aback by the elder's inquiry. Rather, it seemed entirely reasonable. Had the elder not mentioned it, Kunwo would have found that peculiar. Thus, Kunwo chose not to depart immediately. Instead, he turned and sat against the ancient tree. The elder's wrinkled visage softened as he smiled and said, "Let us converse. Perhaps we might discover mutual acquaintances." After about half an hour, the elder stood and began to walk away, cheerfully stating, "Farewell for now. We shall talk again upon our next meeting." Kunwo rose and watched as the elder's figure faded from sight before he too stepped forward and vanished. Chapter 51. The divine eye of the Abyss Knight had fully enveloped the city, rendering even the renowned tourist spots desolate, with only the occasional security personnel patrolling the area. Due to the myriad bizarre rumors surrounding this place, even the guards were reluctant to linger. Following the earlier commotion, the tales had intensified, leaving the Dragon Lock well eerily empty. At that moment, a figure suddenly materialized at the Dragon Lock well, leaping directly into its depths. A faint splash echoed briefly before silence ensued. 2 Passing security guards heard the sound and halted, yet hesitated to approach. 1 Seasoned guard advised the younger one, "Let us not meddle. We should be on our way." The younger guard nodded but found himself glancing back with curiosity as they departed. Meanwhile, deep within the well, Kunwo found that the water could not encroach upon him, maintaining a distance of roughly a foot. Soon, he arrived at the base of the well, where a vast underground cavern awaited, complete with chains extending into its depths. Suddenly, 2 objects, glowing with a green luminescence and the size of car headlights, emerged from the cavern, separated by a span of about 3 feet. These were unmistakably eyes belonging to some entity. Abruptly, the creature surged forth from the cavern, its form rapidly diminishing until it materialized as a young man clad in a green robe, sporting a pair of horns atop his head. Despite his transformation, a flicker of green light still danced in his eyes, and chains were connected to his limbs and spine. Kunwo regarded the young man with nostalgia. expressing Aojin, "It has been far too long." The young man, Aojin, fixed his gaze on Kunwu and, after a moment, replied, "Kunwu, my dear brother, it is good to see you well." Following their exchange, a silence enveloped them. After a spell, Aojin broke the stillness, inquiring, "What is the world like beyond?" Kunwu described the current state of affairs in detail, and Aojin listened intently. Once Kunwu had finished, Aojin nodded thoughtfully. "Your visit is appreciated, but this place is ill-suited for prolonged stays. You must depart swiftly," Aojin advised. Kunwu bowed respectfully, saying, "Aojin, I bid you farewell. Should the opportunity arise, I shall endeavor to liberate you from this place." With that, Kunwu ascended towards the surface, while Aojin watched him disappear before plunging back into the depths of the cavern. At the cemetery, the silver-haired elder withdrew his gaze from the direction of the Dragon Lock well, murmuring to himself, "As long as no trouble arises, all is well in the office of the 6th Division." Director Chu Tianfeng scrutinized photographs depicting the unusual events that had transpired earlier at the Dragon Lock well. He then accessed several video platforms, quickly locating footage of the day's occurrences. The sight darkened his expression, and he clenched his fists, slamming them onto the desk in frustration. Footsteps echoed down the corridor, followed by a knock at the door of his office. "Come in," Chu Tianfeng commanded, as the door swung open. A youth of 17 or 18, burdened with a backpack, stepped inside. Glancing at him with a hint of irritation, Chu Tianfeng remarked, "Chu Lai, what brings you here at this hour?" The young lad, identified as Chu Lai, replied with a smile, "My mother asked me to come and fetch you for dinner. She mentioned having called you over a dozen times, yet you did not answer." Chu Tianfeng scoffed, "I lack the appetite for a meal." Immediately, Chu Lai leaned in closer, speaking in a conspiratorial tone, "Father, you're troubled by the incident at the Longjing site earlier today, aren't you? But really, there's no need to fret. After all, it's not as if anything catastrophic has occurred." Upon hearing his son's words, Chu Tianfeng's frustration erupted. "What do you know? Do you have any idea how much effort we've expended over the years to keep such matters from the public eye? And now, with such a commotion, it's impossible to conceal anything. The headquarters even called me and gave me a thorough reprimand." In response, Chu Lai, rather gleefully, suggested, "Dad, perhaps it's time you resigned and returned to your culinary roots. I heard from Mom that it was your exceptional cooking that won her over in the first place." Feigning an attempt to reprimand his son, Chu Tianfeng found that Chu Lai had already darted towards the door with astonishing speed. After opening the door, Chu Lai called back, "Dad, I'm heading home now." Chu Tianfeng retorted, "Get lost." As Chu Lai stepped outside, Chu Tianfeng added, "Just tell your mother that I'm working late." Chu Lai acknowledged with a quick before hastening out of the 6th Bureau and onto the road home. However, midway, he abruptly halted upon spotting a figure ahead, cloaked in black robes. Uncertain whether it was a cosplay or something else entirely, as Chu Lai approached the shadowy figure, he was taken aback to see it vanish right before his eyes. Yet, he chuckled, "Impressive skills, but I can still see you." At that moment, his pupils transformed into a striking blue. Surveying his surroundings, he soon noticed a massive black beast, roughly the size of a small hill, glaring at him with blood-red eyes. Additionally, perched atop the beast was a monkey, which bore a golden, shimmering slit in the center of its forehead. Terrified, Chu Lai fell off his bike and was about to flee when he realized the black-robed figure had reappeared before him. This time with a monkey on its shoulder, munching on a banana while gazing at him quizzically. With a tremor in his voice, Chu Lai pleaded, "Please don't kill me. I'm the son of Chu Tianfeng from the 6th Bureau." The black-robed figure remained silent, merely locking eyes with Chu Lai before walking past him. Dumbfounded and paralyzed with fear, Chu Lai eventually turned to see that the figure had vanished. He quickly grabbed his bicycle and pedaled away with all his might. After Chu Lai's departure, the black-robed Kunwu re-emerged and remarked to the monkey on his shoulder, "The eye of the deep cave. This young one is quite remarkable." Back in the 6th Bureau's office, Chu Tianfeng sat in contemplation, retrieving a photograph from his drawer. The individual in the picture bore an uncanny resemblance to one Lu Qian from the 9th Bureau. Sighing, Chu Tianfeng mused, "Only now do I comprehend the challenges you faced while occupying this position." It remained unclear to whom he spoke, but after a moment, he returned the photograph to its place. Rubbing his temples, he picked up the phone. Meanwhile, a perspiring Chu Lai burst through the door at home, only to be greeted by the ringing telephone, which he hastily answered. "Chu Lai, have you arrived home?" came his father's voice from the other end. After steadying his breath, Chu Lai replied, "Dad, I'm back?" Relieved, Chu Tianfeng instructed, "Finish your meal and get your homework done. Remind your mother to retire early. Don't keep her waiting too long." After concluding the call, Chu Lai exhaled in relief. Not far from the door, Kunwu observed silently, stating, in the past, the three great bloodlines were concentrated within the ninth bureau. Bloodline gifts can only be inherited, which implies that the individual from the ninth bureau who possessed the Eye of the Deep Cave has now become part of the sixth bureau, likely Chu Tianfeng, whose status must be considerable. The monkey nodded, appearing to grasp the situation, prompting Kunwu to chuckle. However, his thoughts drifted back to a girl he encountered in Fengmin ancient village, seemingly named Xia Tian, who he suspected possessed a bloodline gift of hearing. Yet, he found it peculiar that her ability appeared to have been artificially sealed. Chapter 52. The sealed bloodline gift. The ability to seal a bloodline gift instilled a profound unease in Kunwu, for such gifts are inherently tied to ancestral lineage. Tio's attempt to seal a bloodline gift is akin to confronting the primordial ancestor who originally possessed such an ability. Although the descendants may not match the strength of their forebears, they nonetheless inherit their bloodline. Thus, it seemed as if two forces were engaged in a temporal battle, resulting in the sealing of the bloodline gift belonging to the girl named Xia Tian. Moreover, Kunwu discerned a deeper mystery within her. It appeared she had not only been deprived of her bloodline gift, but was also bound by several other seals. Indeed, it was a terrifying revelation that the girl contained within her 8 potent seals, all of which needed to coexist to contain whatever lay within her. Kunwu dared not delve further into this unsettling thought, for the more he pondered, the more he felt a chill creep over him. A faint intuition urged him to uncover the secret behind the 8 formidable seals encasing Xia Tian. Yet, he forcibly restrained his curiosity, well aware that some truths are better left undiscovered, lest the consequences become unfathomable. After departing from Chu Lai's home, Kunwu sat at the dining table, engaging in cheerful conversation with his mother. However, once he left, Chu Lai surreptitiously peered out the window, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Kunwu returned to Jiang Wenwu's vicinity but refrained from visiting his mother's villa, choosing instead to linger outside. Jiang Wenwu, having finished dinner with his mother and aunt, appeared restless, almost eager to leave. A sentiment not lost on either woman. Jiang Wenwu's mother queried, "Why are you so fidgety? As if you have ants in your pants. You remind me of a child trying to sneak out to play." His aunt, Fang Hongxue, added, "Wenwu, you're not good at hiding your intentions. If you wish to go out, just do so." Prompted by their words, Jiang Wenwu sprang to his feet, declaring, "I'll be back shortly." Under the watchful eyes of his mother and aunt, he dashed out of the villa and around to the rear wall. Indeed, Jiang Wenwu found Kunwu, now transformed into a black cat, while the monkey lounged lazily, oblivious to his arrival. Even as Jiang Wenwu approached, the monkey remained undisturbed, snoring softly. Kunwu, however, turned to Jiang Wenwu and said, "Do you know what I discovered in this city?" Intrigued, Jiang Wenwu replied, "Please share, senior." Kunwu, resembling a cat in his stealthy movements, said, "A young one with a bloodline gift." Bloodline gift. Jiang Wenwu gasped at the revelation, prompting Kunwu to continue, "You possess the bloodline gift of vision, do you not?" This day's vision resembled the legendary Eye of Heaven, capable of penetrating all seals and obstacles, possessing an ability to survey the entire realm. However, this would only be achievable once one's strength had been significantly enhanced. Jiang Wenwu had not anticipated that Kunwu would mention him, yet he understood the necessity of patience. After all, Kunwu, having set the stage, would inevitably get to the crux of the matter. Indeed, Kunwu continued, "What I have discovered this time is a person endowed with the bloodline talent known as Dongyu. Surely, you are aware of the uniqueness of this bloodline talent." Jiang Wenwu was well aware. Dongyu represented the true divine sight capable of perceiving the underworld, distinct from the Eye of Heaven. Thus, to learn of the existence of individuals with such a formidable bloodline talent was indeed a thrilling revelation. However, it puzzled Jiang Wenwu that the Dongyu divine sight had long been believed to have vanished, previously residing within the 9th division. Yet, the individual who possessed the Dongyu divine sight mysteriously disappeared without a trace, leaving even the 9th division unaware of whether he was alive or dead. Despite extensive searches over a prolonged period, no leads had emerged, and gradually, interest waned, with few continuing the pursuit. Nevertheless, tales of the past regarding the Dongyu Divine Sight were abundant, as it was one of the 3 prestigious bloodline talents that the Ninth Division once took great pride in. Subsequently, among the 3 bloodline talents, the Eye of Heaven had been passed down through Jiang Wenwu's lineage, and he had entered the Ninth Division. As for the 3rd bloodline talent, tithing, it was indeed a lamentable circumstance that Xia Tian, as a bearer of the bloodline, could not inherit it from his father. Xia Donghai, the remaining bloodline talent, Dongyu, had become utterly extinct following the disappearance of its last known wielder. Yet, the apparent emergence of a descendant possessing the Dongyu Divine Sight was nothing short of monumental, evoking immense joy within Jiang Wenwu. Observing the myriad expressions flitting across Jiang Wenwu's face, Kunwu doused his excitement with a splash of cold reality, saying, "Kid, are you planning to inform Lu Qian of the 9th Division about this news and take away the one with the Dongyu Divine Sight?" Jiang Wenwu nodded, affirming, naturally, it would be a splendid affair for the 3 great bloodline talents to converge once more within the 9th Division. Kunwu, however, scoffed, "Do you not understand the implications? Since the descendant of the Dongyu Divine Sight appears within the territory of the 6th Division and remains unharmed, surely there are some underlying schemes at play." Upon hearing this, Jiang Wenwu paused, quickly realizing that there was indeed something amiss. The existence of a person possessing the Dongyu Divine Sight, residing safely within the territory of the 6th Division, while remaining unmentioned by the other 7 divisions and the headquarters, was utterly perplexing. Observing Jiang Wenwu's reaction, Kunwu elaborated, "The child with the Dongyu Divine Sight must have a father within the 6th Division, whose status is undoubtedly significant. If we consider the timeline, it's likely that his father is the same individual who once possessed the Dongyu Divine Sight within the 9th Division, yet he has now become affiliated with the 6th Division. To this day, your 9th Division has not gleaned a single shred of information." Jiang Wenwu immediately queried, "He betrayed us?" "No, that's not right. Though he has joined the 6th Division, he remains part of this system. Not truly a traitor, but why would he forsake the 9th Division, join the 6th Division, and conceal his identity here, even marrying and starting a family?" These questions tormented Jiang Wenwu's mind, while Kunwu chuckled inwardly. Feeling a sense of satisfaction, at last, the young man before him was being led down the right path, destined to grow, akin to how Kunwu once perceived his father, a figure whose audacity rivaled that of Jiang Wenwu, brimming with youthful bravado. Indeed, Jiang Wenwu's father had once possessed the merit to be so proud, daringly venturing into the spirit realm, causing quite a stir, and later, from the confines of the spirit realm, directly entering the underworld, where he also wreaked havoc. Eventually, he emerged from the underworld and returned to the spirit realm, seizing the spirit sword forged from the core of the holy tree of the Wood Spirit clan. Within merely a few years, Jiang Wenwu's father gained immense fame, his name echoing throughout both the spirit realm and the underworld. At that time, he was truly in his prime, regarded as an individual with boundless potential. However, reflecting on this past, Kunwu chose not to dwell further, for events that transpired thereafter were memories he wished to avoid. It was an era forged in blood and tears, and few who had experienced those extraordinary times would wish to relive them. At this moment, Jiang Wenwu expressed, "I wish to meet the individual with the Dongyu Divine Sight. Even if I cannot meet him in person, I wish to see what he looks like." Kunwu replied, "That's simple enough. Tomorrow morning, accompany me, and I shall lead you to him." Jiang Wenwu nodded, exchanging a few more words with Kunwu before departing. The following day, at dawn, Jiang Wenwu exited the villa area, securing Kunwu, who had taken on the form of a black cat, with a rope, leading him to meet the one endowed with the Dongyu Divine Sight. Naturally, Kunwu was quite resistant to being led by a rope. Yet to avoid arousing suspicion and attracting attention, he had no choice but to play the obedient feline. Even so, the unusual pairing of Jiang Wenwu and Kunwu drew numerous gazes, and many young women, upon seeing Kunwu, were instantly overwhelmed by maternal instincts, flocking toward Jiang Wenwu. Consequently, Kunwu soon found himself besieged by the attentions of these girls. Despite his futile struggles, he could not extricate himself in such circumstances. Kunwu could not resort to any form of aggression, ultimately resigning himself to his fate. Meanwhile, Jiang Wenwu wore a mischievous grin as he observed Kunwu's plight, while Kunwu shot him an irritated glare. Chapter 53. The Resonance of Bloodline Talents. Eventually, Kunwo managed to break free from the clutches of the girls. But by then, Jiang Wenwu had not fared any better, receiving a flurry of bites from Kunwo in retaliation. After some time, they arrived at Chu Lai's school, where Kunwo informed Jiang Wenwu, "The child with the Dongyu divine sight is within this school." Jiang Wenwu nodded lightly. However, it was class time, and the schoolyard was sparse, with few individuals in sight. When class ended, Jiang Wenwu and Kunwo entered the school with ease, encountering no obstacles whatsoever. Additionally, Kunwo had once again shrunk down, comfortably nestled in Jiang Wenwu's pocket, cautiously peering out and directing him on which way to go. Upon reaching the entrance of Chu Lai's classroom, Jiang Wenwu suddenly felt a violent twitch in his eyes. Simultaneously, within the classroom, Chu Lai, who had been playfully tussling with his deskmate, abruptly halted, feeling a strange heat radiating from his own eyes. What followed was an astonishing occurrence that left both Jiang Wenwu and Chu Lai in disbelief. Their respective bloodline talents began to manifest independently in that moment. They discovered their powers converging, as the Dongyu divine sight and the Eye of Heaven intertwined, rendering all surrounding structures and individuals non-existent. Jiang Wenwu perceived Chu Lai in an entirely different light. He appeared as a creature emerging from the depths of the underworld, engulfed in the flickering flames of the Nine Nether, with his eyes ablaze with an inferno. In Chu Lai's perspective, Jiang Wenwu appeared equally extraordinary, shrouded in a mist that obscured his form, yet his eyes shimmered with a myriad of colors, fixated intently upon him. However, these extraordinary phenomena dissipated almost as swiftly as they had arisen, startling both Jiang Wenwu and Chu Lai, prompting Kunwo to urge Jiang Wenwu to depart from the scene. By the time Chu Lai reached the classroom door and gazed down the corridor, the figure he had just seen had vanished entirely. Jiang Wenwu and Kunwo had already exited the campus, yet Jiang Wenwu remained immersed in the peculiar sensations they had just experienced. Subsequently, they found a secluded spot to sit, and Kunwo addressed Jiang Wenwu, "Now you understand, right? Bloodline talents can resonate with one another within a certain range, and the greater your strength, the more potent your bloodline talent becomes, thereby expanding the range of this resonance." Jiang Wenwu listened to Kunwo's explanation without a hint of skepticism, for he had just personally experienced the phenomenon. His Eye of Heaven had indeed transformed in response to the encounter with Chu Lai's Dongyu divine sight. Kunwo spoke again, saying, "That girl named Xia Tian possesses the bloodline talent known as listening to the truth. However, due to the latent nature of her talent, nothing extraordinary occurs when you are with her. Yet, should that girl manage to awaken her bloodline talent, it would indeed be a terrifying prospect." Jiang Wenwu, taken aback, inquired, "What do you mean by that?" Kunwo, with a grave expression, replied, "Both your and that child's bloodline talents are primarily guided by your vision. But there exists a realm beyond your reach, and that is sound. There are certain phenomena that, despite your abilities, you may not perceive, yet their auditory presence remains." Upon hearing Kunwo's words, Jiang Wenwu suddenly comprehended that the combination of sight and sound could indeed create an impeccable synergy. Kunwo continued, "You can imagine why the Ninth Division once enjoyed such grandeur. Merely the three principal bloodline talents already conferred a significant advantage." Jiang Wenwu nodded in agreement, but voiced his confusion. "Are there truly only these three bloodline talents in existence? Senior, are there no other types?" Kunwo chuckled softly. "Certainly, there are others, and some are even more formidable than the three you are familiar with." Upon hearing Kunwo's confident assertion, Jiang Wenwu immediately pressed, "Then, Senior, you must have encountered them." Kunwo affirmed, "Indeed. I once came across an extraordinary individual whose bloodline talent wielded an unfathomable power, with acupoints scattered across his body like stars in the sky. Capable of devouring the opponent's spiritual energy, Jiang Wenwu was astounded by Kunwo's description, as it was too frightening to fathom, and this bloodline talent was fundamentally different from his own, leaning more towards combat. However, Kunwo then sneered, "Nevertheless, those who possess such a bloodline talent also face dire consequences. They seldom manifest because the frequent use of their bloodline abilities leads to severe illness or, in the worst cases, premature death. This is the cycle of nature." Jiang Wenwu pondered over Kunwo's words, finding profound wisdom in them. The balance of yin and yang dictates that the more powerful one becomes, the greater the constraints they must endure. For the following week, Jiang Wenwu remained in the villa, spending time with his mother, while his aunt, Feng Hongxue, had departed a few days prior. On Monday, his mother accompanied him to the high-speed train station. where he waved goodbye, noticing the reluctance in her gaze. Upon returning to the city where the 9th Division was located, he resumed his duties that same day, concluding his holiday. Coincidentally, the 9th Division had just retrieved new case files, as reports indicated that incidents resembling those from the past few years had transpired at the border between the 9th and 8th Divisions. Leading the operation was Huarong, the deputy chief of the Special Operations Department of the 9th Division, whose name bore a striking resemblance to a character from Water Margin. He had enlisted 3 individuals for this mission, including the recently returned Jiang Wenwu, as well as He Ping and El Song. Both from the Special Operations Department, Jiang Wenwu gleaned from Huarong the recent developments. There had been a series of assaults occurring in both the 8th and 9th Division territories, with victims exhibiting rapid bodily stiffness and the emergence of corpse poison, particularly at the sites of injury, where necrotic spots had manifested. These incidents were linked to a series of cases from 5 years prior, where 5 households in a village had exhibited similar symptoms, ultimately leading to their complete physical rigidity and demise within a matter of days. At that time, the cases had been forwarded to the 9th Division, which had initiated an investigation, but leads had abruptly ceased. Subsequently, 3 similar occurrences had emerged within the 8th Division's jurisdiction. As a result, the case had been archived, yet with the recent resurgence of such incidents in the 8th and 9th Division areas, both divisions were compelled to take action. Should this situation deteriorate further, the consequences could be dire, instilling great fear among the general populace. Thus, both divisions dispatched elite teams, determined to resolve the matter and eradicate the source of the threat. The latest incident had occurred in a town at the junction of the 8th and 9th Divisions, prompting Jiang Wenwu and his team to mobilize swiftly, as the town was closer to the 8th Division, where a team was likely already deployed. When Jiang Wenwu and his team arrived at the town, darkness had enveloped the surroundings. Following their previously agreed meeting point, they quickly encountered the personnel from the 8th Division. The delegation from the 8th Division was also led by a deputy chief from the Special Operations Department. Once the 2 deputy chiefs convened, they briefly delineated their respective tasks. After a short while, Huarong addressed Jiang Wenwu and his companions, stating, "We 3 from the 9th Division will operate within this area of the town, keeping a vigilant eye on those exhibiting peculiar behaviors." According to reports, the assailants strike under the cover of night, concealing themselves thoroughly, yet their targets are random, lacking any fixed characteristics, which poses one of the challenges. After Huarong concluded his briefing, he turned to Jiang Wenwu and the others, prompting He Ping to ask, "Deputy Chief, should we eliminate them on sight, or adopt a more strategic approach?" Upon hearing He Ping's question, Jiang Wenwu and El Song also turned their attention towards him. Huarong pondered for a moment before responding, "I will confer with Old Dai from the 8th Division on this matter." Old Dai, as referred to by Huarong, was the deputy chief of the Special Operations Department dispatched from the 8th Division. Dai Fanhua. Shortly thereafter, Huarong and Dai Fanhua met, and after a discussion, they reached a consensus. When Huarong returned, he informed Jiang Wenwu and his companions, upon encountering any suspicious individuals, "We will communicate via our walkie-talkies. At that time, I will issue direct orders. Should any communication equipment fail, you are to make decisions based on the circumstances." Not long after, Jiang Wenwu found himself alone in the area assigned to the 9th Division, as the 3 had already dispersed. Chapter 54. The strange death surrounded by interwoven alleys and dimly lit by a solitary street lamp flickering erratically. Jiang Wenwu found himself in the town's older district, now largely abandoned in favor of newer developments to the south. The street lamp struggled to illuminate the area, a testament to the poor electrical connections. The personnel from the 8th Division were stationed further south, where the likelihood of incidents occurring was considerably lower. In contrast, the area where the 9th Division had set up was far more susceptible to potential occurrences. Before long, Jiang Wenwu observed 3 groups of individuals passing by, some inebriated and vocally expressing their frustrations, while others, both men and women, engaged in indecent behavior and lewd conversations. A third group of individuals proved to be even more ruthless. They were engaged in a relentless pursuit. However, Jiang Wenwu chose to remain indifferent, as he did not wish for such matters to hinder his true objectives. After all, the group in pursuit had inflicted injuries and fatalities, which the police would handle, and they were unlikely to escape. At last, tranquility descended upon the area, and Jiang Wenwu leaned against the shadows, his right hand brushing against the specialized equipment he had brought along, an extendable baton crafted by the 9th Division, inscribed with intricate symbols. After a brief interval, Jiang Wenwu detected a furtive figure lurking nearby. After scanning the surroundings, the figure deftly scaled a wall and entered a residence. Initially, Jiang Wenwu contemplated intervening, but he soon discerned that this individual was nothing more than a petty rogue, likely having timed their actions to strike that very night. Such occurrences were often overlooked by Jiang Wenwu, as it was a principle of the Ninth Division that excessive interference could lead to complications. And if matters escalated, it would be the Ninth Division that would have to address the aftermath, which would only complicate matters further. However, it was not long before Jiang Wenwu heard a muffled cry emanating from the yard. A sound both tragic and stifled. This stirred something within him, and after a moment's hesitation, he swiftly made his way over, leaping onto the wall before landing in the courtyard. Once on the ground, he crouched low, surveying the area for any threats. Satisfied that the courtyard posed no immediate danger, he proceeded towards the house. The door to the residence had already been forced open by the rogue, now left ajar, and an unsettling silence enveloped the interior, suggesting something amiss. This heightened Jiang Wenwu's vigilance, as he concluded that an event of consequence must have transpired within. Gripping his extendable baton tightly, he abruptly charged into the dwelling, only to feel a gust of wind whisk past his ear. Instinctively, Jiang Wenwu ducked and rolled on the ground, evading his previous position, and raised his baton to deflect yet another strike from his assailant. The force behind the attack was considerable, a realization that struck him immediately. Rising from the ground, he pursued the figure attempting to flee, but a swift sound caught his attention. He barely managed to evade an object that narrowly grazed his nose. Irritated by the repeated treachery of his opponent, Jiang Wenwu prepared to strike as the rogue made a bid for escape. He hurled his baton like a javelin, aiming for the rogue's lower back. Yet the assailant appeared unfazed, vaulting over the wall with ease. By the time Jiang Wenwu pursued outside, the figure had vanished without a trace, forcing him to return to the courtyard and retrieve his baton. From the encounter, Jiang Wenwu sensed that this individual was not the same petty rogue he had initially encountered, as the rogue lacked such height. Thus, he retraced his steps back into the house, soon discovering the original rogue sprawled on the floor, breathing erratically and convulsing. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Jiang Wenwu urgently called through his radio, "Deputy Section Chief, this is Wenwu. We have a situation. Someone has been injured." The sounds of an ambulance and police sirens soon filled the air. After exchanging a few words, Hua Rong, the accompanying officer, presented identification and led Jiang Wenwu away. They found a secluded spot free from disturbances, where Hua Rong promptly inquired about the situation. Upon hearing Jiang Wenwu's account, his expression turned grave. Jiang Wenwu tentatively asked, "Deputy Section Chief, what exactly is happening?" Hua Rong replied in a solemn tone, "The petty rogue's condition has deteriorated to the point where he resembles the individual who recently succumbed. In a short time, his body will become rigid, and livor mortis will manifest at the site of the wounds." Hearing Hua Rong's words, Jiang Wenwu felt a sinking sensation in his heart, realizing that the individual who had escaped from him was likely the very target they were seeking. A wave of frustration washed over him. Yet, Hua Rong reassured him, "You are still gaining experience, and it appears the adversary is no ordinary foe. However, we can be certain that he has not left the town and is likely hiding somewhere within." Poised to reappear, as Hua Rong spoke, he patted Jiang Wenwu's arm and gestured for him to follow. Without delay, Hua Rong relayed the incident to Lu Qian at the Ninth Division, who deemed the matter of utmost importance, instructing Hua Rong to seize this lead and apprehend the individual. The following morning, Jiang Wenwu and He Ping emerged from the hospital, their expressions grim. Just as Hua Rong had predicted, the petty rogue's body had begun to stiffen, and signs of livor mortis were evident at the wounds.